Welcome one and all to the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2023, coming to you live from the Kartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero here in sunny Spain, just outside the townland of Chiva, and only 30 kilometers as the crow flies from Valencia city centre. My name is Simon Byford, and I will be joined today in commentary by Chris McCarthy. Together this weekend we will make quite the pairing for this fantastic weekend of action here for the annual T4 Nations Cup here in Spain, around this 1,495 metre track with 10 corners and many overtaking opportunities. The fourth annual T4 Nations Cup and the second Nations Cup to be held here in Spain at the Kartodromo Valencia. We are here kicking off with the driver parade and presentation hosted by myself and Chris, where we will be presenting each of the drivers, 180 drivers in total, with their medals. A fantastic occasion, the first time it has ever been done in the Nations Cup, and a fantastic idea it was to give everyone the opportunity to take home some silverware, as well as the fantastic memories that they will make at this weekend of racing. We've already had the qualifying sessions, and what qualifying sessions they were as well. Drivers separated by hundreds, if not thousands of a second, and I believe that we are, well, we're not quite ready, I don't believe, to go to Chris, who is down in pit lane and ready to interview drivers, but we will be bringing them all out in their nation groups. As we can see here, the T4 Mini qualifying heats A and B starting at 13:20, and then T4 Mini C and D heats 13:40, qualifying for the juniors A and B 1400, and then T4 Junior C and D 14:20, with the T4 Seniors finishing up that little slide there. Then we've got T4 Seniors C and D at 1500 and 165, the qualifying heat A at 15:20. Then we have the second mini heat, which is B, or the third mini heat, excuse me, which is B and C, and then the fourth, which is A and D, with T4 Junior following that up at 20 minutes past 4 for their third heat, which will be between groups B and C. The T4 Juniors, and as always, those times are in local time, which is GMT +2. That will be followed by the T4 Junior qualifying heat A and D, and then the B and C for the seniors, A and D for the seniors, and then the 165 heat number 2 at 14:40. I believe we are ready for Chris to take over the interviews. So first up, we will have the Australian racers, made up of Lachlan Shearsmith, Wesley Bowden, Daniel Bowden, Zachary Valvin, and, oh, never mind, that is it. So Australia, ladies and gentlemen, 4 drivers taking part this weekend, their first ever Nations Cup appearance for the land down under. And what an occasion it is for them as well. So Lachlan Shearsmith, Wesley Bowden, Daniel Bowden, and Zachary Valvin flying the flag for Australia. Their T4 series only just started there this year, and so it is fantastic to have such an appearance here at the Nations Cup. And I believe it is time to go down to Chris in the pit lane. Chris, what do you have to tell us?
Thank you, Simon. Yes, welcome down to the pit lane, everyone. You're here at the Lucas Guerrero circuit in Valencia. Lovely weather out here as we get ready to go for the drivers parade. It is Saturday. We've just had qualifying, so the grids are now set. Now it is time to go racing. But before that, you get a chance to have a look at the drivers. There they are, nation by nation, and then we will have the medals presented out on to the circuit. So a bit of a party atmosphere to kick us off as Oleg runs off and gets the camera now to get some of the atmosphere inside all of the drivers. I'm going to be speaking to some of them once we get them out onto the circuit. Simon will be introducing them out nation by nation. We will have the president of Tillotson, Charles Demergen, out there presenting all the medals. I will be speaking to him as well. I'll be speaking to a few of the drivers along the way. as I generally cannot see Oleg anymore. He's lost in a sea of 180 Tillotson T4 Nations drivers. So great atmosphere down here, Simon. I'm going to hand back up to you now as we get ready to get circuit.
Yes, and as we say, it will be Australia who is the first group out, made up of Lachlan Shearsmith, Wesley Bowden, Daniel Bowden and Zachary Valvin in the T4 Junior, T4 Senior and 165 classes respectively. Two members of the Bowden family, Wesley and Daniel, in Senior and Senior 165 respectively, with Lachlan Shearsmith, the only Australian participant in the Junior category, flying the flag high for the land down under, as we say. And a fantastic qualifying session for the juniors it was as well. And mighty action to be seen for both the Australian contingent and other contingents. And that is sure to continue throughout the weekend as all of our nations, 28 nations represented here this weekend, and they will all be presented with their medals in due course over the next while. Next half an hour, give or take, as we see everyone getting organised and about to head out onto the grid. I'm sure Chris is soaking up the atmosphere down in pit lane and Parc Ferme, as we see Mark French there on the live stream trying to get everyone organised. And there's Gianmaria Gabbiani there in that distinctive white Marline race suit. As we mentioned previous, now we didn't mention it on the live stream, but mentioned it here at the circuit, two-time world powerboating champion, and in his second Nations Cup appearance, having appeared in 2021 when the competition was held in South Africa. Oh, not South Africa, what am I talking about? Back in White River. Hasn't been held in South Africa yet. Maybe in the future it will be, but not quite yet. But nevertheless, wouldn't that be nice? Anyways, I do believe that Chris is ready to do some interviews, perhaps. Oh, never mind, he's sort of standing there waiting for the Australian contingent to appear. And I'm not entirely sure what exactly the story is. We see the American flags being held there with vigour, and the Union Jack of the United Kingdom also. There's the South African flag, in case you missed it, with all of the South African drivers standing next to it. 10 in total this weekend, and there's the party atmosphere, as Chris was saying. Everyone delighted to be holding their national flags in their race suits, feeling like superheroes, and that is what this weekend is all about. It's about that family atmosphere, and it's about that fierce competition, and nothing says it better than something like this. When the visors are down and when the helmets are on, everything is different. But for now, while everyone is out of the kart, draped in their national flags, it is a different story. Everyone willing to cheer each other on and laugh with each other and celebrate each other's successes. But then when we get onto the track, I can assure you the racing will be tense and the racing will be hard, as it always is in these T4 categories. As we say, 28 nations represented here for the first time. Many of them, for example, Austria, China, Nigeria, Bulgaria, all represented at a Nations Cup for the first time. And many of them having their T4 series established in their home countries this year, thanks to the Tillotson team and the efforts of many of the employees at Tillotson to bring the Nations Cup to more people than ever before. Chris, I believe you are ready to start interviewing some of our competitors from Australia, made up of Lachlan Shearsmith, Wesley Bowden, Daniel Bowden and Zachary Valvin.
Not quite, Simon, but I just wanted to put you on pole position and show you what the view looks like here if you are starting on pole. So come over here, Oleg, and you'll see if you're going to be starting on pole, this is the view you're going to have going down towards turn number one. As you can see, bit of a blind entry going down towards that right-hander. It's a long corner down into it, sort of a double apex, which takes you round. Of course, second place has what is naturally the racing line. So if you're down here you'll see you do have the racing line, but the plan will be to dart straight across and find the gap on the inside. Let's look at the famous chicane now on the end of what is the back straight. This is where it can be won or lost on the last lap. You'll see, I'm just going to point you in this direction over here, Oleg. Over there, the LG sort of rounded barriers, that's turn 8. Now, follow that bit of paper. They're going to be flat out there, all the way around the back straight, all the way through turn 9. Then over there, where the Tillotson barrier begins, where those Tillotson boards begin, that's where they'll probably be hitting the brakes, and then in towards that chicane, right, left, right, bit of curb being taken through there, I'm sure, and then it will be out onto here, sometimes 3 or 4 wide, use all that runoff on the exit, and then this will be the run down. We had 1,000th of a second between some of our drivers in qualifying going for overall pole, and then this will be the run to the start-finish line where we will crown our Tillotson T4 Nations Cup champion. And whoever makes it here first, Simon, will become our champion. So whilst they're being organised down there, I thought a nice chance to come out and have a look at the circuit in a little bit more detail and show you what it's like to be racing around this beautiful circuit. I'll hand back up to you now, Simon, to talk through some more of the drivers.
Well, thank you very much for that, Chris. Fantastic insight there by my co-commentator, Chris McCarthy. Thank you very much for that, Chris. Expert analysis, as always, and it will be fantastic to see just how many moves we will see along that back straight and into the final chicane, as I believe we may at last be ready to introduce our Australian contingent. Confirm that for me if I am wrong, because I would rather not prepare to present the Australian contingent again and then end up not having an Australian contingent to present, as we see the Spanish grouping there, as well as Philippines. Philippines with their first presence in the Nations Cup this year, 3 drivers in total, and then we have the Netherlands, a very strong contingent as ever, 18 drivers. And also, that is, I can't quite see the flag on that one. Here is Italy, as we see Gianmaria Gabbiani, and also Serbia there with Petra Milosavljevic, the only competitor. Team Ireland, quite comfortably the biggest contingent with 22 drivers. Guatemala as well, always a very strong outfit in the T4 Nations Cup. Germany boosting their numbers for this year. France as well, only 2 competitors, but very quick. Then we have the Republic, the Dominican Republic, and Colombia as well, with Bulgaria, Austria, and Australia, the aforementioned Australian outfit. And then we have the Czech Republic rounding things out as well. And first up, I do believe we are going to have the Australian outfit. That is what it says on my sheet anyways. So I hope that the Australians are ready to come to the grid and collect their medals, but if they're not, then I shall keep talking until they are, and we might get a chance to have a bit more analysis from Chris about the lap that we have. Just shy of 1,500 metres this track, and in the 29 or 29 degree heat that we're expecting, it feels a lot longer than that. Thankfully, these karts, they do give you a nice breeze, getting close to and sometimes even over 100 kilometres an hour on the straights. But nonetheless, we look forward to that action closer to the time. Until then, we do have the medal presentation. Here's the UK and the US. 2 very fast outfits, very strong as well. The UK with 18 drivers, the US with 17. So very much matched on paper, at least, with the numbers that they have. Now, it is important to say that the Nations Cup is decided by the top 3 highest scoring drivers in each nation, so that doesn't mean that all of the UK, US, Irish, Dutch, Spanish, Dominican, South African drivers will count towards their nation's points. That is purely a move of fairness to try and keep things balanced, give everyone an equal chance to win the coveted Nations Cup that is currently held by the United Kingdom and could well be retained by them. So do stay tuned to see how things progress in that regard. The Nations Cup presentation will be made after the final podium presentations tomorrow evening, after racing has concluded. And that racing, as we say many times, is set to be absolutely dynamite. Now I can see Chris walking around on the grid, looking increasingly uncomfortable in the heat that is building and building and building, and suddenly I feel very grateful for being in my non-air conditioned commentary box, which is at least in the shade, and I think Chris is a bit jealous of me.
Yeah, well, maybe just a bit, but here we go. They're now coming out onto the circuit. I am behind the camera position you are seeing, so we can see the nations coming out. Simon, I'll hand back over to you to run through the drivers as we see them heading out onto the circuit, onto the start-finish line.
Yes, and first out it looks to be the Czech Republic, as I'm trying to... Here we are, the Czech Republic, made up of, in T4 Mini, Jindra Svoboda, a very fast young driver. And then junior, we have Jakub Josef Havel, Richard Saker, Daniel Brunetsky, and Victor Hampel. And then the Czech Republic's only entry in the senior class is Václav Strakati. And following them, we do have the aforementioned Australian contingent. I'm sure you all know their names at this stage. It is Lachlan Shearsmith, Wesley Bowden, Daniel Bowden, and Zachary Valvin. Followed up by the lone contender from Austria. It is Milan Milenkovic in his first ever Nations Cup appearance. And he is going to be looking to make good for Austria's debut in the competition. And following that, we have Bulgaria, the only Bulgarian to ever compete in a Nations Cup. It is Nicholas Stanev. Followed up by China. Now China with 4 competitors in this year's Nations Cup. A fantastic achievement, given it is their first appearance as a nation at the Nations Cup. And China made up of Huang Handong, Zhou Jilin, Chan Anta, and Rolfing Asbjorn. And then comes Colombia, an incredible nation with an incredible passion for motorsport. In T4 Junior, we have Juan Diego Perez. In T4 Senior, we have Jason Herrera Silva, Omar Perez, and Esteban Yanguas in T4 Senior 165. Then after Colombia, we have the Dominican Republic, 4 entries this year. In T4 Mini, we have Valentina Helena, Raimi Guzman, and then in T4 Senior, Emilio Vasquez and Miguel Paragoede. And we have the Finnish contingent, only 1 entry for Finland this year, their first appearance since 2021, when Antti Ollikainen flew the flag high for the Finnish side. The Finnish entry this year made up of Ellis Fokin in T4 Senior 165, followed by the French outfit. Only 2 drivers representing France this year, Sean Canivet in T4 Junior and Julien Granvaux in T4 Senior 165. The German contingent is very strong this year. In T4 Mini, we have Miko Leon Schwers. In T4 Junior, we have Nico Franke, Mika Sprentz, Phil Becker, Leo Geisler in T4 Senior, and then Danny Krischer in T4 Senior also, with Vladimir Vlasov, the final regular senior entry. And then a strong contingent in the Masters and T4 165 category also. Stefan Osman, Christoph Venska, Dirk Proknov, Jan Zastrau, and Andreas Matisse. And then the Guatemalan contingent, strong as ever. And that contingent is made up of, that looks to be about 8 drivers, which is a very strong contingent, all things considered. In T4 Mini, it is Fernando Wheeler Jr. for Guatemala. And then in T4 Junior, the only competitor, Matias Glover. T4 Senior for Guatemala is Jose Iturbide, Sebastian Alvarado, and Jose Quesada. And in T4 Senior 165, Walter Kessler, Fernando Wheeler Sr. and Juan Pablo Glover. The strongest contingent on the grid, though, by far, is the Irish contingent. As ever, the T4s, having started in Ireland, have a loyal following, and I'm going to have to take a deep intake of breath to get through this list, as Ireland has 22 competitors who can be seen with their Irish flags, their tricolours, and also their Kiltalkin flag. Kiltalkin, a very loyal supporter of the T4s in Ireland. And in T4 Mini we have Billy Clancy, Jim McClarich, Evan McLaughlin, Jack Harney, Tig Malone, Ben McLaughlin. In T4 Junior we have Warren Russell, Aaron Coogan, Tara Keneally, Mark Fleming, Brian Wilson, Keith Burke and Joey Carney, with Josh Allen rounding out the T4 Junior contingent for the Republic of Ireland. In T4 Masters for Ireland /165 we have Aaron Doyle, we have Seamus Lawler, Anthony Holland and Peter McBride. And for the regular seniors we have Roisin Sweeney, Jack Dillon, Ellen Donnelly, Alexander Fleming, James Tracy, Colin Munnelly and Andrea Dabaya, as well as Calvin Pratt rounding out the Irish contingent. Now I'm trying to see what other nations we have beyond Ireland. I believe that is Mexico. We also have Brazil with Alejandro Marquini. We have Mexico also down there with 6 competitors. In T4 Senior for Mexico we have Santiago Garza Briseño, we have Mauro Camacho Balboa, we have Mauro Aurelio, and then in T4 Senior 165 and Masters we have Manuel Gamez, we have Adan Enrique Ibarra Castro, and we have Gil Anguiano. For Italy, we have a rather small contingent this year, unfortunately, but nevertheless a poignant one with, as we say, a former powerboating champion in the form of Gianmaria Gabbiani, and that is sure to raise some eyebrows. Unfortunately for Gianmaria Gabbiani, it isn't wet this weekend, but if it was, you know who would be winning. In T4 Senior for Italy, we have Marco Ferrazzini, Stefan Persegin, we have Riccardo Baldon, we have Thomas Brundu, we have Riccardo Gasparini, and then in T4 Senior 165 and Masters, we have the aforementioned Gianmaria Gabbiani.
Okay, I think Simon will speak to some drivers now, shall we? I think Oleg's going to walk back and catch me up. So who wants to start? Who wants to start? Should we start with the Australians? Yeah, you guys were making a lot of noise down in there. So why don't we? Camera's on its way. Why don't we introduce ourselves?
I'm Zach Walvin.
I'm Wesley Bowden.
I'm Lachlan Shearsmith.
And Daniel Bowden.
Can I get some of the noise we were making down in the assembly area? We can't not do it now. The camera's here. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi!
Right, there we go. So Australia's going to win.
100%.
What do we think of the circuit as well?
Yeah, it's a pretty good track.
There we go. He's travelled all this way. That's all right. Yeah. Oh, sweet. Who wants to go next? Who wants to go next? Colombia, we want to go next. How are we doing, guys?
Very nice. We are very happy to be here together. Colombia team.
We got the tunes going already? Or?
You're fantastic. No worries.
Yeah, we all good. And what classes are we racing in?
My
Are you minis, juniors?
yes.
Yeah. Like the track?
Yes, so hard, but
Sorry, Lucas Guerrero. So far, so good. What about the racing? Excited for it?
yes. So, but I have so problems, but it's good. It's so perfect, beautiful.
Let's find someone. We'll keep it. There we go. Finland. On our own this year. So you had to carry the flag, I guess. Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Yanni. Yeah, I have to carry the flag. The only option.
And are we enjoying it so far?
Yeah, really nice event here and good fun. No stress and good racing.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck. Best of luck. The weather. How are you in that race? In this weather from Finland?
Well, it's a bit warm.
just a bit. Let's keep going. We got Team France here. Excited, guys?
Oh.
Hello to Germany. We got a lot of Germans going on. Look, all of us together. Let's make some noise. Team Germany for the camera, please. Come on, let's all get together. All get together. If we can. All right. All right, Team Germany. Who's going to win this weekend? Is it going to be? There we go. Good stuff. Best of luck to you guys. Best of luck. Best of luck. Let's keep moving. How are we doing? How are we doing down here, guys? All good? Guatemala?
Very good, very good. Happy to be here.
Yeah. We reckon we can beat Germany on the noise there. Guatemala? Yeah? All right, let's get together. Get together. Come on, small drivers in front. Small drivers in front. Let's go. Let's go. Right, ready? I think we've got some support back there. Ready, Team Guatemala? All right, give us some noise. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Good stuff, good stuff. Thank you, Guatemala. Oh, here we go. The Irish. Do we have some sore heads down here? Do we have some sore heads down here?
No, not one.
No? Tomorrow night. We're going to be celebrating?
Absolutely. P1 for everyone, hopefully.
Mark French is buying a beer for the Irish.
Yeah, is he? He's facing the other way now you've said that.
Put his hand in his pocket, but he leaves it in there.
Good stuff, good stuff. And how are we enjoying the racing so far? Introduce ourselves.
My name's Ellen Donnelly. Roisin.
And enjoying it? Enjoying the track?
Yeah, I love the track.
First time here?
Yeah.
Yeah. And favourite parts in particular of it?
Probably the first corner, to be honest. I like passing there. So, yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And what are we going to do into turn 1?
Send it.
Absolutely send it. Absolutely send it. Good luck. Good luck, guys, as well. Are we getting some more medals, not medals, trophies this weekend down here?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Introduce ourselves very quickly. I'll start with yourself.
Jack Carney, Billy Kenter, Evan McLaughlin, Ben McLaughlin.
Good stuff. Sun cream as well. Got the sun cream going. That's good. I haven't got any on, so I'm going to be absolutely toasted by the end. Let's keep going. Well, give me a Team Island on 3. 1, 2, 3. Good stuff. Ready? Thanks very much, guys. Italy, how are we doing?
Good.
Yes, we got spaghetti, pizza, mandolino under our tent, so everybody's welcome.
This is where the food's at, and the nice coffee as well.
Yes.
Yeah, we get a good start to the morning.
And sexy cars.
What's your favourite car?
E-Ford Ferrari.
Porsche.
Porsche. Oh, the Ferrari won Le Mans this year. Come on, guys. A Ferrari. Introduce ourselves, please. How are we doing down here?
Good.
Yeah, good. Are we excited? We're going to win this weekend?
Yes.
Anyone we want to say hello to in the camera that might be watching?
Hello.
Just hello, okay. We say hello to everyone. Good stuff. Next, guys. Oh, nearly tipped me out down there. How are we doing, guys? Let's introduce ourselves for the camera, please. Yo.
Yanis?
Yeah. And how are we doing down here? Team looking good for this weekend?
Yeah,
Team
very good, very good. We are ready to fight and fight for the wins. Hope so.
Yeah. We think we can get some wins down here, guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What about yourself? All good?
Yeah.
Are we going to get a win down here? Podium, maybe?
Yes.
Are we going to get some team noise on 3? Oh. Good stuff. Thank you very much. Great stuff there, Team Latvia. Right, let's come to the Netherlands. I'm getting a lot of cheers down here. Guys, how are we doing? All good?
Yeah, me all good.
You enjoying it so far?
Yeah.
Great. And yourselves? Having a great time?
Yeah.
Anyone at home that might be watching, guys?
My family.
Your family? Good stuff. We going to get some team noise from the Netherlands, people? Good stuff. I mean, we're doing very well in Formula 1 this year, so I'm expecting big things out there from you guys. Okay, let's keep going. I don't want to cut over anyone. How are we doing, guys? We'll go. Oh, there we go. I'll take a bit of flag. How are we doing? All good?
Good.
Yeah. Enjoying the drivers' parade atmosphere?
Yes, so great.
Bit of Red Bull there as well. Are we a fan?
It's another competition.
So just cover that up. There we there we go. There we go. Good stuff, guys. Go on, give me some noise. Let's get some team noise going. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Team Mexico, let's go. We'll come to yourself next. Sole representative down here in Nigeria. How are we doing so far?
We're doing well, thank you.
Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Philip Gunn and I'm racing in T4 Senior.
And anyone at home might be supporting for you?
Yeah, my mum, my brother, my dad's at the track, and my mechanic, and like all my friends.
Good stuff. We're going to bring home a trophy for them?
Hopefully.
Good stuff. Well, good to have you here. Let's keep walking down. Let's keep walking down. Give us a wave, guys. Give us a wave to the camera. Team Portugal, let's do the same. Give us a wave. Give us a wave. Oh, we've got the locals now. Huh? The track experts here.
These guys are. I'm first here.
Oh, were you?
Yeah,
oh.
It's my first time here.
Oh, so, but you guys, we got some people who've raced here before.
Hello.
Nice. You've raced, not giving anything away. I like it. You've raced here before?
Yeah, I have.
What's the key to success?
Going fast.
I thought you were going to say going the wrong way round there, just to put the others up.
Good one too, yeah.
And how's it been so far? How's the atmosphere? Are we excited that we're in the home country?
What?
We're in Spain.
Speaks English.
Are we excited that we're in Spain?
Yeah, of course we are. We only had to travel 3 hours instead of these guys that had to take a plane, you know. So
we get to go home. Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect. Right, ready, team. And yourselves. Introduce yourselves for the camera, guys. We'll take that. We'll take that. Right, ready, Team Spain. Team Spain. I think they're all listening. Okay, give us a wave, guys. Give us a wave. Team Spain, give us a wave. South Africa. Hello. How are we doing? You look like you're captaining the team. I'll come to you first. Talk us around the team a little bit.
So we've got Daniel, we got Ricardo, who's absolutely flying in the junior at the moment. Taylor and Patel in the minis. We've got Deacon in the minis as well. Everybody's doing really well. Teams come together. Everybody helping to get faster. So basically what's going to happen is we're going to win the Rugby World Cup. We're going to beat Ireland tonight.
Oh.
T4 Nations as well.
Oh, there we go. Well, I'll agree with some of that. I'll agree with some of it.
All of it.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, it's going to be a good weekend then. Yeah, plenty to celebrate.
Yeah, we got good vibes for the whole camp, and everybody's working together to get faster. So it's definitely going to go well for us this weekend.
And we put a lot of work in, to get here as a team.
100%, and it's so nice to see the support back home, the messages, everybody rallying behind us from back home in SA and also here. It's great, man.
Well, thank you for coming all the way, guys. All right, we're going to get a bit of group noise, right? Ready? Team South Africa, get ready. Give us a wave and some noise. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Nice. Well done. The British contingent. Right, we're going to have to go very quickly. I'm going to drag this man. I know both of these guys, Chris and Rob Smith. You had a good qualifying. We have to be very quick now, but excited for it, Anwar?
Yeah, always excited. Yeah, should be some good racing, so I look forward to it. It's nice and warm. Why not?
And we think we can get some trophies as well as some medals here.
Well, that's what we're here for, right? Why not? Yeah, I mean, it's going to be. Look, at the end of the day, we just want to have some fun. But yeah, some trophies would be lovely. That's the aim.
Good stuff. Team United Kingdom, do me proud now. Come on. Right, ready? Let's give us some noise. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Mixed vibes. And Team USA will end with you very quickly. We have to wrap up now. How are we doing?
We're doing good. I think we're all having a good time, right? Yeah. All right, that's right. Team USA, we have some of the best drivers from all over the country. I think we're all excited to be here. Got a lot of shoes over here, if you know what I mean. So I think we're excited, and we're going to represent correct.
Ready to celebrate then. Ready to celebrate.
Yep, absolutely.
Good stuff, guys. You're all looking very good, I have to say. Great flags as well. Now you're going to end with some noise for us. Ready, guys? 3, 2, 1, let's go! Love it. I've always wondered. USA! Yeah, there's that. Right, down the line, guys. From all the way to the start, from all the way to the end. Right, get ready in your countries, because I want all of you to cheer your countries like you've been doing on the stream. Are we ready at the end, below the clock there? Get ready in your countries. Let's make this as big as possible. We're going to be filming it on the... Don't run away. Where are you going? Get back. Get back. Right. From all the way down, all the way to the end. Get ready in your countries. We are filming this on the stream. We're filming this for social media as well. I want you to cheer your country name as loud as you can. Makes sense? I hope it does. I explained it as simple as I can. So on 3, 1, 2, 3, go! Shall we do it one more? Let's do it one more time. 1, 2, 3, go! Love it. Can we have a round of applause, please, from the... Yeah. Can we have a round of applause, please, from those of you on the gantry? Charles, I think this is a... Charles, let's have a round of applause for all our drivers, please. Charles Demerjen, I think this is the perfect time, President of Tillotson, to bring you in. What an incredible atmosphere we have out there.
We're so excited, to welcome back all the teams that have been here last year and all the new teams that have come this year. We have at least 6 teams here. I'll shout them out. Nigeria, Bulgaria, Serbia, Australia. All these teams are new for us this year. So welcome to the new guys and welcome back to the...
Work's gone in with all the team.
Oh my God, you have no idea. To put this event on, we start basically tomorrow for next year. And if you see any of our guys here, give them a big pat on the back, particularly Mark and butts off. We almost lost them in a tornado on Sunday. If you see these tents here, tornado, but they did, which is a good thing.
Guys, I think all of us on the start-finish straight on the gantry, this is a good time. We can give a round of applause to all the Tillotson staff who have helped get this event on. Let's give some support, please, to the guys.
Okay, and then...
Oh, Charles!
Thank you. But listen, also, the applause should not be for me. It should be for all of our sponsors also, because we could not do the level of event that we do currently without them. We've got Maxis, who's given us the tires and helped fund everything here. We've got Marline for all the fuel, Ceramic for all your oils and lubrication, New Line with the carts, and then helping us put it on also with IPK and PVL, TTW to get all the carts here from Ireland, Tidal, who's keeping your muscles relaxed and at ease. We've got RGMMC, who's without their support in putting on an event like this, there's no way we could have done it. Also, the folks at Arfeda, the Spanish Federation, for all their tech work, Motorsport Ireland for their help. Really, all of those guys deserve a huge round of applause. Who am I forgetting? Oh, Lucas Guerrero, how can I forget them? The tracks who have helped us forever and a day put this event on, really guiding us on what to do and what not to do. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to Charles. Let's give a round of applause, please. We are going to wrap that up there. We will be back, of course, to give you the live racing very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere. Guys, on the start-finish line, we're going to end this part of the stream with some noise from your country. So ready? 3, 2, 1. Give me some team noise. Let's go. And we will end it there for now. Be back for the racing very, very shortly. Welcome everyone to the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero here in Valencia for the fourth running of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. My name's Chris McCarthy. It's a pleasure to have your company this weekend to talk you through this fabulous event which is growing all the time. This is the circuit. The drivers are going to be taking on 180 of them out there in total. The circuit here in Valencia, which played host to the opening round of the FIA Karting European Championship earlier this year. Got a lot to it as the circuit. They go flat out between turn 8 all the way down towards the chicane at turn 10, and that is where we could see titles won and lost come Sunday afternoon. It's got plenty of overtaking opportunities, a second sector which is tight and twisty, very technical, but also lots of areas around the circuit where these Tillotson karts can get themselves up to speed. All the drivers are getting ready to go. We're going to have qualifying heats coming up for you this afternoon, 14 races in total. We're going to be kicking off with some heats for our Mini drivers. So Heat 1 for T4 Mini Group A and B will be going out onto the track first. There are the drivers in action. I'm joined by the president of Tillotson, Charles Demergin. Charles, we did speak to you down on the circuit at the Drivers' Parade. Thank you very much for coming up and joining me in the commentary box. How are you enjoying the event so far, and what did you think of the Drivers' Parade?
I'm loving the event so far. I think it's just a great atmosphere out here. Everybody seems to be having a lot of fun. We have a lot of interactions between the teams. Some of it friendly, some of it helping each other, some of it jeering at each other. It's but all of it is in good sport and in good fun, and everybody's having a great time. I thought the parade was fantastic. Everybody seemed to like that. We're taking notes on what we want to improve for next year. Maybe a little music as we're coming down the track with the teams. But we're just loving it.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic event already. Here's a look at your schedule on the screen. As I said, T4 Mini going out first. For those who weren't watching the Drivers' Parade, may just be joining us for the first time now. There's been a lot of work that's gone into this to grow it so much from last year, because it is an event that has grown massively since we last ran here last year.
That's true. Actually, from the beginning, I mean, when we first started this in Ireland 4 years ago, we had 40 drivers maybe total. And then we got it up to close to 90, and then last year we had 115, 120, and this year we're at 180. So it's starting to take on some exponential growth out there.
And a big team around to help put on the event, to get those tents ready, the karts ready as well, because a lot of drivers coming, we can't supply to them.
Absolutely. I mean, well, part of this event is designed to basically be an arrive-at-drive event, so people can just kind of show up. And the boys last week, 2 weeks ago, camped out at the IPK facility. The IPK guys helped us assemble all the karts ahead of time. And then we came in with the engines and put the engines on 180 some odd karts in the span of a week. It was not a simple task, but they did it, and they do it, and they love it.
And as you said there already, I know you're looking to next year. Tell us. I imagine the planning for this event probably started when the checkered flag waves at the end of last year, correct?
Yes, and before. I mean, basically, we're already thinking about things that we want to do different or better next year. Talking here, it most likely will be here again next year, and right out of the box, we'll be getting ready for it.
And just very quickly before I let you go, I want to get your thoughts on what you've seen so far as the first grid comes up on screen, in terms of how close the qualifying's been and what you're expecting from the racing.
I mean, I was listening and watching to the time differences, and it's just incredible how tight the field is. I think that is one of the things that we're most happy about, is just how close it is and how much it is about the driver and their skills, and even that 1,000th of a second makes a difference. I think you're going to see even better racing in every category. The mini, the juniors, the seniors, everybody, the 165s, everybody's out there and is competitive.
It really will be, and it's all going to come down to that final on Sunday, isn't it? Which is, I'm sure, going to be some fantastic racing.
Yeah. And leading up to it, you know, anything can happen out there. So it's gonna be stay tuned, folks. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. I'll let you get off and watch the first race. I know Simon will be joining me very, very soon. The drivers in the T4 Mini qualifying Heat A and B are just making their way down towards the final chicane. We've got Jason Livings on the front row with Tace Van House. But I say thanks to Charles, unless you fancy sticking around.
Maybe I'll watch the start here, but
stick
thanks
around
everyone, and here we go.
Let's stick around for a few laps then. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, the 178 of Jason Livings holding on to second place. Tace Van House slotting in to the lead. We say thanks to Charles, who leaves the commentary box now to go and get a good view of this racing. But Jason Livings has taken the lead of the race. The 155 car of Ronnie Legg going a little bit slowly towards the back of the field. It's now back up to full racing speed, so may have had an off somewhere as we were looking at live pictures as they come down the one of the back straights now towards turn at number 7, the left-hand hairpin. Jason Livings, I heard a cheer as he took the race lead away from Tace Van House, and it looks like Ben McLaughlin is in third place, pushing along the Dutch driver now down through turn 9 in towards turn 10. Will we see a change for second? I think so. There goes the Irish driver in towards second place, so that is a change of second. Ben McLaughlin is up to second place, and I welcome my co-commentator for the weekend, Simon Byford. You joined at a very good time there, Simon. Good racing all the way round. Bit of a difficult start for Van House, who's under pressure now for third place, but a very good start for Livings, who leads the way out front.
Yes, I apologise for the delay, folks. I can confirm the cherry tomatoes in the RGMMC tent are very, very nice indeed. But anyways, back to the action. It is Livings from McLaughlin from Tace Van House, and McLaughlin going to be chasing down Jason Livings. You can see the gap that he's pulled in already, but he is under a lot of pressure from behind from Van House. Let's see, into the braking zone. No moves made just yet, but that could change at any moment with these T4 Minis. Notoriously aggressive compared to the other classes. And as we come down the back straight, we should see evidence of that very, very quickly, as look how close Van House is to McLaughlin. Is he going to go for a move into the final chicane? No, he thinks better of it for the moment. Just decides to sit behind. Can maybe make something of this and get past Jason Livings together with McLaughlin, but he's under a serious amount of pressure behind from Miko Schwerz. The move is made, and that is Miko Schwerz. Never mind, the move isn't made, excuse me. Miko Schwerz remains in 4th position as the white helmet and blue overalls of Tace Van House is falling back into the clutches of him, falling away from McLaughlin, who is now firmly on the back of Jason Livings. Look at how close they are coming through turn number 5, and there could be a move down into turn number 10. Excuse me, turn number 7, excuse me. As we come down into turn number 10, no moves as of yet. But as we say, that could change. But Tace Van House is falling down the order, back into the clutches of Miko Schwerz, and he suddenly finds himself on the fringes of the podium, where he would want to be 2 places higher and about 50 kart lengths up the road.
Yeah, we've got in the background the 156 of Thomas Harper, who is the quickest driver on the track, closing in on the top 4 with some assistance from Luke Millwood as well. So watch out for Luke Millwood and also Thomas Harper. They are getting closer. They are 5 and 6 in queue, and 3 and 4 are now going to swap places as down the inside goes Miko Schwerz to get past the original pole sitter, the 114 there of Tace Van House, who did have a challenge there from Thomas Harper, who is now going to be passed there by Luke Millwood coming into turn number 5. So the British driver up into P5. Thomas Harper did set the fastest lap last time round, so expect a response at some stage. The top 2 have escaped now. They are 4 tenths away from the rest of the field. There they are on your screen, Livings and McLaughlin 1 and 2. Ben just having a little look over his shoulder at the Irishman. He went quickest through the first sector. Jason responded to that by going quickest through the second, and we're side by side for P3 as well. There we can see Tace Van House side by side with Miko Schweers as they come in towards the final chicane. Looks like we've had a change for the lead as well. The Irishman Ben McLaughlin has gone into the lead ahead of Jason Livings, and in third place Tace Van House is now defending from Miko Schweers, and that is giving the top two a bit of a gap over the rest of the field.
And this is what we're talking about right from Heat 1. There's action up and down the field. Now these groups starting to sort themselves out. We've got the leading two, then we've got a pack of four, the battle for third position and the final podium position. Now obviously there aren't podiums in the heats, but P3 is still a podium in the minds of these mini drivers, and it is between Tace Van House, Miko Schweers, Luke Millward and Thomas Harper. And look at this battle coming down into turn number 7 between McLaughlin and Livings. There's no holds barred at this stage. With half the race done and half the race left to go, we've seen enough action from these two to last almost a full race, but I guarantee you we're going to see even more as they come down into the penultimate corner. With a big bump on the exit of the corner as the surface changes down into the final chicane. No moves as of yet, still trying to break away from the pack. There's no moves at all down into the final chicane. It's a rare lap when we don't see any moves at all. And they all make it through neatly onto lap 5. It is still McLaughlin in the lead from Livings. As we look down the order, this is the battle for the lead. And then behind a group of 4. Spread out as we see moves down into the chicane. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, side by side for fourth place. That was Thomas Harper trying to get down the inside of Miko Schweers. Now, I wouldn't count out Tace Van House out of this battle at all. Ben McLaughlin and Jason Livings, who are in your picture here, they're 1 and 2 on this penultimate lap of the first heat. But the moment they start battling, the gap to Tace Van House will come down very quickly. And there was a little bit of contact there on the exit of the corner. McLaughlin having to catch the kart and now gets his head down the back straight. A look over the shoulder for Jason Livings as they make their way down in towards the final chicane. Livings will be happy enough to sit in behind, but now we go on to the final lap. It will be all-out attack from the British driver. Tace Van House in the background trying to close in. Watch for that gap to be coming down and watch for some defending from the Irishman, Simon.
Yes, and it has to be said, disappointing day for Tace Van House in this heat as we come on to the final lap into turn 3. Still no moves from Ben McLaughlin as he's still, never mind, he's leading. Goodness me, excuse me.
Well, that was Livings almost getting down the inside there. The gap did open slightly, but Livings not quite able to get through as they come out of turn 5 now. Flat out all the way through 6 and in towards 7. They are side by side into the hairpin, Simon.
McLaughlin goes defensive and he prevents Jason Livings from making a move up the inside into a prime overtaking opportunity, but it's not done yet. Look at them, they're side by side as they come onto the back straight. This is where it can be undone for Ben McLaughlin, and it has been. Jason Livings gets up into the lead with less than a third of a lap to go. McLaughlin isn't done yet. He's stuck to the back bumper. He looks up the inside into the chicane. There's bumping and barging as they round the final chicane. Thankfully they both get through, and it is going to be Jason Livings who takes the flag in Heat 1 in front of Ben McLaughlin, who is going to be absolutely dismayed at that final lap. Tace Van House rounds out the top 3, having fallen down from first. A disappointing start for the Dutchman.
Jason Livings with an excellent drive there to take the lead, executed a plan absolutely perfectly to wait to the end of the race, then got through on the final lap. Ben McLaughlin will be disappointed, I'm sure, but nevertheless good points on the board. This is a qualifying heat after all. Tace Van House finishes in third place. Didn't quite work out for him after a bit of a slow start to the race, was under pressure throughout the first few laps, but did manage to recover to a comfortable third place in the end. Miko Schweers was in fourth place, gained 2 places in that one. That was your top 3. There was your winner, Jason Livings, in the middle of the screen. He comes into the pit lane. A perfect start to the day for him. A great move coming round the second sector of the circuit to take the win. Here's your classification then. It's Livings from McLaughlin, 71 thousandths of a second between them. Tace Van House was second, then Miko Schweers. Luke Millward was 5th. Thomas Harper was in P6. P7 was Taj Malone. Then it was Yuan Buyagong, who was in P8, and the rest of the order, Simon.
And then in P9 we have Jimmy Claridge, and rounding out the top 10, Logan Rolfe in front of Deacon Oliver, Billy Clancy, Ronan Kamphaus, Stain Becker, and it's cut away from me there. Stain Becker, and then we have Martin Gomez, Ronnie Legg, Bernie Gamares, and Matthew Reinhold rounding out the top 18 drivers.
Yeah, the good progress from the likes of Buyagong, Claridge, and Clancy there, all gaining 4 places respectively in that one to move up to P8. Buyagong, Claridge up to P9, and Clancy up to P12. So did some good drives in there, but very close between the top 2 as we expected, similar to what we saw in qualifying earlier. It's been very close as we got this one started, and a close start to kick us off in the first heat. Next we'll have some more minis, Group C and Group D coming out next. They are split into their respective groups. After qualifying is complete, that then forms the grids, and the groups go against each other, and at the end of all of the heats we will have the grids for the finals. So a little bit of time coming up now between the next one. The qualifying heat for T4 Mini Group C and D will be out on track next.
What a qualifying heat it was. As we say, another mini qualifying heat coming up next, C and D, which will certainly provide as much action, if not even more, than the heat that we've just seen, with a fantastic finish. Jason Livings taking the flag in front of Ben McLaughlin with less than a sector to go. It's going to be bitterly disappointing for Ben McLaughlin, who finished 3rd in the T4, second even last year on the final podium for the T4 Minis, just behind George House, who we will be seeing on track in just a few moments' time. 6 minutes and 33 to 1, 6 minutes and 30 seconds now until we get to see our reigning champion George House take to the grid. I believe, yes he will be alongside Jindra Svoboda, who now he won't be alongside him in the grid because Svoboda did have a difficult qualifying and is starting slightly down the order, not where he would have wanted to start, but nevertheless there is a lot that he can do from, I believe it's position number 14 he will be occupying on the grid, and a lot he can do from there, particularly given the pace that we saw last year. He managed to take the final and win it, on the track at least, and didn't manage to maintain that position in the final classifications. He was penalised, unfortunately, for an incident. But nevertheless, he did show serious pace, and we can look forward to seeing that again in but a few moments' time. Now, it is worth discussing how the T4 Nations Cup is going to be awarded, as that is ultimately what all of the nations are competing for. Now, it is the top 3 drivers from each nation that contribute to their nation's overall points tally, and that is to keep it fair, so that the likes of contingents like the Irish and the South Africans, the UK, the USA as well, drivers, teams, countries that have more than 3 drivers will not be unfairly advantaged versus those who have a slightly lower contingent. For example, the Chinese contingent that we see here this weekend, who are set to make their mark on the T4 Nations Cup, the first ever Chinese drivers to take to the grid, and it should be very interesting seeing how they perform alongside many of their East Asian counterparts, such as the Filipino contingent, who are also making their first appearance, as are the Australians, as we mentioned earlier on the live stream. With 181 drivers taking part, it is set to be a fantastic affair, and this is just the first of many. So do stay tuned for all of our heats today and tomorrow. It is important to say tune in again tomorrow because, well, it'll be even more frantic. There'll be more action, there'll be more heats, there'll be super heats, and there will be finals as well as the podium presentations, which we are so greatly looking forward to. And we will get to see, can the UK be dethroned as Nations Cup champions? It's a very important question to ask the UK with a strong lineup this weekend, with many of their drivers from last weekend, and the likes of Jason Livings, who has already taken a heat win, taken first blood in the AB heat that we have just witnessed, with a fantastically mature drive, finished in front of Ben McLaughlin and Tace van House. The Netherlands, it has to be said, also with a very strong lineup. The Netherlands fielding 18 drivers in total. Along with the UK, it makes them the equal second, joint second. Now, unfortunately, some of them aren't able to race, so that has dropped the Netherlands total down slightly. So we can quite easily say that the Irish are in front of the UK and then in front of the Netherlands. And now I believe it is time that we head down to Chris McCarthy, who is going to be conducting some interviews with this second group of T4 Minis. I don't think we can reach Chris at this stage, but I'm sure we will get down to him in just a few moments. I think, Chris, are you there? No, I don't think Chris has any signal with his microphone at the minute, but we will do our best to try and get back to him.
George House. George, how are you feeling ahead of this one? Is it your first time racing around here?
No, I've raced before in Miami, and I've also did last year Tillotson, and that went well for me because I won. And I'm hoping to get a good spot in the heat so I can get a good position for the final, for the actual final.
Well, you seem very well prepared. Like that one. Well done. Best of luck for the race. Let's go to Mariano knock on next. Mariano, how are we feeling ahead of this one?
I'm really nervous because it's my first time racing here at Spain.
You like the circuit?
Yeah, it's really fun.
Is it different to what you're used to?
Yeah, it's different because here the curbs are really high and there's a lot of fast corners. Because usually in my place there's a lot of hairpins and stuff.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Axel. Good luck for the race. Let's keep moving down. We'll go to Kickdober next. How are you feeling ahead of this one? First race of the weekend. Excited to get going?
Yeah, I'm feeling good about this round one. Yeah.
Just excited to get out there now and get started, yeah?
Yeah. It's my first World Cup.
Yeah. Well, you've qualified very well, so I'm sure it will go well. Looking at the clock, I think we've got 1 minute to 1 minute to go until they go. 1 minute. Okay, cool. Let's keep going down there. Let's come to Kaz next, who's on the inside of row 2. Oh, inside of row 2. So we're starting in a very good position down here. We got how about we say, have we got anyone that's supporting us back home for this one, maybe? Yeah, plenty of people. But what's the plan for? We got a plan in mind now for this race that we've had.
Get the finish. Haal de finish. Get the finish, zeg maar. Get the finish.
First time at the Nations Cup, or?
It's the first time, eh? Zeg maar, first time.
First time.
Excited?
Zeg, vind je het spannend? Zeg je yes. A little bit.
Good stuff. Well, you've only got 10 seconds more, so I'll leave you to it. Right, we're being told that is that, so I'm going to hand it back up to you in commentary.
Thank you very much for that, Chris. Great analysis there, and thank you to our mini drivers for taking part in these interviews. It can be very intimidating for such young drivers to be put in front of a microphone and asked to speak about their race that's coming up, particularly when they are in the zone and getting ready to go as they enter out onto the track, led out by George House, who is starting on pole position, the reigning T4 Nations Cup champion in the mini category, having taken the win in fantastic style last year, having won Heat 2 and the Super Heat, and then taking the final win in the final classifications. Didn't manage to do it on track, but the final classifications is all that matters. George House on pole. Mariano Axel Nocom in second, Kasmancha in third. Then in fourth we have Kikdoba, Jaromir Arkhipov in fifth, Jindra Svoboda in sixth, Petra Milosavljevic in seventh, Jack Harney and Sebastian Venkov in eighth and ninth, and Valentina Helena in 10th. Then we have Taylan Patel in 11th, Raimi Guzman in 12th, Evan McLaughlin in 13th, Fernando Wheeler in 14th, Hudson Hidalgo in 15th, Denis Lorenko in 16th, and then Diego Baradone and Fedep Bakker in 17th and 18th respectively, as they make their way round the warm-up lap past the many flags that are flying on the opposite side of the track, forming up, getting ready to go. And we anticipate racing to get underway momentarily as they all form up into their tram lines. It is going to be George House on the inside heading down into turn one. Will we go racing? No, we're going around. We're going around for another warm-up lap and another lap where these drivers will get the chance to warm up their tyres, warm up their minds, warm up their muscles as well, it has to be said, for their first heat of the day. And as they make their way through the 3-4 chicane, all line astern so far. No incidents happening just yet, but you have to say that is hoped for, given that it is a formation lap. But we have seen incidents in the past on formation laps, and also at that 3-4 chicane that I mentioned earlier. Some very nasty incidents happened there in the finals last year. Thankfully not in the mini category, and thankfully not involving, I don't believe, any of the runners that we have here today. But you never know in motorsport. Anything can happen, and most likely anything will. So George House leading the field through the long sweeping right-hander and onto the back straight. Getting all ready to go, getting lined up once again. Now hopefully we won't have another formation lap after this one. We wait for them to come through the shortcut of the final chicane, allowing them to get into the tram lines. They seem to be all organised, all packed up and all ready to go. Now the question comes, will we go racing? Yes, we will. We're away now, and it's a good start by George House, but it's even better by Mariano Axel Nocom. They're going to be side by side. It's going to be House leads down into turn one in front of Mariano Axel Nocom. Then Kasmancha lines up in position number 3. He's managed to hold his position, I do believe, and it all seems to be reasonably... Oh, look at that move for the lead. Mariano Axel Nocom takes the lead off George House as they go through the 3-4 chicane, and that is a fantastic move by the young Filipino to take the reigning champion up the inside. Caught him napping up the inside of turn number 3 and has seized that position with gusto.
Axel Nocom, they're doing a great job to take the race lead early on and pointing forward there to George House as there was contact there, and there is a spinner, someone who was competing in that third place battle, stopping, now getting going again. Someone has in fact pulled over on the inside of turn 8, and that is the 161 kart, unfortunately. So we've got someone off there, it seems, Simon.
And that's Jindra Svoboda. That's huge drama. The man who was so quick last year, DNFing on the first lap. He's trudging away from the kart, so dejected looking. You really do have to pity the young Czech driver, as Mariano Axel Nocom still holds the lead in front of George House as they come onto the second lap. House isn't done yet, however. Can he get the cut back up the inside into turn 3? No, he thinks better of it. So it is Mariano Axel Nocom from George House, Jaromir Arkhipov, Kasmancha, and then Petra Milosavljevic up into 5th. Fantastic start by the young Serb in front of Sebastian Venkov, and then Raimi Guzman in P7 with a fantastic start. Hudson Hidalgo up 7 positions from where he started, though. A brilliant start from the young American.
Yeah, they're the top 2 working together. I think George House has decided it is better now to work with Axel Nocom and try and push away from the rest of the field, and that's exactly what they're doing. The main battle is for P5 here. 3 and 4 come next. Arkhipov and Mante are in 3 and 4, and then it is the battle for P5 after that. That is where the action's at, as looking behind there is Axel Nocom just having a look at George House. They are the 2 drivers in screen, 2 laps down 5 now to go as they round the first corner. A bit of a gap presenting itself, and George House was looking to take it there, was a little bit tempted. Some big movers down the field as well, which include Hudson Hidalgo, who has come up 7 places to P8. Riami Guzman up 5 places as well to P7. So some big movers, but the top 2 escaping from the rest of the field there, 2 seconds clear.
And there looks to be a move on the fringes of the top 10. I'm going to try and see who that is. It looks to be, it might be Hudson Hidalgo battling with Raimi Guzman. But I can't confirm that, unfortunately, at this moment in time. But we still see the 2 leaders. Look at how much they're breaking away. 2-second gap to Yaromir Arkhipov in 3rd position, and they are really doing bits. Trading sector times currently. Axel Nocom with the fastest lap at 1 minute 6.5. But George House with the fastest sector 2. They really are breaking away, racing the drone down into turn 1. No moves just yet, but that could all change. Look at the midfield battle, though. So many moves happening. Fernando Wheeler Jr. getting up involved there, as we see going through turn 1. That is the battle for, I believe it's 3rd position.
It's P5, it's Petra Milosavljevic, who is having to defend from Rami Guzman and also Sebastian Venkov as well. So great racing going on. The 2 leaders are away, but P5. Oh, and we've got a card over.
Oh, no.
We've got a card over there. There was contact in that battle for 5th. Driver is out and appears to be okay, is now trying to get up. The Marshall team are over with the driver. It was, I didn't quite catch the number, but unfortunately we've got a driver who has rolled the cart there at turn number 5, but appears to be okay.
Yes, thankfully that's the main thing. Straight up and out of the cart. That's brilliant to see.
Yeah, Petra.
And it's Petra Milosavljevic. That's so unfortunate for the young Serb, the only Serb racing at this year's Nations Cup. You hate to see incidents like that. We had a roll last year. Thankfully, no injuries sustained in that either. But Petra Milosavljevic trudges away from the cart very dejectedly, understandably, but crucially uninjured.
Yeah, Petra Milosavljevic walking away as the top 2 fight on. Now in a new order, it is George House who leads from Axel Nocom. George House having just set the fastest lap of the race, a 106.197. Axel Nocom now drops down to P2. Then it is Arkhipov in P3, Kazmante in 4, then Rami Guzman now up to 5th place, having gained 7 places. There is Petra Milosavljevic having had that incident down at turn 5 in a very big fight for 5th place. It was very close between a few drivers. It was caught off camera, but thankfully Petra's okay, and that's the main thing from that. Hudson Hidalgo, the American, up 6 places to P9. As we go on to the penultimate lap, George House feels the need to defend from Axel Nocom in towards the first corner. They are 3.7 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, Simon, so it's going to be these 2 all the way to the flag. The 3rd place battle is now getting very close, actually. Arkhipov and Kazmante very close. Kaz is putting in some personal best sectors as he chases down 3rd place the Spaniard Arkhipov. Then we have the battle for 5th, which is still very, very close between a number of drivers. We have Kik Dober now leading it from Guzman. Weiler, Taylor Patel is in that battle, as is Hidalgo, as is Valentina Helena as well. It stretches all the way down to 10th place as the top 2 come out of turn 8 and onto the back straight.
Well, I have to say we've seen our fair share of excitement this race, Chris, with many incidents, more than we expected to see as the leaders come down through the final chicane. It is still George House from Mariano Axel Nocom, and there's no change for the lead as of yet, but look at how defensive House is going down into turn 1. Mariano Axel Nocom can't make anything of it, swings out right wide, trying to get the trying to get the cutback, sorry. And down into turn 3, still no moves, but look at how defensive House is going. He does not want to give this up whatsoever. Look, even defending into turn number 4. This is remarkable. I don't think I've seen George House driving this defensively at all last year. He's really being put under pressure by the young Filipino behind, as is Jaromir Arkhipov being put under pressure by Kasmancha. And there's a move. Kasmancha trying to go round the outside of the long sweeping left-hander of turn number 6.
And we're side by side for the lead as well. Axel Nocom goes round the outside at turn 7, and that gives him the inside for turn 8, but he's ran too deep through the corner. George House helps himself back to the lead again. I'll leave you to keep your eye on the battle for third, but on screen it's your battle for the lead. Once again, we're going to the last lap, last corner in T4 Mini at the T4 Tillotson Nations Cup. Round the outside goes Axel Nocom there. Spoke about the high curbs in his interview, didn't want to go over them there, so it's going to be George House who takes the win ahead of Axel Nocom. A very fair battle between those two. A good advert for Tillotson T4 Nations Cup and for mini racing in general. Well done to both drivers. Gave each other lots of space on that last lap to race fairly all the way to the end, and gave us a great race to watch here at the circuit and on the live stream as well. George House winning in the end from Axel Nocom. What happened in the battle for third place? I know you had your eyes on that one, unless the battle for the lead was too good to watch in the end, because it was a fantastic one, wasn't it?
I don't want to talk about the battle for third. That's my little secret. But yes, it was Jaromir Arkhipov who took third place in front of Kasmancha, who was forced to cut the chicane, the final chicane there on the final lap, and ultimately cede that possibility of a podium, ultimately dropping down one place from where he started, and sufficing to say that that is not his plan for the rest of the day or the rest of the weekend. But nevertheless, fourth place is still a perfectly respectable position to be in, and Kasmancha still managed to finish in front of his countryman Kikdoba. So let's take a look at the final classification. It was George House who won in front of Mariano Axel Nocom, in front of Jaromir Arkhipov, Kasmancha, Kikdoba, Raimi Guzman in P6, Taylor Patel P7, Fernando Wheeler Jr. in P8, Hudson Hidalgo P9, and then P10 was Valentina Helena. P11, Jack Carney, and then from Evan McLaughlin, Denis Lorenko, Feder Bakker, Diego Baradone, Sebastian Venkov, and then our two non-finishers were Jindra Svoboda, and very unfortunately after that flip was Petra Milosavljevic. So action all the way in the T4 Minis, and next up we will have the T4 Junior Heat number 1, and that will be full of action just as much as the T4 Minis were, although hopefully fewer incidents. That much is doesn't need to be said particularly. A big flip there for Petra Milosavljevic on the entry to turn number 5, on the exit of turn 4, getting involved with another driver. I can't tell you who exactly, unfortunately, as I didn't quite catch it, but the main thing, as we say, is that Petra Milosavljevic is okay. She's able to walk away from the kart, and as the kart is loaded onto the trailer, hopefully that will be back out for the mini heat number 3 or 4, excuse me, at approximately 20 past 3 or 20 to 4 this afternoon. What a competition that was then. 7 laps of frantic action, with George House taking the spoils in front of Mariano Axel Nocom, who has to be said is a front runner at this stage, and the top two finishing where they started, but that wasn't after a gargantuan struggle between the two of them. George House also managed to take the fastest lap, only about a tenth quicker than Mariano Axel Nocom though, so it goes to show there's very little separating them as they finished their 7-lap duel, with Britain coming out on top. Now, as I say, doesn't count towards the Nations Cup points just yet, but it's a good start, and a good start is half the work, as they say, as we see all of the karts getting loaded back onto the trailer. Chris, I believe that you are ready to talk to some of our junior drivers.
Welcome down to the grid. We're just getting ready to go for qualifying heat, T4 Junior qualifying heat AB. You see our race director here just giving the drivers on the front row. You'll see here just talking to the drivers through the start procedure. So we're going in and have a a little look on this.
When I switch off the lights, if I'm not happy with the formation, the 4 lights will remain on and a yellow flashing light will come on. Okay? That means we are doing an extra formation lap, the same as the formation lap before. Post 8, we start 2 lines, we miss a chicane, and the same. Okay? Good luck.
So good to get a bit of an insight on that, eh? Yeah, I felt like I was going in for a Tillotson T4 race. Good to hear from Trilly. I know we've got a few minutes. I don't know if you want to do this interview in the car or out. First of all, fantastic job in qualifying. That was a mega lap on the last lap. I imagine that's been something in practice you've been really working on to get that last lap in.
Yeah, it was a great qualifying. A lot of help from Chase and just trying to get past everybody else. We have a great friendship and a great on-track friendship, and we're just trying to pull away from everyone and just have a good 2-lap race at the end.
And tell us there, obviously being talked through the start procedure, Valencia here. Hard track to start on from the front row, would you say? It's a long run down to the first corner, isn't it?
Yeah, anything can happen. If the guy behind you doesn't push you, then I guess you can lose your spot to second place. It's just that you have to make friends with the people behind you and in front of you.
Well, it seems like you made some good ones out there in qualifying. Well done again. Brilliant, brilliant lap. I'm going to see if I can pinch this grid sheet back again, and we will keep going. Daniel Hartley was very quick in qualifying as well, and this is what we need, isn't it? The umbrella. Oh, I'm going to see if I can get some shade as well. Thanks. There we go. Look, I'll tell you what. That's what we need. That's what we need. That's perfect. We can talk for a few minutes now, yeah? Brilliant to see you here, first of all, and well done. Front row start. That's a great start to the weekend.
Thank you.
How excited are you to be here? And I imagine a lot of work's gone into it as well. Looking forward to being out there?
Yeah.
Talk us through the track. What are the biggest challenges of it?
Overtaking and not crashing. Not crashing.
Don't want to do that.
No.
What's the most trickiest corners?
Probably the first chicane.
Yeah. Is learning that's a bit difficult?
Yeah.
But racing it's good?
Yeah.
Good stuff, good stuff. Well done. Thanks for the shade. Thanks for the shade. I'll come back. Sean Canavet, let's go over here next. French driver.
No speak English.
Oh, you can speak in French. A few words in French for us, please. How excited are you? Just a few words in French.
Je suis très heureux de faire cette course, très content d'être à cette position de départ et j'espère que ça va bien se passer.
Merci, merci, merci. We'll move on next to Nico Frank from Germany. Great qualifying, up in the mix now in the top 2 rows. It seems racing in Tillotson, for those who haven't watched it before, all about working together and pushing away. This gives you a good chance to work with someone and push away from the pack, would you say?
Yes, it's quite good to have a team and that you can work.
Yeah. And I guess short races as well, aren't they? A good start's key here?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. And starting on the outside as well, so I guess trying to get it across, is that going to be a plan?
Yeah, I have to look how the other drive.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck. Good luck for that one. My grid sheet has been stolen, but I'm going to we'll have a little wander down towards the back of the field. You can see we've got names on the karts. We've got a Spanish driver here, Martinez, who have you raced here many times? We spoke to you on the just once. How does it feel to be at your home event then?
I mean, it's better because you know you've got your crowd here, but it's not much of a difference, I think, in terms of the track and stuff like that.
Having good fun so far?
Yeah. I should have been higher up the grid, but it's all right.
Reckon we can move forward then? You know, looking up the grid here, you know, I know plenty of drivers ahead, but a few minutes to get up there. Is that the plan now in each heat? Just progress as much as you can?
Yeah. I'm hoping to get somewhere around 6th for the pre-final, so let's hope for it.
Well, good luck. Good luck for the race. Thanks very much for speaking to us. I think that's all we're going to have time for, I'm afraid. I'm going to walk to the front as quickly as I can. But here you can see all the drivers getting ready to go. Best of luck to all the guys. We'll stay down here and give you a bit of noise because they're going to come out very, very shortly. But good to hear from our top two. Truly Adams carrying a lot of confidence, I feel there, Simon, actually. Likewise, Hartley as well on the front row. Someone rushing in here as well. That's the 265 car just rushing in at the end. Cameraman, follow me. So this is the assembly area here, where the next race is now getting ready to go, essentially. So you can see some of the karts who may be a little bit late coming out. And one thing I'm going to do as well is, again, follow me. This is a little bit off script, but I'm just going to follow the procedure. I don't know your camera tilts this much. Oh, I don't know if it does, but we'll give it a go. This is Josh East, by the way. He's doing. Just come over, Josh. Come over. You're flying drones.
Yes.
That's what this is.
Yeah, all the kit on the floor is the drones. Came out last year and had some fun and decided that I'd be coming back with some more. So plenty of content coming from Valencia this weekend. All will be seen on the social, so cannot wait to see it.
And we have a British driver here. Introduce yourself quickly.
Hello, I'm Logan Ralph and I'm 8.5 years old and I got picked to be out here.
Good. Now look, this is where the mechanics give signals to the drivers when they're coming over. Let's show me what sort of signal? What's your mechanic saying to you during the race? Do you get much, or are you just full focus on the track?
I just basically nod to him and he shows me a signal.
What sort of signals does he show you?
Like overtake.
What's that? That, right? So, boom.
Else.
What's that? What other ones?
That one to roll over.
Not literally, but you know,
yeah.
Switch round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like if I don't get a good nap in, then if I don't go cold, then we try to put me closest to the front as possible.
Good stuff. Well, cameraman. Well, first of all, good luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that. They're going out on track now. If you want to face back round, you can see there are the karts getting ready to go. Should we give them a thumbs up? Give them a send it in this one. I think that's great stuff. We can see them getting ready to go. Truly Adams mechanic comes up. Karts are fired up, almost ready to go. Nerves will be building at this point. Josh East puts the spider or the I don't know what the name would be. The headset, but it's sort of the sort of insect-like goggle. Yeah, like yeah. He's going to put his goggles on. I might watch from here. I might leave Simon on his own in commentary. Simon, I think it's about time we came to you. Karts of, oh, wow, look at it go. You seen that? There goes the drone. That's cool. Should we give it a wave? Yeah. Come on, let's give it a wave. There we go. We're on the live stream. There we go. We'll give some look. That's pass, and that is boom. I'll switch round. See you later. Right, back to you in commentary.
It's great to see someone so passionate about talking to anyone and everyone. Big thank you to Josh East for all his work that he's doing this weekend with producing content for us. As let's take a look at the grid. So it is Truly Adams who starts on pole in front of Daniel Hartley and Shan Canivet in third. Nico Franke is the lead German in fourth position in front of Taman Witter and Chase Gassiet Lee. Aaron Coogan lines up behind him in front of William Omar and Martin Wright. Phil Becker lines up as the second German in front of the two Irish drivers of Tara Keneally and Mark Fleming, excuse me. Then comes Anastasia Gerasis and Antonio Martinez, Jesus Asuncion and Richard Seika in front of Victor Hampel, Preet Rivino and Daniel Brunetsky in front of Kyrillis Mitrievs and Mika Sprentz. And then finally, rounding out the grid, we have Juan Diego Perez as they round their way through arguably the second overtaking opportunity of the track, second or third you could say even, as they all begin to get into their tram lines. And I've got a lot of new fantastic grid data, so thank you very much to the folks at RGMMC and the wider Nations Cup for providing me with lots of pieces of paper with starting grids on them. That is very, very helpful for a commentator, so thank you very, very much indeed for bringing those up to me. As we get ready to go, everyone just crawling around. I can see from the commentary box just how slowly everyone is going. Truly Adams leading them away in front of Daniel Hartley, who gave the sound advice that not crashing is the key to doing well, and that is advice that is accepted by many in the motorsport community. Some might say it's stating the obvious, but sometimes you have to. And Daniel Hartley, of course, a podium sitter last year in the final, having finished third, as they all crawl their way round through the final chicane. Any slower and they would be going in reverse. As we get ready to go, are we going to go racing this time round in the juniors? Yes, we are, we go, and it's Daniel Hartley with a good start. He's going to be right alongside Truly Adams as they go down into turn one. It is going to be Adams on the inside though. Adams takes the lead in front of, that is Shan Canivet in second, jumping up from third, and the number 263 of Daniel Hartley being hung out to dry, it seems, falling down the order, but it is Truly Adams who leads the way from Shan Canivet. They all make it through the chicane with no issues whatsoever, which is great to see. Too many crashes have happened there in the last 12 months. Oh, it's the commentator's curse. Tara Keneally's involved. Anastasia Jurasis is also involved. There's someone else, I'm not sure entirely who that is. It is Jurasis and Keneally, though, that two lady racers involved in a collision down at turn number 5. As we look back to the leaders now, it is Truly Adams from Shan Canivet, and then the 286 machine of, that is Taman Vitter, with a fantastic start and setting a purple second sector as Jurasis and Keneally try to recover themselves back up into a competitive position as they come down into the final chicane for the first time. It is Truly Adams from Shan Canivet. Daniel Hartley is the 216 machine. Daniel Hartley has fallen down the order. It is Adams, Canivet, and then Taman Vitter with Aaron Coogan in P4.
Daniel Hartley getting a difficult start there, down in P8. The top 7 all together as one, as you can see on screen, making their way down through turns 4 and into 5, where the incident happened on the first lap, where Jurasis and Keneally were caught up, sadly. They've only just come through the first sector at the end of this second lap. Daniel Hartley down to 8th place, and he is 2 seconds off this top 7. So a difficult start to the race, how quickly things can go wrong on the first lap. But he still has 5 more laps at the end of this to try and close him down, and this group looks like they could be getting ready to find each other. Let's see what the plan is going to be of Shan Canivet. Is he going to work with Truly Adams and wait for the end of the race, or is he going to turn this into a bit of a battle? Taman Vitter there in 3rd place. Does Taman want to also work with them or battle? It seems it's going to be work together and wait for the final couple of laps. That seems to be the approach. What about in the battle for 3rd? I'd say it's going to be similar things going on. The 3rd down to 7th place also working with each other here. So Adams, Canivet, Vitter, Coogan is the driver in 4th place, and then it's Martin Wright, then William Omar, Nico Frank. Martin Wright up 4 places into P5. We've got some big gainers down the order. Trevino and Brunecki both gaining 6 places to come up to 12th and 13th, Simon.
And Aaron Coogan is moving fast towards that battle for position number 3. The battle has spread out. It's sort of the top 3 and then the following 4. But Aaron Coogan with the distinctive green helmet is chasing them down. Fastest in sector 1 and then fastest sector in sector 2 goes to Truly Adams, who is leading the way still. A dominant performance was put in last year by the young American, and he managed to take the final victory. The reigning T4 Nations Cup champion of the junior category leads the way down into turn 1 once again. A very mature driver, very calm, cool, calm and collected driver. In the American, he's done a lot of racing in California, a lot of racing in Mexico as well, and coached by his father Troy Adams, who himself is a very successful driver, as Martin Wright makes his way past Aaron Coogan, and there's another move. Coogan potentially about to fall down the order and fall victim to William Omar, who's looking up the inside through the fast sweeping left-hander. Omar seems to have got the move done. Yes, he has. So that is Aaron Coogan falling down to position number 6 there, which is very unfortunate for the young Irishman, and he is still battling with William Omar, but he may fall into the clutches momentarily of Nico Franca just behind him, as this battle is really beginning to hot up now. The top 4, look at how close they are. You could cover them with a blanket, and now Aaron Coogan has really started to fall down the order. He's really falling into the clutches of the drivers behind him. As we have the top 4, it is Truly Adams still leading, Shan Canivay still second. No, excuse me, it's Taman Vitter in second. Shan Canivay has fallen down to third. Then Martin Wright has got up into 4th. This is absolutely fantastic.
Martin Wright, let's see what his approach is going to be now on this lap. Now he's caught this top 3 and made it a top 4. Will he attack? The answer is yes. There he goes down the inside of Shan Canivay. So that's 1 down, 2 to go for the British driver. Martin Wright takes P3 away from Shan Canivay. Did the fastest lap of the race, as you may have seen on screen last time around. 105.7 was 0.6 of a second quicker than your leader, Truly Adams. Now the gap between the top 7 and Daniel Hartley is coming down as well. It's come down by a few tenths of a second. I'm not sure he'll have the time to close him down, but we watch our 2 leaders, Truly Adams and Taman Vitter, now having to worry about the approaching Martin Wright, who is there in 3rd place and has showed his intentions by going past Shan Canivay. A look over the shoulder there for Martin Wright. William Omar is now also closing in on Shan Canivay. There is Aaron Coogan, who wants the driver that Vitter and Adams would be worrying about. He's now down in 6th, but don't discount him yet. Personal best laps for several of our leaders last time around. Nico Frank then in 7th place, and very much part of this lead group as we are on the penultimate lap now.
And this really has turned into a battle for P1 between, you could say 5, you could say almost 6 drivers now. If Aaron Coogan makes up probably about 10 kart lengths it could be, but on the penultimate lap that might be a day late and a dollar short as far as requests go, but it is still Truly Adams looking at potentially a lights to flag victory, though I don't want to bring out the commentator's curse at this stage of the weekend, Chris. It looks like it could be on, but he is under serious pressure from behind from Taman Vitter and Martin Wright, more widely speaking. As they come down into the final chicane, no moves yet. The lads behind really want to start thinking about getting a move on if they want to take victory in this heat. Look at them as they fly past the commentary box. They are line astern, and look at this. That looks to be Martin Wright. Oh, it's almost 3 wide through turn 1. Martin Wright! How have you done it? Martin Wright takes the lead. Truly Adams has fallen down the order, as has Taman Vitter. This is huge action, and suddenly Martin Wright leads. Shan Canivay is in 2nd, and I believe that's William Omar who has made his way up to 3rd.
Yeah, Martin Wright with a great move there. Truly Adams, I think a bit of a mistake, and then contact being made, which saw him run wide. That's seen him drop down to P5, so it's now Martin Wright who is leading. Shan Canivay in the yellow crash helmet defending from William Omar, coming through turn number 8 for what is the final time. What is going to be the plan here for William Omar? Will we see him make a move? Yes, he draws alongside Shan Canivay coming down towards turn number 9. They are side by side. I don't think he'll have time to make a move on leader Martin Wright as they come into the final chicane, and he's overshot it there, has William Omar. That's going to hand 2nd place back to Shan Canivay. The win is going to go to Martin Wright with a fantastic move on the final lap to take himself from P3 up to P1. Shan Canivay seemed very pleased with his 2nd place, and William Omar should be very happy with his 3rd place. But Martin Wright, who started P9 on the grid, finishes in the lead of the race in the 214 kart. That is a superb start to the weekend. Some fantastic moves and very instinctive to go and dive up the inside of Truly Adams and Shan Canivay to go and take the race win right at the end there. Adams in the end was P4, stealing 4th place back from Aaron Coogan on the last lap. Vitter was 6th, and then it was Frank next along. there was some changes further back as well. Gassio Lee coming up the order, but good racing out front once again, all coming down to the final chicane, and in the end, Wright taking the win with Shan Caneve taking back second, with William Omar overshooting that final chicane. But a great race there to kick off the juniors racing, and I'm sure plenty more on the way. I'll leave you to run through the order. I'll head down to the grid.
Yes, so it was Martin Wright with a fantastic opportunistic move, climbing 8 positions from where he started to claim the win in spectacular fashion in front of the Frenchman of Shan Caneve in second, and William Omar with a very respectable result, climbing 5 places, having started P8 to finish in third. Then came Truly Adams, disappointing heat for him, and then Aaron Coogan, who fell down the order in the early stages. Taman Vitta and Nico Franca finished in 6th and 7th respectively, in front of Chase Gassiet-Lee in 8th and Daniel Hartley in 9th, with Mark Fleming rounding out the top 10. Antonio Martinez finished in position number 11 in front of Daniel Brunetsky and Pri Trevino in 12th and 13th respectively. Richard Seika finished in 14th in front of Kirillis Mitrievs in 15th, Jesus Asuncion in 16th, Juan Diego Perez, and then Phil Becker, Mika Sprentz, Victor Hampel, and then the unlucky 2 lady racers finishing in second last and last, unfortunately, with Anastasia Jurasis just about beating Tara Keneally after that very unfortunate lap 1 incident that saw them both take to the gravel, take to the grass at turn number 5, and ultimately an incident that couldn't be recovered from in the preceding 6 laps. But nevertheless, they will be back and hungry for more in their next heat, which will be at approximately 4 o'clock this afternoon. So if you are cheering any of these drivers on, make sure to stay tuned in and be back at your television or your tablet, laptop, or anything like that that you are watching on at that time. But do feel free to leave the live stream on in the background. We will try and keep you entertained through your morning, afternoon, or evening. As we see the timetable coming up now, you can take a look at that for yourself. Do remember though that all times are in Spanish local time, that is GMT +2. Not a whole lot of time until our next race, only 3 minutes and 15 seconds, so I'm not entirely sure that Chris will have an awful lot of time to get a word in with some of the drivers, but you never know, maybe Josh East might take the goggles off and have another chat with him about, or maybe he might even let him fly the drone, you never know if he asks nicely. And thank you. Many things can be achieved, but big thank you to Josh East, as we say, for all of his work with the drone, and also to our other photographers. And I believe that Chris is ready down in Parc Ferme. Chris, what do you have to bring us?
Thanks very much, Simon. I'm with Lucas Guerrero. Of course, we're at the Kartodrome International. Lucas Guerrero, so we had to get you on. Thanks for taking the time to join us while the drivers are being spoken to. Tell us, how good is it to have this event here?
Well, I'm glad to be that hold this event one more year. It's amazing. This year more than 180 drivers. It's amazing. It's great to be here.
And this circuit, we've seen every race so far go to the last lap, last corner. What was the inspiration behind the design of the circuit and everything? Because it's provided so much close racing over the years in all the racing it's had.
This circuit, the idea is the all circuits, you know, with tricky parts, not just straight. And yeah, this is the essence. The chicane, last chicane, everybody thinks about the last chicane, last lap. Yeah.
That's where it all comes down to.
Yeah.
Well, we'll let you go and get ready for the race. Thanks for taking a couple of questions. Thank you. I did promise that he'd give me a couple of questions. Okay, let's get ready to go for T4 Junior C and D. We're going to come to Chase Biscaglia next. We all ready to go? Chase, thanks for taking the time to very quickly speak to us. How are we feeling ahead of this one?
I'm feeling pretty good. I've now had some experience leading some races before, and I came here last year, so it should be better. And I'm excited to go out here starting pole again.
Do we think we've learned some stuff now from last year that we can apply for this year to have a really good event?
Definitely, for sure.
Good stuff. Well, thanks very much for speaking to us. Good luck. Words of wisdom being given there. We'll come over next to Amelia Ackett. Very good qualifying. Great start to the weekend. Front row. Can't go much better than that. You seem very excited for it as well. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, definitely. Quite nervous, but everyone is. Once we get out there, it'll be just a bit of fun and enjoy it as much as I can.
That's what it's all about, right? And you seem to work well with other drivers in qualifying as well. same plan going for the races? Try and work together and then get them on the last lap?
We'll see how it plans out.
Not giving anything away. Not giving anything away. I like it. All right, I think our engine's being fired up. I'm going to see if I can grab one more driver, maybe towards the back. Let's go down the back. I'm going to speak to this guy here, who is Warren Russell from Ireland. How are we enjoying it so far?
Good.
Excited? Nervous? Both?
Yeah, both.
Well, best of luck for it. Thanks very much for speaking to us. I think we're almost getting ready to go. There we are. So I'm going to let them all roll out in front of me. I'll hand back up to Simon and leave you with the noise. Oh, seemed actually, wait, problem there, all sorted. So back to you up in commentary.
Thank you very much for that, Chris. Another great insight there, and it's fantastic to hear from the event organisers and from the wider administrative effort that goes into making this Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Every single year it gets bigger and it gets better, and that is all thanks to the people who are involved. It is a team effort at the end of the day, and a team is only as strong as its weakest member. And when the team consists of so many people from the RGMMC, the RFEDA, Tillotson Racing, all of our fantastic sponsors, and also the Orange Army of Marshals here today who have sprung into action on many occasions and rescued drivers from sticky situations, ensured that they're okay after incidents, and also cleared up after incidents as well. It is great to see such a team effort going into this event, and that is really one of the biggest pros about motorsport, is that it is such a team event. Even competitors have to agree on that the administrative team and the marshals and the stewards, even though the stewards make decisions that many of the drivers don't like at times, it's a very important role, and we wouldn't be able to race without. So thank you immensely to all of those folks who are involved. Anyways, we have the T4 Junior Heat. It is going to be Chase Biscaglia leading Amelie Ackitts, Ricardo Tabut, Eric Cuesto, Brian Wilson, Elias Fornes, Jakob Joseph Havel, Matthias Glover, Lachlan Shearsmith, Keith Burke, Josh Allen, Joe Carney, Edward Clark, and we're away now, and I've not even got time to go through the rest of the order. It's a good start from Chase Biscaglia. He leads down into turn one, immediately defensive to the inside, and it is going to be the 247 machine, I believe that is. No, it's not. Never mind, as there's drama down in turn one at the back. That's Warren Russell getting stuck in with some other drivers, getting hung out to dry, but it is Chase Biscaglia who has maintained the lead. Some drivers cutting over. I think that's Keith Burke cutting over the chicane there, but it is Chase Biscaglia from, I don't believe Amelie Ackitts has maintained that second position. No, she hasn't. She's fallen down to third, and she's about to fall down to fourth even, as I'm not entirely sure who that is who has taken position number 2. My live timing hasn't updated. It may be Ricardo Tabut, but I cannot confirm that at this moment in time, unfortunately, as there's huge drama down into the turn number 7 hairpin, and that is the 223 machine. That is Eric Cuesto getting past, I believe that's Brian Wilson. Oh, and there's a slow runner. There is the 234 machine. The 234, I'm looking at my live timing. The 243, I believe that's Matteo Richter with a very poor start to his first heat. But as they come on to the second lap, it is Chase Biscaglia who still leads, and it is Ricardo Tabut in second. Amelie Ackitts dropping down to third, with Eric Cuesto, Brian Wilson, Elias Fornes, and Lachlan Shearsmith rounding out the top 7 in front of Jakob Joseph Havel, Keith Burke, and Aston Sanchez.
Chase Biscaglia, as you said, doing a good job so far. Amelie Ackitts doing a good job as well, I think, to reduce the amount of positions lost to just 1, given what we saw happen to Daniel Hartley in the last race. So Ackitts slotted in there in third, Cuesto in 4th place. Then it is Brian Wilson in P5. The Irishman, in fact, no it isn't, because that's Elias Fornes, I think, who would have just made a move, or that might have been Brian Wilson defending. So we were side by side for 5th place, and we're still side by side on the exit of the corner. There you can see what I'm talking about in the background. Wilson had the inside, Fornes was on the outside, so Wilson had been past, retook the position on the exit of the corner. Leaders come through screen. There's that battle we were talking about for P5 at the top of screen. A point forward going on there for Wilson. 2 Fawns behind as Amelie Ackett now gets the move complete on Ricardo Tabut. That is a place regained. She's back into second, and now eyes are on Chase Pascalia on the lead of the race, and Eric Soresto on the back of this group is the fastest driver on the circuit.
And it's fantastic to see the progression that's been made by someone like Amelie Ackett, who was here last year and managed to achieve respectable results, but nothing groundbreaking, as we said before. Now coming into this competition with a year more progress under her belt and really giving Chase Pascalia a run for his money as there's a battle for third. Ricardo Tabut going hammer and tongue at it with Eric Cuesto, and it looks to be that's the 282 machine. That is Ricardo Tabut, who has come out on top, saying to Eric Cuesto, come on, let's work together, let's catch these two in front, as we've got the 221 machine of Elias Fornes going side by side with, that is, Brian Wilson into the final chicane. So nothing too much coming of that, apart from Brian Wilson managing to, well, actually he hasn't been able to take the position. I was looking at the live time, but it's just updated and has confirmed that no headway has been gained by Brian Wilson, the Irishman, trying to pass the locally racing Spanish driver of Elias Fornes.
Yep, so Fornes and Wilson having a good battle for P3. Likewise here for P5 rather. Likewise there for P3 as well. There are plenty of people watching on the top of on the top of the facility here at the Lucas Cordero circuit. Chase Pascalia leads us down in towards turn number 7 on lap 4 of the race. Amelie Ackett behind, Ricardo Tabut next, as they come out onto the back straight once more. It's head down, and we've got an incident at turn number 8.
And I'm not entirely sure who it is, unfortunately. I was looking at the battle as it happened. Here it is. It's the 245 of, let me take a look at who that's is.
Loretti.
Loretti. Oh, Brooke Loretti, the reigning T4 South Africa junior champion, and Warren Russell as well, who we were speaking to just moments ago, having a coming together. And it has to be said that the South African contingent really are not getting lucky in these junior heats, where Anastasia Gerasis only in last race had a coming together with Tara Keneally, and now it's Brooke Loretti's turn to have some woes. And look at this up the inside of Amelie Ackett. Amelie Ackett's losing 2 positions there to Eric Cuesto and Ricardo Tabut in one corner. That's a disastrous. Oh, and there's another incident at turn 5. There's 2 karts, one on top of the other. I'm not entirely sure who that is. They're both out of the kart. Thankfully, no rolling this time. It's the 236 and the 219. Let me take a look at who that is. That's Aston Sanchez and the 239.
That is Daniels Berezins.
Oh, dearie me.
Berzin, sorry.
It's a disastrous turn of event for those 2 drivers as the leaders make their way through the final chicane, completely unawares as to what has happened in the second sector. It is still Chase Pascalia, though, who, amongst all the drama, is still leading by less than 1/10 of a second from Eric Cuesto and Ricardo Tabut. Amelie Ackett has red in her eyes, and she's looking to make up those positions on this, the penultimate lap, as the marshals are clearing away the karts with much gusto. But there is still a yellow flag out, so no overtaking to be had into this corner. And all of the drivers respecting that yellow flag as they have to. But now it's gloves off on the penultimate lap, entering sector 3 almost at the end of this straight, and there's no moves down into turn 7 thus far, but this could all change in a split second, Chris.
Yeah, the top 4 you can see all together there. Chase Pascalia looking over his shoulder. We were talking to Lucas Guerrero about this circuit layout and how it comes down to this chicane here that they are coming to now. You see the braking zone there. No one wants to be the one leading. They're going to let Chase Pascalia do that. Amelie Ackett's taking plenty of curb. Looks like in second, Eric Cuesto ran slightly wide, almost opened the door there for Ricardo Tabut. Tabut almost opening the door for Amelie Ackett. Elias Fornes Fornez still in 5th. Brian Wilson has lost a place to Jakob Havel, but the top 4 remain in the positions they started the final lap in. Amelie Ackett's quickest on the circuit as they come through, and now we're side by side for P2. That's Ricardo Tabut trying to get second, and in doing so has lost 3rd place. Amelie Ackett has gone through into 3rd. Elias Fornez has joined the lead 4, so it's 5 for the lead now. Fornez trying to get past us. We're 3 wide in towards turn number 7 there. That's the 232 trying to get down the inside. So we're seeing this back, the 282 rather. That's Ricardo Tabut battling away with Amelie Ackett. They are 3, 4 and 5. Out front, though, it is Chase Piscalia leading Eric Cuesto. This is your battle for 3rd on screen. Chase Piscalia defends into the final chicane. Is Eric Cuesto going to be able to get the run out the final chicane? They're going to be side by side up to the line, but Chase Piscalia just hanging on by 0.04 of a second there.
Chase Piscalia managing to take the win there in fantastic fashion. Another American victory to add to Truly Adams' tally from earlier on in the previous heat. And a fantastic performance thus far for the USA. And also Eric Cuesto making it a US 1-2 with Ricardo Tabut from South Africa in position number 3. Amelie Ackett going to be disappointed with that, falling down to P4 in the end, in front of Elias Fornez and Brian Wilson in position number 6. You have to say full credit, though, to Chase Piscalia. A dominant drive while everything was happening around him. Literally, if there was an explosion, you wouldn't be surprised. And he just maintained his cool, kept his head screwed on properly, and took the victory in fantastic style. Didn't let the heat get to him, didn't let the pressure get to him, and has managed to take his first win of the weekend.
I've got to say credit to Elias Fornez as well for closing that gap down as he did, put in some really good lap times as well. But I'm going to head down and speak to some more drivers and maybe find some guests on the way. I'll let you run through the order.
Absolutely. Well, it would be a pleasure. So it was Chase Piscalia who took the victory in front of his countryman Eric Cuesto, and Ricardo Tabut, as we say, rounding out the top 3 in front of Amelie Ackett and Elias Fornez, in front of Brian Wilson and Jakob Josef Havel. Keith Berg finished in P8 in front of Jorn Helder and Lachlan Shearsmith. Josh Allen finished just outside of the top 10 in position number 11 in front of Joey Carney, Edward Clark, Matthias Glover, Matteo Richter, Brooke Loretti, Warren Russell and Patricia Alcaraz finished in 18th, with Aston Sanchez and Daniel Petris Buzins being our 2 DNFs after being involved in that collision at turn number 5, with the 2 karts mounting up on each other and ultimately meaning that neither of them could come to the end of the race. As the black van enters the track again, it's never what you want to see if you're on track at the end of the race and you see the black van coming to pick up your kart. But as we say, the marshals doing a fantastic job with clearing up any incidents and making this operation run as smoothly as it does, so that we can get the next group out on track, that will be the T4 seniors for their 9-lap heat, 2 laps more than the juniors and minis, due to the slightly older class of drivers and also slightly heavier weight as well, it has to be mentioned. I think it's something like 7 or 8 kilos difference, or perhaps maybe closer to 10 even kilos difference between the juniors and the seniors. But overall lap time is very similar, due to the difference in weight being contrasted by the slightly higher revving engines of the T4 seniors, which rev to, I think, 5,500 RPM or 6,500 RPM. It's 1,000 RPM higher than the juniors in any case. So yes, a fantastic display by the juniors. Now let's go down to the pre-grid, where Chris is waiting to talk to some senior drivers.
So yeah, we'll hold fire on that conversation because we're down on the grid. We've been joined by Mark French, who is the event organiser. Mark, we had to pinch you. Sorry for making you run.
Thank you.
But I know you're very busy. How's it all been going so far?
Yeah, fantastic. I'm a little bit out of breath. You grabbed me in the middle of heading somewhere else. So look, we're here in Valencia in sunny Spain. So it's been a great event so far. We've been here a week already, so a lot goes into this event, and everyone's been on site now for a week, so it's great to see the racing kick off this afternoon. I think we have seniors going out here next, and we've seen some amazing racing already up to now, so yeah, it's great to be part of it and great to be here again this year.
Every race has gone down to the last lap, last corner so far, so yeah. What we expected, I imagine?
Yeah, look, that's the beauty of T4 series, being a spec category, monobrand racing. It really brings out the best in the drivers in every race. You see 6, 8, 10 drivers sometimes battling for the lead, and it's all about strategy and, you know, knowing where to be and when to make the moves if you want to get the win. And I think that's one of the trademarks of our T4 series, and it's what makes the racing exciting. And you see that all the way to the finals on Sunday. So I haven't got to see enough of the racing yet, but hopefully I get to see a bit more throughout the day.
Proud of all the drivers and the stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think it's our second year here in Spain, and we've had a huge increase in the numbers of entrants. I think we have 182 drivers, 26 nations, and you know, it's up 70 drivers from last year. So to be part of that and to watch it grown every year, and to see where T4 series has come from to this moment of, we're all proud to be part of it, and we all give it everything every year to make it as bigger and better and everything that it can be.
I'm sure that radio's probably going off like crazy, so I'll let you go off, Mark. Thanks very much. Right, let's go and have a chat to some drivers. So we are on pole position. How are we feeling ahead of the race? We're into that camera there. How are we feeling ahead of the race?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling confident. Yeah, the whole USA team's been really quick so far this weekend, so I'm super excited to represent over here in Spain, and you know, we'll try our best throughout the heats, keep our nose clean, and be ready for the final.
Team USA in general is going very strong, isn't it? Are we working together as a nation to help each other out across the classes?
Absolutely, we're all working together, looking at data and just making sure that we all succeed here. So that's the goal, all of us to, you know, be up front, and so far it's looking that way.
Well, good luck for the race. You've got a good start on pole position. I'm going to go over to this gentleman here and steal his grid. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Whoop. There you go, just like that. There we go, smooth as you like. So this is T4 seniors now. We've had minis, we've had juniors, and now we go to seniors. So we had Cameron Reed there. Now we come to Tim Van Elswick. Tim, how are we feeling ahead of this one? I know sat in the car, getting ready to go for the first heat. We've had all the shakedowns and warm-ups and qualifying. Excited to get going now?
Yeah. The speed was good, but in the qualifying it just wasn't there, and I hope we have it now in the race.
And racing's been very close so far, hasn't it? I don't know if you caught much of that one or any of it so far. Is that the norm in Tillotson? It's always last lap, last corner stuff?
Yes, I think it really helps that it's low power, so the racing is really close.
Exactly what you want as a driver, isn't it? It's good fun.
Yes.
Good stuff. Thanks very much for speaking to us. Let's go to Andre next, who's going to be on the inside of row 2. Sorry, guys. How are we doing? Inside of row 2, we're comfortable speaking English, okay. Feeling confident ahead of this?
Well, starting on the inside row is always a bit easier than the outside. You can slot in, follow the leader. So all we have to do is work together, pull away, and then last couple of laps battle it out.
I thought you were Italian there, so you can see my grid's in black and white. So, and from Ireland, there's a lot of you here, isn't there? Yeah. Going well as a nation so far?
I think so, yeah. I mean, we're all in the same awning, but we don't get to talk together too much, so hopefully we'll see the end of the weekend.
I got really freaked out. I was like, Italian with an Irish accent, that is cool. Loving the race, you're looking mega. I'm sure you're going to drive it as well. Good luck. Thanks for speaking to us. Let's come to Wesley next. How are we feeling ahead of this one, Wesley? Confident, ready to go?
Yeah, pretty good. Just like to say hi to everybody watching from home.
I'll tell you, I'll move out of the way and you can say it into that camera over there.
Hello.
Have we got anyone watching in particular?
Just a bunch of the local guys I know, mum, a few family members, yeah.
And then all the fans, all the paparazzi and that.
All the riots in the streets, you know it.
Well, we know. But a long way to get over here, and excited for it now, enjoying the whole trip as a whole?
Oh, absolutely. It's about 30 hours, including flights and airport trips. So quite a full-on ride to get here, but now we're here we're racing.
Good stuff. How are we enjoying it so far? How are you enjoying it yourself?
Yeah, it's good. Good.
I take it we're together, and you're not.
Yeah, father son.
Yeah, you're racing as well.
165. Yeah, 165 class. Yep.
Yeah, good stuff. Right, well, best of luck. There we go. So Cameron Reid, he is going to be on pole position. There's your grid. And then the Irish Italian, as I'm going to call him now, Andre De Baia, is going to be on the inside of road number 2. Tim van Elswyk on the outside of the front row. That is everyone ready to go. I'm going to start escaping, give the socials a bit of a wave. Give them a wave. It's a big grid out there. Hopefully we get them all fired up, ready to go. I tell you what, I'm going to come across camera view so you can see me again now. There I am. Let's hope everyone gets away okay. Our next crew are there. We've got someone, as I say that, struggling to get an engine going. Assistance coming in from some of the other mechanics around to try and get this one going. Just trying to identify who that is. I think it's row number 6 who we've got a problem with. I think now we're fired. Seems like we're fired up, ready to go now. Let's have a look. Yeah. Oh no, we've not got. Well, let's have a look. We'll see if this driver gets away. Stay with me, Simon. Yes, 318 was the problem. He's away. So that is everyone away. Simon, up to you.
Well, thank you very much for that insight there. It's great to see so many people willing to speak on camera, and it is going to be Cameron Reid, the very fast lady racer from Lafayette in Tennessee, I do believe it is, starting on pole in front of Tim van Elswyk in second, Andrea De Baia in third in front of Wesley Bowden. Hello to Wesley's mum and friends and all of his secret admirers. And then Tyler McIntyre starts in fifth in front of Christopher Sauner, James Tracy, Philip Ganna and Yuri Bechtold, who was struggling to get his engine going but has managed to make it out of the pit lane. Jose Itabide lines up beside him, and then Nicholas Stanev starts, the only Bulgarian to ever feature at a Nations Cup, in front of Andris Klinkans. And then Davis Zalmans, his fellow Latvian, in front of Miguel Paraguede and Bram Osavada. Václav Strakati in front of Rudy Schussler and Santiago Garza Briseño. Jason Herrera Silva in front of Mauro Camacho Balboa and Riccardo Gasparini. John Nuttall in front of Leo Geisler and Frederico Peters, and Riley Jones Rodway in front of Ellen Donnelly, Chan Anta and Aaron Doyle, rounding out the grids for this, the first of the T4 senior heats of the day. The first of many, it has to be said. T4 seniors always a very, very big grid, and this year completely sold out, which is fantastic to see, but it does provide a slight difficulty to commentators in trying to remember all the names and helmet colours and pronunciations, but nevertheless we shall prevail as the weekend goes on and we get used to these things. We get ready to go racing. And we're away now, and it looks to be a pretty good start by Cameron Reid, but also a good start by Tim van Elswyk. Alongside it is going to be Cameron Reid, who leads down into turn one. Tim van Elswyk being shuffled out, and that looks to be Andre De Baia, who's managed to get up into first place up the inside of Cameron Reid. Cameron Reid, though, still fighting back, not able to make anything of it, though, and that looks to be Wesley Bowden getting involved. Oh, there's incidents down at the chicane. That looks to be, I'm not entirely sure who that is, but we will see as they come round and cross the start-finish line. More moves in the midfield there, and Yuri Bechtold getting involved in those, I do believe it is. But we see Cameron Reid still battling with Tim van Elswyk for first position, as I'm trying to update my live timing, but it won't work. But it is Cameron Reid, the very, very fast lady racer from the USA, leading the Dutchman. And it is set to be a frantic 9 laps of action. 2 very, very fast racers. And Cameron Reid leading her way down now into the final chicane for the first time in anger today. No drama whatsoever into the final chicane on this, the first of 9 laps. Cameron Reid really tucking down into that seat coming down into turn one. You see some drivers ducking down behind the wheel. Cameron Reid opting to slide down in the seat and tuck down in order to get that little bit more slipstream as Tim van Elsbeek tries to find a way past, and he might have found one. He has found one up the inside through turn number 4, and Tim van Elsbeek takes the lead from Cameron Reid. And oh no, excuse me, I've been getting it all wrong. It is Andrea De Bayer who has now taken the lead in front of Tim van Elsbeek, and Cameron Reid has been shuffled right the way down into 3rd place.
So out onto the back straight they go, and it's the 3-2-4 leading the way. Tim van Elsbeek, Cameron Reid in that lead 3 as they come through the first chicane. And down the start-finish straight, Tim van Elsbeek in the lead, De Bayer in 2nd place, Cameron Reid in 3rd place. Then it is McIntyre in 4th place, James Tracy in 5th, Wesley Bowden in 6th. These are your lead 3, very close together. The top 3. Van Elsbeek, De Bayer, who we spoke to on the grid. We also did speak to Cameron Reid, who did talk about being very confident and spoke about how Team USA are working together very well so far across all the classes this week as they come through turn 7 and turn 8. And we've seen drivers from the United States up there so far across every single category. As they come down the back straight now, it's head down for Van Elsbeek, then it is De Bayer, then it is Cameron Reid, McIntyre in 4th, James Tracy in 5th place, Wesley Bowden 6th, Kawan is next along, Bram Oswald is up 6 places. We also have Riccardo Gasparini up 5, then we have Federico Pettis up 7 places, John Nuttall up 4 as well. So those are some of your gainers down the field. Those are your top 3 on screen as we complete 3 laps. 9 laps is what we go for the seniors. Gap back to the driver in 4th place is 1 second. Side by side briefly for 2nd, but De Bayer holding off Cameron Reid for 2nd place.
And Tyler McIntyre making good progress. He has gained 1 position from where he started, but he is setting the fastest first sector of anyone so far in the race, so he could be one to watch coming into this battle for 4th. There he is, just entering the frame as we cut away there. He could be looking to get involved in this scrap as we see the scrap in question. Cameron Reid saying, look, let's get past Tim van Elsbeek in front, and saying to Andrea De Bayer, who she's just passed, that we really need to get a hurry on and start chasing down the Dutchman if we want to stand any chance of rescuing a good result from this. Even though it is 2nd and 3rd place, that is not good enough for those who want to win. They will stop at nothing to try and retake that 1st place that they feel they have been robbed of.
In towards turn number 3 now, and it is Tim van Elsbeek ahead of now Cameron Reid as Reid dives down the inside. Great move there. That is the race lead for Cameron Reid as Tim van Elsbeek runs slightly wide coming through turn number 5. In 3rd place is De Bayer, 4th place is McIntyre, who is closing in on these 3 as well. It's going to be 4 for the lead. McIntyre did the fastest lap last time around. The top 4 are split by 1 second. Wesley Bowden then only a second back from those guys, well, less than a second back, in fact, also closing in. So we've got a great battle going on here for the lead of the race between Cameron Reid and Van Elsbeek, who come into this famous final chicane now. And briefly, we have a breakaway group. Our top 2 are away. De Bayer is in 3rd place, McIntyre 4th, Bowden in 5th. Then it is Christopher's Kane in 6th place, James Tracy is 7th, Nicholas Stanev in 8th place, and then Bram Oswald, who is up 6 places to 9th, having just lost 8th places. Yuri Bechtold is in P10 so far, fastest lap for Cameron Reid.
And you have to say, I'm noticing personally the difference in the temperament of these drivers. who you have to say the seniors have been much more, shall we say, conservative in their methods of attack compared to the juniors and minis beforehand. Now obviously that comes with experience, but also, you know, we haven't seen, I don't think I've seen a single incident of kart-to-kart contact, but there is a big squabble going down at turn 7 towards the back of the pack. But our eyes still very much on Cameron Reid and Tim van Elsbeek breaking away from the pack. Almost a 1 second gap between the leaders and those behind. And as we come on to lap number 6, race simmering down, but it will be heating up momentarily. Once we get on to the penultimate and final lap, I guarantee you that we are going to see some very, very interesting moves for position. Could it be Cameron Reid versus Tim van Elsbeek, or could we see another breakthrough performance like we did in the last race with drivers coming from the fringes of the top 10 to win the race? It might be wishful thinking, some would say, but it's motorsport. Anything can happen, and often anything does.
Yep, that's what we've seen so far, haven't we? Great racing, last lap, last corner stuff. Lucas Guerrero talking about that in his interview. Great to speak as well, just there to... Great to speak to Mark French, who is the event organizer, and have him down on the grid, who has done a fantastic job with the team to put this on. Hopefully he's trackside watching this, because as Cameron Reid leads us on to the penultimate lap of the race, she's going to have a difficult task to hold off Tim van Elsbeek in P2. Tim van Elsbeek is definitely waiting for the final lap of the race here. And then we have Andre De Bayer in 3rd place next along, 1 second back. So this could still be more than 2 for the lead here. I think McIntyre is probably going to work with De Bayer here to close down those top 2. And then it could be 4 for the lead. As I say that, I think there may have been a change for 3rd place. De Bayer has indeed lost 3rd, so the Irishman dropping back into 4th place. McIntyre going to 3rd, so he can see a battle potentially developing for the lead here. Wants to get after it, so we're about to go on to the final lap of the race here, Simon. Cameron Reid leading, but this is now where it gets serious. This is now where it has to be white line defending stuff, because Tim van Elsbeek will throw everything out this.
And Cameron Reid defending brilliantly, keeping it as far enough to the inside to force Van Elsbeek to go to the outside, but also not sacrificing that line too much, taking as little resistance whilst defending as possible, and still going defensive, keeping a tight line through turn number 4. And into turn number 5 now. Now this is where things could hot up with the slipstream. Can Tim van Elsbeek get a good run out of this corner? He is probably 2 centimetres away from the back bumper. Cameron Reid goes defensive. Tim van Elsbeek goes offensive. Can he get the cut back? No, he cannot, but it's not over yet. Can he get up the inside onto the back straight? He doesn't look to be able to. Cameron Reid defending brilliantly as they come onto the back straight. It is Cameron Reid from Tim van Elsbeek, and Cameron Reid is, I believe, about a sector away, half a sector away from becoming the first ever female heat winner at a T4 Nations Cup. Can she do it? Defending into the chicane. It looks to be signed, sealed, and now it is delivered. Cameron Reid wins the first senior heat. What a race that was. A thumbs up from Cameron Reid to her compatriot Tim van Elsbeek after a firm but fierce battle. Also was incredibly fair, you have to say. Tyler McIntyre doing well, gaining 2 positions from where he started to take the final place on the podium in front of Andrea De Bayer, who was just missed out, and Wesley Bowden, who also dropped down 1 position, but still very respectable results, as we see Cameron Reid circulating round, having taken a fantastic victory there over this 12-kilometre sprint. Fantastic stuff from Cameron Reid. And you have to say, it is fantastic to see a female personality doing so well in a sport. We have, well, we had in the past at least W Series, we have now F1 Academy, female exclusive series, but it's really brilliant to be able to see a woman mixing it up with some really very fast lads out there who have great pedigree. It is fantastic to see, and an inspiration to many of the young girls in the paddock here today.
Yeah, great advert for the championship and for the racing in general. And that, yeah, again, another race that went decided by less than a tenth of a second. I'll let you do the result again. I'll get down to the grid.
Yes, well, it's another fantastic result for Team USA with first and third, and it is a US sandwich with a Dutch filling, as Tim van Ellersveen, just missing out on that victory, takes position number 2. Tyler McIntyre, as I say, in P3. Andrea Debaya in position number 4 in front of Wesley Bowden, and Christophers Zauners in position number 5, the Latvian racer, in position number 6 in front of James Tracy, Bram Ossevada, Nicholas Stanev and Yuri Bechtold, recovering from those engine issues to finish only one place lower than where he started in position number 10. Jose Tabide finished in P11 in front of Davis Salmons, Ricardo Gasparini, Federico Peters and Rudy Schussler, John Nuttall, then Mauro Camacho Bilbao and Philip Ganna, Andres Klinkans and Leo Geisler in front of Miguel Para Guede and Václav Stracati, in front of Riley Jones Rodway and Ellen Donnelly, Chan Anta and Jason Herrera Silva, with Santiago Garza Briseño and Aaron Doyle rounding out the final few competitors of that race. Well, it really was frantic action, a very, very close fight at the front and very, very close in the midfield as well. Fantastic to see so much action even at these early stages. Usually in the first heats it does tend to be a bit more calm and people tend to think rationally, shall we say, about the moves that they go for. It's normally towards the end of the afternoon and into day 2 on Sunday where we see some manic manoeuvres and the really, really tight racing, but it is great to see such fantastic racing at this early stage in the day. We do hope you're enjoying it. If you do, make sure to follow us on all of our social medias. Tillotson Racing, you can find us on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. And do make sure to follow us for all the T4 action. The media teams are going to be pumping out content all weekend long, and then into the future you are going to be reliving the memories of the T4 Nations Cup 2023. And this fantastic location, only 30 kilometres as the crow flies from Valencia city centre, and only, I believe, 10 kilometres from the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, which is the venue of choice for many motorsport competition for both testing and racing, and arguably most famously used by Formula E in recent years for their pre-season testing. But Formula E has nothing on the close racing of the T4s, as we have seen already today, and it is only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We have plenty more action. We have the T4 Junior Heat 4 A and D heats coming up at 20 to 5, and then T4 Senior B and C at 5 o'clock, T4 Senior A and D at 20 past 5, and then the T4 Senior 165 Heat 2 at 20 to 6 local time. As ever, all times are given in Spanish local time, that is GMT +2, so make sure to bring that into account if you want to watch along live, or if you can't watch live, you can always watch on replay. Chris, I do believe you are down in the pre-grid area. What more can you tell us?
Thank you very much, Simon. Yes, down here with Andrew Fallon, one of the other event organisers. We just had Mark down here before the other race. We had to also get you to run down. Tell us how it's all been going so far for yourself.
It's going fantastic. It's been a big effort by our team. We've grown our event by almost 50%. Every year it's just getting bigger and bigger and better, and it's just exciting to be part of it. You know, it's we're very proud of what we've done, but there's always better. We can do better, but we're really happy to see the happy faces on all the drivers, and it makes it all worthwhile. So we're going to see a lot of brilliant racing this year, and the finals tomorrow are going to be so exciting. So yeah, so happy.
And just very quickly, one more question. You've raced these karts essentially. Put us in the driving seat. What's it like to drive these around here maybe and race these as well?
The racing is so close because it's one of our biggest successes is the parity of the product. It's so fun. And what's funny is every time a lot of drivers who are so experienced, I say, jump in our kart, it's better than you expect. And when they get out of the kart, they say, wow, it's actually fantastic. So I think, you know, what we've developed is something very cool, and I think it's exciting for the future.
Thank you very much for what you're doing. I'll let you get off. I'm going to go and speak to a couple of drivers. We'll speak to our top two. We're going to speak to this guy first. Warren, very quickly, how are you feeling ahead of this one? Very close racing so far, isn't it?
I'm excited. I got my teammate on my inside, so hoping to work together and get away.
I know it's not a team event in terms of, but with the nations, is there an element of working together as teams?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. All weekend.
Good stuff. We'll go and speak to your teammate quick, who's on pole. Another one of the Americans. Americans doing very well. Very good qualifying up here on the front. Excited for the race now? Confident we can hold on?
Yeah, Team USA front row lockout. So just gonna work together, do the usual. I'm pretty good friends with him, so as long as we don't crash and I get some good points, I'm happy.
We made a plan. You don't have to tell us, but you made one? Maybe.
Maybe.
Good luck. Thanks very much. So Team USA maybe have a plan, Simon. Maybe they do, but here's some guys that want to beat them. Just in behind, here comes another USA driver who is just out. Is this Cameron Reed? I think that might be who's ran off. I would have had a chat, but part of Team USA.
Yes.
It's going very well, isn't it, for the team?
Yeah, we are. 1-2 here in this heat, and we had first and the last heat in the finish with Cameron. She did a great job.
She's done a fantastic job.
Yeah, she has. Yeah, it's brilliant.
I almost wanted to chat, but
yeah, go run after her.
She's run away. She's run. Oh, she gets too many interviews, isn't it?
That's
so
right. Yeah.
I'll catch her at a later stage. Carts are fired up. I think they're literally about to come out. Whistle's going to go. There it is. There they go. Simon, back up to you.
Well, thank you very much for that, Chris. As ever, it's great to see Cameron Reed going over and wishing her compatriots the best of luck as they start into their heat. This is the qualifying heat CD for the seniors. It is going to be Noah Rosser who leads Colin Warren. It's an all-American front row for this affair in front of Jack Dillon and Owen Roberts in position number 4. Danny Krischer and Santiago Hermida round out the third row of the grid in front of Marco Aurelio and Fang Handong in, that is the 5th row, I do believe. Then comes Jason Bradbury and Omar Perez, Emilio Vasquez and Malk West, Matt Willerman and James Andrus III in front of Calvin Pratt, Elizabeth Joanna Sulz, and then we've got Jose Quesada, who on my timing is darkened out, so I'm not sure is he able to make the start. If he's not, we will then have Alexander Fleming and Colin Munnelly, then Hannah Fridberg and Jarrett Foyes in front of Yanis Chudovs and Francisco Gambin, excuse me. Then Fabian Felicio Rebello, excuse me, and then we have Sebastian Alvarado, Roisin Sweeney, Joseph Garbo and Jose Gomez. So a fantastic array of drivers of varying different skill levels, but the joy of the T4s is that they will always find those who they are on pace with as they round their way through the final sector up towards the final chicane, where we will hopefully go racing. They're all slowed down. Almost all of them are in the tram lines and formed up, ready to get underway. Let's take a look. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are, and we're away, and it looks to be a good start from the front row, although that is the 3-4-1. That's Owen Roberts with a good start, trying to make some positions up, but he's not able to make good of it. It does look to be Noah Rosser from Colin Warren into turn number 1. Some action down the back with some of the back markers getting involved with each other. And there's, that's the 337. Let's take a look at who that is. That's Colin Warren. No, it's not, excuse me. That's the 377 I'm thinking of. We'll come back and see. Oh, there's huge drama. This is what I was talking about. At turn number 3, people come together when they didn't want to, and it isn't for a nice meal. It is in the form of very expensive contact. And as they make their way now through turn number 5, it does seem to be sorted out, and it does look to be Noah Rosser, who still leads the pack with the fastest Sector 1, but that is to be expected because he is the first one to go through Sector 1.
Yep, leading the way down the back straight for the first time is Noah Rosser. The Americans have a plan. They didn't want to tell us, though, as they come into the final chicane. Expect these two to push away together. No plans behind, though, because there are no countrymen. Owen Roberts going down or losing a place, shall I say, to Colin Warren, who went down the inside to take back third place, having lost a position in the early stages of this race. Danny Krischer is now fourth. Owen Roberts has dropped to P4, so we've got Colin Warren in third place. Are we going to see Colin now rejoin his countryman in first place? And are we going to be able to get the two Americans work together? Dylan is currently leading the way now. We've got a change out front whilst we've been going through some positions there, and it is Jack Dillon who leads the way from Ireland there, ahead of Noah Rosser. So Dillon in the black race suit leading us through turn number 8 for the second time of asking. Head down the back straight. The two Americans together now just behind, and giving the push signal there was Noah Rosser, showing his intentions to work together with his countrymen behind as they come onto the start-finish straight. Down the start-finish line we go. It is Dylan, Rosser, Warren, then Krischer and Roberts. That is your top 5 in that order. Some big movers a little bit further down. Feliciano, one of them. Gomez, another. They've gained 14 and 17 places respectively. And Kudovs has also gained 10 places. Colin Munnelly has gained 11 places to get inside the top 10.
And you have to say it's all action thus far. There was me in the last race talking about how everyone's more mature and not going for silly manoeuvres, and then we have probably one of the biggest incidents ever seen at the T4 Nations Cup, with people spinning off and crashing into each other. Roisin Sweeney was involved, and there's a move for the lead there. That's absolutely incredible stuff. That is Jack Dillon, or no, excuse me, that's Colin Warren, who's managed to take the lead there. And this battle really hotting up straight away off the start. Lap 2 of 9. Absolutely brilliant stuff here. We've got Colin Warren, who's now taken the lead in front of the 322 of Noah Rosser, and then we have the 353 machine of Danny Krischer, who has inherited third position. The German really capitalising on mistakes. Jack Dillon falling back down the order, now occupying third place. As we look into turn 1, no action as of yet. We had all the action on the last lap, it seems, but we won't count things out just yet. There's still plenty of laps left to run. Lap 3 of 9, and all of the drivers beginning to settle into a rhythm. I think they've got the initial nervous energy out of their system with all the battling and contact and pushing and shoving and argy-bargy. But as they come down towards turn number 7 now, the gloves, I was going to say it's gloves off, but it appears that the gloves are still very much on, which you'd hope for given that they're meant to be fireproof and worn at all times. But as they come on to the back straight, this is where the karts start topping out, although there is a very strong headwind pushing them backwards. So this is where the slipstream really comes in handy along that back straight, down into the final chicane. No moves of heroics just yet. And now they come on to the start-finish straight, where there is a huge tailwind. So this is arguably where the drivers are going to be getting up to the highest speeds that they do on this track. No moves from the leaders through turn 1, so it is going to be a battle that we need to watch out for, but there is a move slightly further back. That's on the fringes of the top 10, I do believe. Let's take a look on the live timing. I'm not sure we're going to get told who that was, making a fantastic move into turn 1, but it is Colin Warren who takes the fastest lap and is starting to stretch his legs and form a 2/10 gap and try to run away with his countryman of Noah Rosser.
Yep, Colin Warren leading from Noah Rosser. Jose Gomez up 20 places to P8, trying to chase down 7th place Jason Bradbury, who is with his fellow British driver Malk West. Those two are trying to work together. They are 2.8 seconds behind these 5. A thumbs up goes from Jack Dillon to Owen Roberts there. Those two working together in 4th and 5th to try and catch these 3 down here, who are 1, 2 and 3 so far. And a thumbs up goes to you there for opening the window, because it is very hot in here. Temperatures very high here at Valencia as they are on circuit. The battle for the lead may have calmed calm down now, but that is only for the time being. Believe me, Noah Rossa is just staying there and letting the laps run down. Once we get towards the end of the race, the two American drivers who had Cameron Reed come over and congratulate them on the grid will start fighting with each other, and they will be joined by the likes of Danny Krischer, Owen Roberts and Jack Dillon, and possibly even the likes of Jason Bradbury and Malk West. But watch out for Jose Gomez closing in on Malk West now, already up 20 places, and I think he may have actually just made a place coming through turn number 7. I think Jose Gomez is up another position. That might be 21 places gained now, possibly on absolute fire in this race on.
He certainly is. I mean, it does help that there was a big incident at the start there. Roisin Sweeney involved. I think Francisco Gambin, Fan Handong, Jared Voorhuis and Alexander Fleming, I believe, were involved in that. Perhaps even Santiago Hamida as well. But we can't confirm that. I can confirm Roisin Sweeney because I did catch her on the live timing. Oh, look at this. It's 3 wide coming along the start-finish straight. This is absolutely brilliant. That is a battle for, I'm not sure where that is. If you could find that for me, Chris, I'm just going to watch it and enjoy. But
That's it there on screen.
Yes, very good. The TV camera directors have followed my
instructions.
My instructions, yes, my voice, and they've started showing what I'm talking about, which is absolutely fantastic. You love to see this kind of coordination, but a fantastic battle emerging as I'm not entirely sure that is the...
Good luck picking a driver out of that lot.
The 368 machine is the number that I've got, and it is, I'm trying to find it on the live timing, and I can't, unfortunately.
And by the time you've done that, three more places have changed.
That's exactly it. I mean, I mean, we have such a hard job, we really do. We're boiling to death in the commentary box.
Jose Gomez did take 7th, as you would have seen to the left. We did pick him up briefly in the 391. He is up there in the top of screen. He leads this group of 3 karts. 22 places gained. He's now gone up to 6th place. There he is in the black race suit. That has got to be one of the drives of the day so far in that 391 kart. He goes on to the penultimate lap. Unless there's an incident ahead, that will be the most Jose Gomez does. But clearly showing that the Spaniard had a poor qualifying, had some clear issues in qualifying, and as such is having to start down the back, but has taken advantage of some problems for some others ahead, some incidents, and has gone up 22 places. Excited to see what he can do throughout the day. He is under pressure, however, from Jason Bradbury. Out front, Colin Warren has put a bit of distance between himself and Noah Rossa. Noah Rossa closing in the slipstream as I look out the window, and the cameras now pick that one up coming into the final chicane. Is he going to be close enough, Simon, to make a move? I'm not too sure unless there's a mistake from Colin Warren, but that is a long run between turn 8 and turn 10 with the slipstream effect. We could see a move, but I think it might take a mistake from Colin Warren here. Noah Rossa doing everything he can to catch up.
What we can say almost for certain is that it is going to be an American victor unless something happens that is
getting close,
hugely unforeseen. Krischer is 1.6 seconds behind. That's a huge gap for T4s.
And sorry, Noah Rossa has done a purple first sector. So
he has. This is
quickest first sector. There they are. They're nose to tail now. They're side by side. In fact, in towards turn 7, and that is the lead for Noah Rossa. So change of lead on the final lap. Noah Rossa takes the lead away from Colin Warren.
This is brilliant. We've seen plenty of moves there. That is where George House took the victory from Jindra Svoboda in the Super Heat last year. And as we come down now towards the final corner, it is going to be Noah Rossa who's leading Colin Warren down into the final corner. They're side by side though. Who's going to come out on top? It looks like it's going to be Noah Rossa, providing he gets a good launch. And it is Noah Rossa who takes the flag. And look at that. The 353 machine of Danny Krischer pumping his fist as he comes across the line. He's absolutely delighted with 3rd place, and you have to say congratulations to him. Having started in 5th, to be able to climb up into P3 is a fantastic achievement. But today is the day for Noah Rossa and Team USA more widely, having a fantastic performance thus far. And Noah Rossa's achievement, along with Colin Warren's 2nd place, really is topping things off for them.
Gotta say, that's a fantastic performance on the last lap. To go purple through the first sector was over a tenth quicker than Colin Warren through the first sector. Did a personal best second sector, was 4 tenths quicker through the second sector. That's where Colin Warren seemed to struggle in comparison to many of the others in the top 10. And that's where Colin Warren, I think, lost this race, dropped down through the second sector. That's where the move was made, and Noah Rosser was able to go through and take the lead. So a brilliant drive from Noah Rosser, who got the move done on the final lap, and once again the race decided by just over a tenth of a second.
I mean, you have to say that racing has been exceptionally close today, and it is only going to continue. We still have, I'm looking at it there, at least half a dozen races left. We have the T4 Senior 165 heat up next. That is the first heat. And then we have another full round, 2 mini heats, 2 junior heats, 2 senior heats, and a 165. So 8 more heats left to come. We are not even halfway through today's action, and we have already seen a huge amount of it. Now, let's take you through the running order. The final classification. It was Noah Ross, obviously, who won in front of Colin Warren, Danny Krischer, Owen Roberts, and Jack Dillon. Jose Gomez finished in P6 in front of Jason Bradbury and Malk West. Calvin Pratt and Emiliano Vasquez round out the top 10. Yanis Chudovs finished in P11 in front of Colin Munnelly and Fabian Feliciano Rebello. In front of Marco Aurelio, Omar Perez, Santiago Hamida, James Andrus III, Matt Willerman, Hannah Fridberg, Elisabetha Joanna Sulz, and Sebastian Alvarado in front of Joseph Garbo, Alexander Fleming, Roisin Sweeney, Juan Handong, and Jarrett Voorhuis. And unfortunately, we did lose Francisco Gambin on lap number 8, and he was not able to take the flag, which is incredibly unfortunate for the Spaniard in his home country racing. And I believe his kart is, there is a number of karts actually, there is 2 karts that haven't made it to the flag, that are currently stranded on the outside of turn 7 and the inside of turn 8 at the minute. So we are going to take some time to clear those up, which is going to give Chris a lot more time to talk to whoever he really pleases to talk to on the pre-grid area. Now, it is the heat of the day. At this stage, it is 2:15 local time, which means it is absolutely cooking. And I mean, I'm sweating buckets, as was Chris when he was in here, and we're in a shaded commentary box, albeit we don't have air conditioning, but it is still very, very warm. So out there in the sun, hydration really is going to come in key for these drivers. We see there T4 Senior 165 qualifying heat 1 is coming up in just a few minutes time, and then T4 mini qualifying heat 3 and 4, and then junior heat 3 and 4 with B and C and A and D in both cases. So be sure to stick around for those. We do have plenty of action coming up after the T4 165s and during the T4 165s, we certainly hope for. But with the minis and the juniors, it is almost certainly set to be absolutely exhilarating, with drivers aged between 8 and 12, and then aged between 12 and 16 respectively for the minis and the juniors. Now, Nations Cup points haven't been accumulated at this stage, which is good news for anyone who isn't part of Team USA, although the Nations Cup points are decided based on the ranking after the heats, the super heats, and of course the positions in the final. And for a team like USA, it is going to be very challenging. There's almost going to be an inter-country fight between who gets to be put forward for the T4 Nations Cup points, because many countries just have 3, perhaps 4 very quick drivers, and the rest are, while they're doing their bit for their nation, they're probably not in the running for Nations Cup points. But we have the USA, who seemingly every single one of them is extraordinarily fast. No less Cameron Reid and Noah Rosser, as well as Colin Warren. And I believe I'm being told that Chris is ready in the pre-grid. Chris, what do you have to say to us?
So down here on the grid with Josh Mercer from KartSim. Great to see you again. You're here with KartSim this weekend. Tell us about what's going on this weekend, what you guys are running.
So here we're proud sponsors of Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. We're here running a simulator for all the drivers in between their heats and racing. for them to come and battle it out for the fastest lap shootout. For the prize, whoever wins over the weekend gets an opportunity to come over to Silverstone for a free half-day coaching session where we can break down all the laps and go through telemetry and data. So it's just a nice additional thing to have for the children and the adults as well while we're here this weekend.
And what's the fastest lap so far?
So the fastest lap so far is a 1:05.2. So get yourself down there, Chris. You'll have to come and have a go. And anyone is welcome to come down and have a go and try it out.
And a great prize there that they can come down and have that training day as well.
Yeah, that's correct. So not many people know about kart sim and kind of how the coaching works and how we can break it down for the laps. And it's an amazing extra tool for the children to have, or even adults to come down and just give it a go.
Where can they find out more?
So head over to KartSim's website, www.kartsim.com, and it will tell you all about us over there.
Well, I'm not going to take the prize when I do win, but I'll come down later.
You're more than welcome. Thank you for having us.
Good to see you again. Right, let's go and have a chat to some drivers. Who have we got here? Who have we got? Oh, we can chat to our pole sitter quick. I'm carrying 2 bottles of water, so we'll speak to our pole sitter quick. If we don't speak English, just a few words in your own language would be great. Okay, no worries, that's fine. Okay, no worries. I've been stood up many times before. I know this man very well. I'm Beryl Smith. I heard you going through some kind of tactics there or something. What's that all about?
Oh, no tactics, just mainly keep it on the track and stay out of trouble. I think that's about as simple as it gets, right?
Basic stuff then.
Yeah, very basic stuff, extremely, yeah.
Looking forward to it?
Yeah, always, yeah, just have some fun, that's what we're here for, you know? So, yeah.
Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Good luck. And I'm going to speak to this man here, Chris Alcock. Chris, good to see you again.
Hello, mate.
How you doing? Good?
How you doing? Great to see you.
Mate, this is a good track, isn't it?
I'd love it. Could do with a little bit more power maybe, but...
First time racing abroad?
Yes, first time racing abroad, hoping to make a big impression in a positive way.
Good stuff. Best of luck with it, and great to have you out here. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Look forward to good racing all round.
Good stuff. You've got 10 seconds, so I better leave you. I'm being told politely.
5 seconds.
All right, I'll get out of the way now. There we go. Off they go. Back up to you in Cubs.
Well, thank you very much for your insight there. Once again, I need to try and close this commentary box window. I have it open during the breaks while there's no engine noise to try and cool the place down a little bit while the stakes are high and the heat is higher outside. I would personally like to remain cool while I'm up here, trying to bring you all the action and trying to make sense as much as I can alongside Chris, obviously, today. Let's take you through the running order for the start. It is Andreas Matisse, who is fully focused and ready to go, taking pole position in front of Anwar Beryl-Smith and Julian Grambeau, in front of Alessandro Marchini, Chris Alcock, Christoph Venska and Yanni Fokin. Jan Zastrau lines up behind Yanni, with KC Cook and Kyle Lawrence following suit. Phil Pignataro and Esteban Yanguas in front of Peter Janssen and Asbjorn Rolfi. Walter Kessler lines up next in front of Anthony Holland and Adan Enrique Ibarra-Castro, in front of Stefan Osman and Zachary Valvin. Daniel Bowden and Gil Anguiano in front of Dirk Prognov and Manuel Gamez. Gian Maria Gabbiani lines up next in front of Juan Pablo Glover and Harris Gladkins. And I believe we have oh, hang on, what's this? So we need to make an announcement. So we're going to have to utter the immortal words. Attention paddock, attention paddock. This is an announcement for driver number 265, Kirillis Mitreyevs. Please come to the steward's office immediately. So that is Kirillis Mitreyevs. Please come to the steward's office immediately. Driver number 265. Thank you.
Perfect. Now we can go back to the race.
Yes, we can. Fantastic stuff. Now, we are just about ready to go. Everyone lining up, ready to race. As we get ready, everyone in the tram lines. We have the 4 red lights. And we're away now, and it's a strong start by the number 487 of Andreas Matisse. He's going to lead down into turn 1 quite comfortably. And we have Anwar Beryl-Smith and Julien Granvaux going hammer and tong at it through turn number 1. It looks to be Julien Granvaux perhaps who has come out on top there. Yes, it is. Anwar Beryl-Smith falling down to 3rd. And then I believe that's Alessandro Marchini maintaining 4th position as they come through the first set of chicane. And it is all clean so far. You love to see that. Fantastic stuff as we have everyone just settling into a rhythm immediately, it seems, which is a completely different philosophy to everything else that we've seen thus far. But you have to say, Andreas Matisse, having had a strong lead off the start, being quite far in front of position number 3, catching, I believe that was Julien Granvaux, catching him unawares off the start. He has now been closed up on by Anwar Beryl-Smith and Julien Granvaux as they come down into the final chicane. Is there going to be any moves? It looks to be Julien Granvaux. He had a look, but he didn't go for it in the end. And Anwar Beryl-Smith is thinking, what can I make of this if Julien Granvaux makes a mistake? They're all slipstreaming, and there looks to be the Yanni Fokin who's making a move for position number 5. Not able to get anything made of it, unfortunately, it looks like. But it is still Andreas Matisse from Julien Granvaux and Anwar Beryl-Smith, your top 3.
Good stuff so far, all around. Clean first lap, I'd say. Overall, everyone's still circulating, and a close bunch out front in this senior 165 class as they fire their way onto the back straight down towards turn number 7. Anwar Beryl-Smith in that green and white race suit, tucked there in 3rd place, trying to make his way up the order. Did have to defend slightly there as we're side by side for P4. That's Marchini and Venska there fighting over 4th place. They're side by side coming in towards turn number 9. It's still Mattis leading the way from Granvillid over the curbs now, and Anwar Beryl-Smith just avoiding them slightly, gets his head down. He sees a gap on the inside. He's gonna take it. The door is being closed, but he pushes his way through, and that will be P2 for Anwar Beryl-Smith as we go on to lap 3 in this senior 165 race. They make their way now out through turn number 3. Venska is in 4th place, and Chris Alcock, who we spoke onto the grid, is up to P5.
And all 3 of the top 3 we saw here last year, and very competitive they were too. Andreas Matisse, the reigning T4 165 champion, and Anwar Beryl-Smith saying, let's go together, come on, let's break away from this pack behind, as Andreas Matisse was going defensive there into turn 7. Anwar Beryl-Smith saying, what are you doing that for? It's so early in the race, there's still so much to do, let's break away from the others behind. And Anwar Beryl-Smith, obviously with a strategic mind in this case, as he's slipstreaming and sucking on that slipstream right the way down the back straight into the final chicane. And here they go onto the start-finish straight with the tailwind. Anwar Beryl-Smith tucking in, not going for a move just yet though, still trying to break away. But Julien Granvaux, having a look up the inside. And there's another battle just down the order. That's the 476 machine of Jan Zastrow getting past Yanni Fokin, I believe. And Alessandro Marchini has now set the fastest lap of a 106.6.
Yeah, that was once held by KC Cook, who is down in P9. Chris Alcock is fastest through the first sector. Marchini behind him. Those two seemingly working together here. Anwar Beryl-Smith was clear in his intentions. He wants to work with Andreas Mattis, and behind we did have some side-by-side action there and a change for P3. Christoph Venska has now gone up to 3rd place ahead of Julien Granvaux, so it's a change for 3rd. Chris Alcock is 3rd in that queue behind. Then it's the fastest driver on the track, Alessandro Marchini, and now leader is defending. Andreas Mattis does not trust Anwar Beryl-Smith, it seems. Are we going to see Beryl-Smith pointing forward more here, or is he going to go for the move? He's going to go for the move. He can see that Mattis does not want to work with him here, almost backing him into the pack, isn't he? Mattis here, he wants to turn this into a big fight. Carlos Sainz essence is Andreas Mattis in his approach here, wants to make this a big fight here. Leading the race, it can be a big thing. It is the first race of the weekend. It is the Nations Cup. There is a lot at stake here. And Andreas Mattis does not want to lose that race, is not taking any risks whatsoever, and went slightly defensive, comes back over to the racing line. Anwar Beryl-Smith tucked in behind in second place. But great racing all around. Third place train is after the lead of Christoph Venske, leading the way in that, up 3 places so far.
It is interesting to see because both Anwar Beryl-Smith and Andreas Mattis are both doing roughly similar lap times, even though they have completely different styles of driving. Andreas Mattis going very defensive in his approach. Anwar Beryl-Smith trying to lose as little time as possible. And look at this. This is a prime example. Andreas Mattis going somewhat defensive into turn 1. Anwar Beryl-Smith trying to take the ideal line, and both of them just holding each other up and backing each other into this pack of, I mean, let's just count. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It could easily turn into a 10-kart battle as Jan Zastrow bests the fastest lap by 1/10 of a second, a 1:06.5. And on lap 5 of 9 here, it looks to be a very interesting competition, with Andreas Mattis still holding on to the lead, but only by the skin of his teeth, it seems, trying to back Anwar Beryl-Smith into his fellow German of Christoph Venske behind.
We're into the second half of the race now, and Andreas Mattis, you can see, gets straight over to the middle of the circuit, almost trying to break the toe, just creating a defensive line for Anwar Beryl-Smith, who goes with him, and all of this is allowing Venske to close in P3. There he is, he's with them now, and out of the chicane, comes over to defend once more, and Anwar Beryl-Smith, slightly frustrated, sees a gap on the inside, uses a bit of the grass, and there's contact there. Top 3 are all making contact. Anwar Beryl-Smith has gone up, so has Christoph Venske. Andreas Mattis appeared to get away with it, but has lost the lead. Who emerges in the lead now? Let's try and identify. I think it's Julian Granvold who has appeared in the lead. Chris Alcock is in second place. Well, Anwar Beryl-Smith was trying to get by Andreas Mattis, who was closing the door on him. Contact was made. Christoph Venske, a bit of an innocent party in that, had nowhere else to go, and now the door has been opened to all of the drivers in this queue. In the lead is Julian Granvold. Chris Alcock, who set the fastest lap earlier in the race, now has the opportunity to go and win it. I don't know what damage Mattis is carrying on his kart, but he has escaped in third place. Marchini is now in fourth place, and then it's Zastrow in fourth. So now it's Granvold leading as we go on to the penultimate lap of the race, Simon.
And this isn't the first time that Julien Granvaux has inherited the lead after a collision. We saw the exact same thing in one of the heats last year when Julien Granvaux capitalised on a mistake up front to take the checkered flag in spectacular fashion. Now, I wouldn't be at all surprised if there are some summons to the stewards for that incident. Just Anwar Beryl-Smith so frustrated by the defensive driving of Andreas Mattis. Mattis defending to the inside, Beryl-Smith going further to the inside, and then it all came crashing down for both of them, and it all came crashing up for Julien Granvaux.
Granvaux there just pointing forward, but here comes a charge down the inside from Mattis. Doesn't get by 1, he gets by 2, and he retakes the lead of the race. Second place will be Granvaux. Chris Alcock has dropped to third place. Great move that from our once leader. Mattis now returns back to it. So Andreas Mattis is back into the lead once more. Mattis leading from Granvaux into the final chicane to go on to the final lap of the race. Chris Alcock in third place, and this battle stretching all the way back down to 8th place, which is Esteban Yangel. So it's a big fight on this final lap of the T4 165 first heat. This is only the first heat, and look how close it is out there, Simon.
Well, gentlemen, place your bets as there's a
Here we
move
go.
for
Chris
second
Alcock.
place. That's Chris Alcock trying to take Julien Granvaux. He can't make good of it, and he is going to be under pressure from Alessandro Marchini behind if he's not careful as they come down onto the middle straight, you could call it. It is Marchini. Look at how close Marchini is to the back of Chris Alcock. Is there going to be a move? There doesn't look to be anything particularly exciting happening there, other than the fact that you can cover 8 karts with a blanket. But look
Chris
at this.
Alcock.
That's the 4-4. That's Chris Alcock battling away with Alessandro Marchini, I do believe, but it is Andreas Matisse who is still leading the way in front of Julien Granvaux, and the battle for third remains to be decided. Defensive to the inside. Let's see what happens here. It's going to be impossible to distinguish until they cross the line. Andreas Matisse takes the flag, Julien Granvaux in second, and Alessandro Marchini takes third position in front of Chris Alcock and Jan Zastrow in fifth. Whew, that was exciting.
Great stuff. Andreas Matisse taking the race win, despite the fact that he was off the circuit 2 laps prior. Going down to turn number 1, a great recovery drive from Andreas Matisse. It will be a provisional result, of course. I do imagine that incident will be looked at, but Andreas Matisse nevertheless did well to keep a calm head, fight back, and pull off a brilliant move into, with the left-hander just gone, into turn 7 to go from third place to first, and from there defended very well to hold off Julien Granvaux to take first place ahead of Julien Granvaux. Alessandro Marchini did take third place from Chris Alcock on the final lap, who appeared to be delayed coming out of turn 8. Jan Zastrow finished in P5, having gained 3 places. No particular big movers, some maybe towards the back in the field, but here is the full order on screen, and here's Simon to talk you through it.
Yes, so it was Andreas Matisse who, provisionally at least, took the flag and the victory in heat number 1 in front of Julien Granvaux and Alessandro Marchini. Chris Alcock finished in 4th in front of Jan Zastrow and Yanni Fokin in front of Esteban Yanguas and KC Cook. Phil Pignataro finished in position number 9 in front of Peter Janssen and Kyle Lawrence. Asbjorn Rolfing finished in position number 12 in front of Anwar Beryl-Smith, falling down the order from position number 2 at one stage in the race, just about beating Zachary Valvin to 13th place. Anthony Holland finished in 15th and Dirk Prokhorov in 16th in front of Harris Gladkins, Walter Kessler, Gert Lapskans, Gil Indiano, Daniel Bowden, Manuel Gamez, Peter McBride, Bas Peters, Aaron Doyle, Rudolf Toms Bezenz, and Adan Enrique Ibarra Castro in 27th place. Gian Maria Gabbiani finished in 28th in front of Fernando Wheeler and Stefan Osman, with Milan Milenkovic, Austria's only participant in this year's Nations Cup, rounding out the finishing order for the T4 Senior 165 heat. Now we have another fantastic display of action with the T4 Minis. This is the mini heat for B and C, which will be coming up, and then followed by the AD heat. So fantastic action all the way in these T4 Minis. Crucial part of the Nations Cup, having made their debut in 2021, and up until now the smallest class of T4 action available. However, that has recently changed with the addition of the T4 Bambinos, who unfortunately can't be seen here today, but I'm sure they will be rolling out to many T4 series all around the globe in the next 12 months. So hopefully is the crucial word there. We will get to see the T4 Bambinos this time next year, wherever we may race, be it here, be it somewhere else. We hopefully will get to see drivers aged 5 to 8 taking part in the T4 Bambino category. But until then, we will enjoy what we have, and we will enjoy what the folks at Tillotson have given to us in cooperation with the RGMMC and the RFEDA, as well as all of our sponsors, and of course the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero here in Valencia. Do stay tuned, the next event is coming up in less than 5 minutes, and you can see there the timetable for the rest of the day. After the T4 Senior BC heat, we will get a chance to see the BC. I believe there is a mistake in the event schedule, because we appear to have 2C. Oh, never mind. No, we will have 2. There we go. There you have it. T4 Senior 165 qualifying heat 2 at 17:40 to round out the day, just in time for dinner, and chance for all of our drivers to rest ahead of tomorrow, ahead of the big day with the final couple of heats, the super heats, and the most crucial part of all, the finals. That is the one that everyone wants to win. It's the one that everyone here is here to win, and it is the ambition of every single driver on the grid to take the checkered flag when Sunday comes and when the finals have arrived. Now there can only be one winner, and maybe we are about to hear from them now for the T4 Mini Heat 1. Chris, what can you tell us?
Thanks, Simon. Just down here in the assembly area on the grid. Petra, who had that incident, is down here. First of all, just quickly ask you, Petra, are you feeling okay? I know you had that crash before. Are you feeling okay?
Okay.
Yeah? Feeling okay? Okay. Here comes the crash helmet. I know they're in a bit of a rush, so I'll leave them to it. But everyone seemingly okay. And the most important thing is Petra seems okay, and good to see she's back. I'm going to roll down a little bit further this time. I'm going to come to Thomas Harper first. Thomas, P7 on the grid for this. Seem excited for this? Yeah, excited for it? How'd the first one go?
Went alright. Just sort of like overtook me into the last chamber, and then what's his name?
So it could have been better, but
Yeah. Yeah.
so want to make some more places this time? Is that the plan?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
But it feels good to be here, racing out in Spain.
Yeah, it feels good to be here.
Plenty of people watching back home as well.
I think so.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. Good luck for the race. Good luck, guys. Let's move over. Petra was due to be starting here. Let's go to 1, 2, 3 next. Bastian. Next. Hello. Yeah, we mind if we have a little chat? I'm going to move over here so the camera can see you as well. Oh, Sebastian. How are we feeling ahead of this race? Excited?
Yeah, excited.
Yeah.
But a bit nervous.
Bit nervous. That's natural. Oh, hello. Been enjoying it so far?
Yeah.
Liking the track?
Yeah.
Good fun?
Say again?
Good fun?
Yeah.
Let's give you a fist bump. Good luck. There we go. Cool. Let's go down the back and speak to, it's a little bit quiet back here, and speak to, let's see if we can speak to Billy Plant. Oh, in fact, we've only got 30 seconds. I'm going to take a very quick word if I can. In fact, I've got 20 seconds, so I'll probably have to leave it there, guys. I was going to speak to one of these guys, but we've got more races to do that. Seems like we've got, I don't know if we've got a slight delay going on, but maybe if they don't get set in 5 seconds, I'll try and jump in and speak to another driver. But good to see. In fact, we have got a little bit of a delay. Petra is being seen to. So whilst it's happening, I'm going to speak to Diego Beda. Diego, excited for the race? Been enjoying it so far?
Yeah, I really have.
What's your favourite part of the track?
Yeah. I love the main stage in the front.
Liking Spain?
Yeah.
Good luck for the race. We will move round. How are we enjoying the event yourself?
Spanish. No, I don't.
Some words in Spanish?
I don't speak.
Words in Spanish?
Murcia. De España, Murcia.
Yeah.
Gracias.
Good stuff. That'll do. I'm going to try and see what's going on with Petra. I tried. So it seems something may be going on with Petra. So while that is, I'm going to speak to another driver. I'm going to speak to Billy Clancy. If I can. Billy, excited for the race?
Yeah.
Having good time so far?
Yeah.
Like the track?
What?
Do you like the track?
It's fast, yeah.
What's your favourite corner?
Oh, probably the first corner.
And how are these to drive?
Oh, they're good, like they're fast.
Good stuff. How's it been for yourself?
Very good. Yeah. Very good, yeah. Can't complain now. The weather was the hardest part.
Oh, it's amazing. That's why I'm down here so long.
Yeah, same here, the white skin. Yeah, very good, brilliant. Different level to what we're used to.
Yeah.
Very good. A learning curve. Serious learning curve.
And Billy's enjoying it?
Yes, yeah, loving it, yeah. It's all good.
Good stuff, good stuff. Let's keep moving down. I don't know how much longer I have. I'm just going to keep moving down. See if I can speak to another driver. Speak to this young man here, Yuan. Yuan, are you excited for the race?
Huh?
Excited for the race?
Yeah.
How would the first one go?
First one here?
How did the first one go?
It's been...
It was good?
Yeah.
And how's the track?
It's what I'm not used to. So I have to make some changes.
It feels good? Good competition?
Yeah.
Very competitive?
Yeah.
Good stuff. I'll let you get focused. Yeah, hey, Philippines. Oh, let me speak to yourself, quick. How's it been for you? You enjoying it so far?
Yeah, it's very hot here.
Yeah, enjoying it?
Racing, yeah.
Good stuff. I'll let you get ready. I'm kind of trapped in here now. I'm gonna stay here and cheer on this young man as he gets ready to go. Very good car, actually, I have to say. There they go. The racing got started before the race even started then.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to win it in here.
Good stuff. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much for that, Chris. It's good to see the Mini drivers being so willing to answer any questions or having interviews. Obviously, it can be very daunting for Mini drivers to be put on the spot with a microphone, but we do appreciate their contribution to the live stream, and greetings to anyone who is watching along at home who is cheering these guys on. So let's take you through the grid for this heat. It is Leo Livings who is starting on pole in front of George House and Luke Millward, with Cas Matchett in fourth in front of Nico Leon-Schwers and Jaromir Arkhipov. Thomas Harper starts in position number 7, I believe it is, and then in front of Petra Milosavljevic and Tig Malone. Sebastian Venkov, then Ewan Gavin Bugayan and Taylin Patel in front of Deacon Oliver, Evan McLaughlin, Billy Clancy, Hudson Hidalgo and Bernie Gomez, and Diego Baradone rounding out the grid for this, the T4 Mini qualifying heat BC, which is set to get underway in just a few moments' time. As the Mini drivers, you have to say more hastily than other groups, round their way through the final chicane. We get ready to go, we look to the lights, and we're not going because, well, I mean, there's a certain procedure to starting races, and it generally involves being quite close and quite slow and all in the tram line. So it's another formation lap, another chance to warm up the tyres, another chance to warm up one's mind. And oddly enough, as soon as they go through turn 1, they all seem to get into the tram lines that aren't even there. So there you have it. The Mini drivers do enjoy doing a second formation lap, and we should be getting underway this time round, Chris.
Yeah, news from the grid. No Petra Milosavljevic, unfortunately. She, of course, had that incident where she rolled the kart, damage to the crash helmet. She did have a spare one, but it just seems that that one is not past the safety regs, and for safety, she has not been allowed to compete in this race. So hopefully they can get her another one and get her out for the remainder of the weekend. But as you can imagine, she was a little bit disappointed with that. She's not going to be out in this race, but really hope to see her out there for the remainder of the weekend.
Yeah, it's a terrible shame having such an incident so early on in the weekend. Only, I believe it was the first heat that she was competing in. Didn't make it very far at all until that incident has unfortunately ruled her out for seemingly today at least. And we do hope to see her on the grid again tomorrow as the other Minis look to be going racing this time, and it's a good start from the leader. That is Leo Livings with a good start down into turn 1. He is under pressure though from George. Actually, no, George House has fallen hugely down the order, down into position number 4, and that is the 138 machine of Luke Millward, who has managed to take the lead. And that is a fantastic start from Millward, round from 3rd position on the grid, managing to take first as they flow their way through the chicane, through turn 4 and 5, and no drama as of yet, which is good to see from the minis. A move further back, though. I'm not sure who that is, but the battle for the lead. Just look at how close the top three are. Hugely. Oh, there's the 177 machine of, I believe that's Luke. No, that's Leon Miko Schwers, who has managed to get up into first position in front of, that's Leo Livings. And a hugely significant turn of events there for the young German, who has managed to take the lead on this, only the first lap as they come down into the final chicane. Still, Schwers leads as they come down across the start-finish line. It is going to be Schwers from Millwood, from Livings, from House, Malone, Mantia and Bugayon. There's still a battle going on through turn one, and that looks to be Luke Millwood through and past Miko Leon Schwers down through turn number one, and this battle for first has already heated up with 3 Brits and a German. It's like the start of a very funny joke, except it is real life, it is real racing, and it is real action here in Valencia.
Yeah, Miko Schwers leading the way from Luke Millwood and Leo Livings, but I don't think it's going to stay like that when they get out the next corner, because that is a change coming through turn number 7. So Miko Schwers now back into the lead, I should say. Luke Millwood dropping back down to second. It's all change here. Millwood in that queue as well. We've had a good start from Malone, who's up 4 places into P5. Then we have Boogie Young up 4 as well into P7. Gomeriz is up 7 places to P10. Here come the leaders across the line once again, side by side to the left hand side of screen. That is Leo Livings trying to get down the inside, but he's actually going to be passed around the outside there, all the way around the outside. Looks like that was Luke Millwood. Fantastic driving from Luke to get up to P2. So great driving from Millwood, goes up into second place, ahead now of Livings and behind Miko Schwers. So it's Schwers leading from Millwood, then Livings, then George House, who didn't have the best start to the race, but he is up to P4. Malone is in 5th place as they come down towards turn number 7. This for the 3rd time of asking. There's your top 5, all as one. Then we have the 6th queue of karts coming up next. P6 backwards, being led by Mante, who has Harper just in behind.
And a fantastic start to this mini race so far, and it is only going to get more and more exciting as the race goes on, as these mini drivers heat things up and get even more action underway, as we see George House going for a move for 3rd position into turn 1. He gets the move done fantastically well, and he bumps down Leo Livings, and I believe that's Tig Malone as well, down into, well, I mean, he was already in front of Tig Malone, but Tig Malone, speak of the devil, has set the fastest lap, a 106.5. That is very, very quick indeed, as Miko Leon Schwers is still under pressure from Luke Millwood, and George House, the reigning T4 Mini champion, is hunting down the 2 drivers in front, his fellow Brit, and Schwers, the German, who is in his first Nations Cup appearance and appearing to perform extraordinarily well, given the heat, given the pressure, given the unfamiliarity perhaps with international competition, and doing a fantastic job, the young German, to hold off 2 very quick Brits behind, as well as an Irishman, and then Leo Livings in 5th position.
Yep, Schwers comes in towards the chicane and now has the attention of George House directly behind. Great move from the British driver in the 117, takes P2 away from Millwood. Up towards the first corner we go. Millwood it is in 3rd. Malone, who set the fastest lap last time around, although that has now been beaten, is 4th. Leo Livings is 5th. The fastest lap has come to Akipov down in P9. There is confirmation of that on your screen, 106.417. It's all about this top 5 though. You cannot separate them at all. They are 1.3 seconds ahead of the chasing pack. That said, last time round the chasing pack were quicker, as we're going to have a change of lead. No, we're not. That was an attempted change of lead from George House last time round. 106.6 for the chasing group and a 106.8 for our leaders. So the gap is coming down, albeit by a couple of tenths of a lap. That could extend once we get deeper into this race, though. Here they come into the chicane, and here comes George House with another attempt down the inside. Doesn't make it through. Out the chicane we go. Cheers from the grandstands, no doubt, as Schwers comes across the start-finish line, and George House comes down the inside. Almost contact. There is contact, and George House runs wide. Schwers he made contact with, and Millwood surely takes the race lead, and does so, Simon.
He surely does, and George House looks to be down to position number 5 there, which is a disaster for him. Yes, confirmation there. George House demoted down to 5th after that contact. A very ambitious move that just didn't work out for him. And Jaromir Arkapov sets another fastest lap, besting his previous time by about a tenth of a second, as Luke Millwood now in the lead. Schwers dropped down to P3 after that contact. As we say, George House down to position number 5, and there's huge drama down at turn number 7. That is Mikko Leon Schwers getting involved with George House and losing out. Leo Livings down to P5 now, as Schwers falls down to P4. George House manages to scratch his way back up into 3rd place, and Luke Millwood is just going to be thinking, I need to go, and I need to go quickly, as he's got Tig Malone, the very quick Irishman, behind him, and he goes defensive down into turn 1. Tig Malone taking what many would call the ideal line, but it's very difficult to make a pass around the outside. George House getting hunted down drastically by Leo Livings, and look at this move for the lead. It's Tig Malone up the inside of Luke Millwood, and he's got the move done. And it's not over yet, because look at this. Mikko Leon Schwers has come through now in a fantastic manoeuvre. He retakes the lead. That is brilliant from the young German.
Yeah, they were too focused on each other there, weren't they, Simon, that they almost forgot there was a chasing pack behind, and that is where Mikko Leon Schwers came through to retake the lead of the race. So here you can see what is now the chasing pack coming through turn 7 and 8 for the final time. The leaders make their way out. It is Schwers and Malone 1 and 2 down the back straight for the final time. They are side by side. There is Malone to the outside. There is Schwers to the inside. Schwers is defending into the last chicane. There goes Malone. Contact into the chicane. They both go over it. Malone is going to emerge in the lead. That's surely going to be looked into, but Malone will come out in the lead. He gave it a go down the inside. It was a great race all the way to the end. Malone certainly gave it an attempt, just ran deep on the brakes. Contact made with Schwers. They both had no option but to go straight across that chicane. Schwers finishes in 2nd, and Luke Millwood finishes in 3rd place. Tig Malone coming up 8 places in that race. What did you make of that one, Simon?
Well, I mean, it was an incredibly impressive drive from Tig Malone, but obviously that incident at the final corner, surely, as we say, going to be investigated, but provisionally at least, Tig Malone takes the victory, takes the checkered flag, and wins the BC heat for the Minis. And fantastic performance, gaining all those positions. Unfortunate ending, but you have to give credit where credit's due. You don't get into that position by driving a poor race. He'd already climbed up 7 positions, and then he climbed up an 8th. Fantastic race there from Tig Malone to take on the track at least. Mikko Leon Schwers and then Luke Millwood rounded out the top 3. Cas Mancha finished in P4 where he started, in front of George House, and George House in 5th, and then Leo Livings in 6th place. Shailen Patel finished in 7th in front of Sebastian Venkov in 8th. Thomas Harper finished in 9th in front of Billy Clancy in 10th. Jaromir Arkapov in 11th, and Hudson Hidalgo in 12th. Deacon Oliver finished where he started in 13th in front of Ewan Gavin Bugayon and Bernie Gomades. Ben McLaughlin finished in 16th in front of Diego Baradone, and Petra Milosavljevic unfortunately not able to take the start due to, as we mentioned, that damage to the crash helmet. And Evan McLaughlin is there on your screen, 16th, and then 17th for Diego Baradone, who is having a tough time of things today, but surely he'll be able to pull things back tomorrow with a bit more experience under his belt and a bit more rest, and perhaps may be able to break into a more competitive position where he should be. But I mean, that was an absolutely fantastic race all round from the Minis. Challenging end to the race, but we shall look past that. We'll appreciate the battles that went on during it, and some hard battles, some very hard battles, as we saw as the other mini group, that is the A and D heat, gets ready in the pre-grid area. All of them with their visors on, the helmets on, the visors up. As of yet, when the visors come down, that's when you really need to start looking at how the driver is acting, because almost certainly that is the mindset that they're going into the race with. You can see the amount of umbrellas down in the pre-grid area. It is very warm at the minute, air temperature of 24 degrees here in Valencia, but it does feel an awful lot hotter in the sun. Now there is quite a nice breeze on the track, but in that pre-grid area it is very sheltered. So, I mean, even in the commentary box I am sweating buckets presently, but we won't worry about that. We will instead focus on the action that is coming up for us in just a few moments' time with the T4 Mini A and D heat. That'll be the last mini heat of the day, then we will go to the juniors, then the seniors, then the 165s for their second heats, and then the day will be done, and it will be time for a coffee and to go back to the hotel and have a long cold bath, because it is absolutely sweltering here in Valencia, and many of these drivers, it has to be remembered, are going to struggle with the heat, so hydration is important. Chris, you're down in pre-grid. What can you tell us this time?
As I pick up the grid, I'm going to take you down it very quickly. T4 Mini, A and D, about to go out onto the track now. Welcome down it. Engines have been fired up. You can see the karts out behind me. That was a dramatic end. Follow me. Let's go down the grid and speak to some drivers. Ben McLaughlin did very well. I don't think I've spoke to you yet. Ben, that was a great race last time, wasn't it? Really good fun up.
Yeah.
Enjoy it?
What?
You enjoy the last one?
Yeah, it was good, yeah.
More of the same now?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Best of luck. We spoke to Kick last time. Did we? Logan. Good luck to Logan. I spoke to him out there. Who are we going to speak to? Let's speak to this young man here, shall we? I don't think we spoke to. How are we doing? Looking forward to the race.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the race. Valentina, Helena, are you looking forward to it?
Yeah.
Excited?
Very excited.
Good stuff. Good. Many people watching at home?
Yeah.
Many people watching back home?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Best of luck. It's a bit noisy, so apologies if they can't hear me too well. I'm going to get one at the back of the grid again. Let's go over to this young man at the back here from America. How are we feeling ahead of the race?
Good.
How are we feeling ahead of the race? Good?
Good.
Think we can make some places?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Best of luck. I can see you're getting focused for it. I'll let you do that. I don't know if I can get back down. I'm going to do that before I get run over. And let them go. There they go. Back to you in comms. There's your grid back.
And well, here we go then for the Mini AD heat. The second of two mini heats this afternoon, the final mini heat of the afternoon, and it is going to be Tace Van House who leads the grid down towards the start lights alongside Mariano Axel Nocom and Ben McLaughlin. Kick Dober lines up in fourth in front of Logan Rolfer and Yindra Svoboda, in front of Martin Gomez, Jack Harney, Roman Kamphaus and Valentina Helena. Steinbecker lines up behind Valentina Helena in front of Remy Guzman, so a Dominican Republic sandwich with a Dutch filling, and Jimmy Clarish Jr. lines up just behind them. Fernando Wheeler Jr. in front of Ronnie Legg, and Denise Lorenko, Matthew Reinl and Feder Bakker finishes out the grid for this, the final mini heat of the day, and it is set to be an absolute corker with Tace Van House, the fast starting Dutchman so far this weekend. He's got off to a good start and is a contender most certainly for the T4 Nations Cup final trophy for the T4 Mini class, as is Mariano Axel Nocom, who has been able to keep him honest so far this weekend, which is great to see, as Chris has made his way back up to the commentary box, sweating profusely. It really is a makeshift sauna, this commentary box at the minute, but as they come round the final corner, and we're going round again, who would have thought it? The Minis, they're fond of doing 2 formation laps, Chris. It has to be said. The Minis do enjoy a second formation lap. Race director there taking some notes. Perhaps a word will be had with the Minis ahead of tomorrow about how they're meant to conduct their formation laps and how they're meant to conduct their starting procedures. But we do have another formation lap to go, and after that we will start the 7-lap sprint to the flag, in which Thijs van Huis will lead everyone down into turn number 1. It is a matter of whether he can maintain that position through turn 1 and over the 7 laps following it. So it should be a fantastic affair here at the Kartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. Chris, final mini heat of the day. What can we expect, do you think?
I think more of the same, right? I mean, that was very close. Lots of smiling faces. Everyone seems very excited down there. I think a mixture of nerves and excitement, but they all seem very excited. Josh seems thumbs up, or is it sort of twisting? I thought so. But great to see him and Stu down on the grid, creating loads of content, which I know, and the rest of the media team as well. So look forward to seeing all that. But I think it's going to be more of the same. We've seen fantastic racing, very clean racing, hard racing, but
yes,
mostly fair throughout, and that's what we love in Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Okay, I think we're going to be going this time, Simon. I'll hand over to you for the race start.
Well, it looks to be everyone in order, and we go racing now, and down into turn number 1. It is going to be Thijs van Huis who leads, but it's almost 4 wide going down into turn number 1. Huge action. That looks to be, I'm not sure who that is, who's gone right the way around the outside there. I think it might
3
be
off. We've got 3 karts
off
there. 1 into the barriers. 1 slowing up is going to rejoin coming on to turn. Well, in fact, he's going to rejoin on the exit of turn 3. But we've got 2 stationary karts on the exit of turn 1. Marshall's quickly over at the scene. 1 car is rejoining. I think 1 car is Fernando Weiler, who missed the first sector point where they come through. So that was the car who went straight across. I think the other karts involved were Claridge, Ronnie Legg, and Lorenzo Dinis as well. Those were the karts that were involved in that incident at turn 1. But other than that, everyone else through and safely leading is Ben McLaughlin, who we did speak to on the grid. Leads coming into the final chicane. Over that, he goes nice and safely across the line to complete 1 of 7 laps. A look over the shoulder for Thijs van Huis. Axel Nocom in P3, and a change for P4 that looks like as well. That is the 16184 of kicked over, going by Martin Gomez. That's a change of 4th place as we kick off this second lap.
And it's very impressive to see the progression of these mini drivers. For example, Ben McLaughlin taken part in, to my knowledge, the last 3 T4 Nations Cups, and having been in the mid-pack in 2021, he is now quite comfortably fighting for the lead and indeed leading here in Valencia, but he's under serious pressure. Look at how close the top 3 are, with Ben McLaughlin, Thijs van Huis and Mariano Axel Nocom in 3rd position. This is setting up to be a fantastic battle as they come along the back straight, getting a nice breeze with a strong headwind there, making slipstream all the more effective. Coming down into the final chicane, no action as of yet, no drama between the top 3. In fact, no drama between any of the top 10, which is great to see. Although there is a move on the fringes of the top 10. I can't quite tell you who that was. It looked to be Valentina Helena getting past Steinbacher. But I'll bring you confirmation on that when I can. But look at this battle for the lead here now. It is Ben McLaughlin who still leads, and Thijs van Huis looking to try and make something through turn 2, but not managing to do it, unfortunately. And maintaining that 2nd position, having fallen down from pole. And McLaughlin nipping up the inside of both Van Huis and Axel Nocom to nab the lead. But look at this, it's not over yet for the top 3. There is Axel Nocom looking at both of them and licking his lips, thinking, I can make something of this. But someone who is thinking that he can make even more of it is Thijs van Huis. Look at how close he is. He looked to the outside. That's not a move you can pull off, unfortunately, but he is so close. Is he going to go for a dive bomb into the final chicane? No, he's not. He thinks better of it once again. very mature driving from Tace Van House. He's quick for a reason, and that's because he doesn't seem to make too many silly mistakes. But look into turn one. Tace Van House up the inside of Ben McLaughlin. Can he get the move done? Yes, he can. McLaughlin leaving the door open, and Tace Van House saying, yes, I shall oblige, and takes the lead. But it's not over yet. McLaughlin comes back into turn number 3. They're side by side, and McLaughlin takes the position. And Tace Van House is now falling into the clutches of Axel Nocom, but he just about holds on to that position.
Yeah, Axel Nocom sitting there in the 1:18, fastest lap to Svoboda down in P6. Denis did not get going from that turn 1 incident, by the way. The Spaniard is out the race, sadly, but did walk away with the marshals, so is seemingly all okay. But there we can see the 1:84 in P4, kicked over, fastest through the first sector on this lap, and also just behind Svoboda is fastest through the second sector, so that queue is working together very well. They are, let's see, about 1.5 seconds back from these three, running out of laps now, 3 to go as we cross the line, and Ben McLaughlin feels a bit of tap from Tace Van House, getting some assistance coming up towards the first corner. Won't mind that at all. It is exactly what you need to do in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup and in Tillotson Racing. Just a little bit of assistance coming through turn number 3 and in towards 4 as well, now through 5, and they make the long run into the heavy braking zone at turn 7. This is a big place. We've seen lots of overtaking today, some drivers going from 3rd to 1st into that corner, which we saw in the 165 category, wasn't it, into there. Minis, I'm sure, could produce similar stuff, but now the run all the way down to the final chicane continues, and this is where you can almost dress rehearse your final lap plans, what you're going to do, and plan out how you're going to attack the final come tomorrow afternoon as well. But no moves made on this lap there, seemingly waiting for the final lap.
And it seems like the Minis really have learned to chill out a bit when it comes to their rash manoeuvres, as they all just seem to be settling into a rhythm now. Now it is the penultimate lap, so they may want to start thinking about where are they going to start making moves, particularly this lead 3 that we're watching. It is still McLaughlin who leads Tace Van House in front of Mariano Axel Nocom. But that could all change in a jiffy, as there is another battle for position number 4. Now that is Kikdoba and Jindra Svoboda. Jindra Svoboda seemingly not having the same pace as he did last year, but that could all change tomorrow with the final heats and also the super heats, as there's still no change for the lead as of yet. Svoboda and Doba still battling, however, and it is inviting Martin Gomez into the fray for the battle for 4th position, and that could be equally as exciting as this battle for the lead. It is 3 by 3 currently with the T4 Minis as they come through into the final chicane to start the last lap. It is going to be last chance saloon for Tace Van House and Mariano Axel Nocom. Who's going to go for the move? Mariano Axel Nocom sticks to the outside. Tace Van House tries to go up the inside of McLaughlin and defend from Mariano Axel Nocom simultaneously. He makes it work in one sense, in the sense that he hasn't dropped down to 3rd, but still not able to dethrone Ben McLaughlin and take over that 1st place.
Into turn number 4 now for the final time, and now in towards 5. This is a great battle going on for the win in this T4 Mini category as they make their way down towards turn number 7. A look over the shoulder for Ben McLaughlin, and this would leave him ahead overall on the points in terms of heats at this stage of the weekend, but he has to hold off Tace Van House and also that 1:18 of Axel Mariano Nocom as well. Down towards the final chicane for the final time. They're all tucked in behind the Irishman. Through turn number 9, flat out we go, and now the last braking zone of the race into the chicane. Who will emerge in the lead? Mariano Axel Nocom has got 2nd. Can he take the race win away from Ben McLaughlin? No, he can't. It is McLaughlin who takes the race win. Fantastic driving from the 173. Ben McLaughlin wins the race ahead of Axel Nocom. Tace Van House in 3rd place, and then Svoboda in 4th place. Doba in 5th place. Gomez finishes 6th. Then it was Hani Rolf, Backer and Weiler dropped to 10th right at the end there, but a great race once again. Top three separated by just over 1/10 of a second, and that leaves Ben McLaughlin top of the points with George House second on 4 points. Axel Mariano Nocom third in the points. Leo Livings fourth in the points. Tace Van House fifth in points. Then Spears sixth in points. Then Malone seventh in points, and Luke Millward eighth in the points. All very close, but a lot of drivers in this race in those top 8 positions, and a great drive from Ben McLaughlin. Did a really fantastic race there to hold off the pressure on that last lap and go and take the win. Here's your full result.
So it was, as we say, Ben McLaughlin who managed to take the flag and take the victory by just over 1/10 of a second from Mariano Axel Nocom. Tace Van House finished in P3, having fallen down the order from pole, but still clinches a podium for Heat AD here in the Minis. Yindra Svoboda finished in 4th, just managing to pip Kickdober at the post on the final lap in front of Martin Gomez, Jack Harney, Logan Rolfe and Stain Becker in front of Fernando Wheeler Jr., who rounded out the top 10. Valentina Helena finished in position number 11 in front of her countryman Remy Guzman, and Ronan Campos finished in 13th place. Matthew Reinl finished in 14th in front of Feder Becker and Ronnie Legg in 16th, with Jim Claridge finishing in 17th, quite a distance away from the nearest competitor, and Denise Lorenko was also involved in that incident with Jim Claridge, and he rounded out the classification, having not been able to make the flag, it seems. An unfortunate end to proceedings there for some of the mini drivers, namely Jim Claridge and Denise Lorenko, but in another way, a very satisfying end to the day for Ben McLaughlin and Mariano Axel Nocom. Tace Van House is going to have red in his eyes ahead of tomorrow, though, and it will be interesting to see what he can do. The fast Dutchman, he is the Flying Dutchman, some might say, but in this case, just fallen down to P3. Things didn't go his way, but that doesn't mean things are over for him. There is still a full day of racing tomorrow that we can look forward to. Fantastic.
When everything hurts, you need relief that's deeper than ice. You need Tidal, the cryotherapy spray that goes beyond cold to take control of the pain.
This was just easy, and it felt so good.
I was like, wow, that actually smells good.
It's like penetrating into my skin, which I really love.
Tidal's powerful plant-based formulation was developed to help world-class athletes recover faster.
Tidal cryotherapy spray can contribute to total body recovery because it can alleviate muscle pain, joint pain, even back pain.
A 360-degree continuous spray relieves pain in even the hardest to reach areas, dries fast, and lasts.
When you get older, the joints start hurting. The spray is easy. You just bring it wherever you are, spray it, and it feels great within minutes.
It changes my life in a way that I can still be active and yet not feel aches and pains when I'm sitting there for long hours.
Tidal Cryotherapy, available at Walmart and these fine retailers. Visit Tidal.com for locations.
Welcome down here to the grid, Gonzalo. I know our race director, Gonzalo, with me. I know I don't have you for very long, so just very quickly. First, thanks for joining us. Thanks for all the work. How's it all going so far?
Thank you, Chris. Everything is going smoothly today. Nice weather here in Valencia. Also, the racing is going well. Some good races. Maybe sometimes a bit hard, but fair. So we are happy with it.
And overall, it seemed very clean racing, very close as well. Always to the last corner, last lap.
Yes, exactly. Always on the last chicane. It's a bit tricky. I think it's the most tricky part of the track. But yeah, it's very interesting, and the drivers, I think, are enjoying this race on the track.
Final question. Just give us an insight. What are you speaking to the drivers about, the top two, when you call them up?
Yeah, I'm just talking about the start procedure. You know, don't mess on the start, so we have good starts and good races.
Perfect. I'll let you get off. Thank you very much, Gonzalo, our race director. Oh, hello. Sorry. There we go. Shall I jump on? There you go. Maybe another time. Maybe another time. Let's go and speak to some drivers. Oh, can I pinch the grid? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's go. Right. Who have we spoke to? William Omar had a brilliant race and William Omar, you had a fantastic race last time. How buzzing were you after that?
I was really buzzing after that one, but we got disqualified from it, so let's see what we can do this race then.
Well, best of luck for this one. I want to try and speak to many drivers as I can. Hello, how are we feeling ahead of this one? Excited? Excited for this one?
Yes, I'm very excited. I will try my best and go to the better position.
Best of luck. I think the other side of the engine. Hello, sir. How are we feeling? All good?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah.
Good first race?
No, it wasn't the best. I didn't get a very good start.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck. Best of luck. Let's get an Irishman in. Hello there. I'm liking the race suit, matching the colours, Irish colours, liking it. How did the first race go?
It was okay. I dropped a few positions when Keith got spun out, and then a big gap opened up, so I couldn't get back. So
we'll make it up this time.
Yeah.
Best of luck. Okay, let's go down and get a Spaniard. Speak to this young man here. Hello there. I'll speak to yourself. How are we feeling? Local track. Think we can make some places in this one?
Yes.
Confident know the track very well?
Yeah, very well.
Good stuff, good stuff. Best of luck. I think that will be, I'm going to speak to this young man here. How are we doing? How are we enjoying our weekend so far? Good?
Yes, all good.
Having a lot of fun?
Yes, a lot.
And the racing's good fun?
What?
The racing's good fun? The racing on track, good fun?
Yes, very, 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 very.
Good stuff. Best of luck, young man. Good stuff. Good stuff. And yourself, you enjoying it?
No.
We'll let you go. We'll let you go. I tried. Back to you in commentary.
At a point in time where they are likely focused very, very much on the race, on the race in question. It's great to have a little bit of insight from so many of the drivers to put us in good stead and understand a bit more about what goes into getting a good result in the T4 category at the T4 Nations Cup, the premier T4 event of the series. And I have Josh looking in the window at me with a very maniacal looking smile, a very wry looking smile. He's probably going to take a photo of me in a minute looking like a complete so-and-so. Yeah, he's always thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Yes, I am sweating, Josh. It is absolutely boiling in here. You think you've got it tough. Well, at least you've got a breeze, sunshine. Anyways, let's talk about the race. The Junior BC heat. We have Daniel Hartley lining up on pole in front of Chase Biscaglia, Nico Franca, Ricardo Tabut, Chase Gassiet-Lee, Brian Wilson, William Omar, Jacob Joseph, Havel, Phil Becker, Lachlan Shearsmith, Mark Fleming, Josh Allen, Antonio Martinez, Edward Clark, Richard Seika, Mateo Richter, Pritrevino, Aston Sanchez, Kyrillis Dmitrievs, Patricia Alcaraz and Juan Diego Perez got there in the end, and we are go. And it's Daniel Hartley who leads down into turn 1, and he has just about fended off Chase Biscaglia, who's been hung out to dry and has lost a position there to Nico Franca off the start, and starting on the disadvantageous outside line. That really hasn't proved. Oh, and there's calamities down at turn number 3, but everyone's surviving with nothing more than potentially a flat spot or two, which is good to see at this stage in the race. But it is still Daniel Hartley who leads the pack and is beginning to break away, along with the 2 drivers behind him of Chase Biscaglia and Nico Franca already, which is very, very interesting to see the pace difference already in the race. It's so, oh, look at that, there's a move there for the lead. That's Chase Biscaglia getting past Daniel Hartley. Hartley having finished 3rd in the final last year, and Chase Biscaglia unfortunately missing out on the podium, I do believe. And Chase Biscaglia, a knowledgeable driver with a lot of experience in the T4s of the Nations Cup, managing to capitalise on that knowledge and take position number 1 as they cross the line for the first time. It is Biscaglia from Daniel Hartley, from Nico Franca, Ricardo Tabut and Chase Gassiet-Lee.
Daniel Hartley, a much better start to the race this time, and gets the lead of the race. So hold on to it much better, clearly learning from the first race. And Daniel Hartley is our race leader. As we go on to the start of the second lap, we're making our way through turns 4 in towards turn 5. Chase Biscaglia there in 2nd, Nico Frank in 3rd place, Chabut is 4th place, Gassiet-Lee in 5th, then it's Wilson, then Becker, then Havel next along, Richard is in 9th place, Allen in P10, and we're side by side, 2 different places being changed around, one of them for 3rd. I think that may have been Tabut side by side with Frank, and they have swapped places. More changes going on behind that as well. The likes of Richard has come up 7 places on that first lap to get inside the top 10. We're about to complete lap number 2. There's your leader, Hartley, coming out of the final corner. He leads ahead of Chase Biscaglia across the line as we complete lap number 2. Biscaglia, though, not happy with Daniel Hartley's driving down the start-finish straight there.
And could that be a little bit of the frustration of the day's heat coming into things? It's a difficult question. I mean, it is the heat of the day, still 24 degrees air temperature, and when you're doing something as physical as go-karting, it feels an awful lot tougher. But look at this, Hartley and Biscaglia going hammer and tong. Hartley maintains the lead, however, coming through turn number 5, and Hartley, it's a question, how much does that little bit of height make a difference as Biscaglia goes up the inside, and I'm starting to lose my voice. The racing is that good. Hartley falls down to 3rd, Biscaglia up to 1st, and Ricardo Tabut has inherited 2nd in all of that, and now Daniel Hartley has been taken by Nico Franca. It's 1st to 4th in one corner, but it's not over yet. Here comes Daniel Hartley back on Nico Franca up the inside. Can he get the move done into the chicane? It's a question of the ages, and it's a question that has been answered with a firm yes, and Daniel Hartley goes chasing back after Chase Biscaglia and Ricardo Tabut. However, they have pulled out almost half a second between them, and that is going to be very challenging to close up on, particularly when the battle is still there between Franca and Hartley. Who's going to come out on top? It is going to be Daniel Hartley, who just about manages to hang on to 3rd position. Chase Gassiet-Lee passes Nico Franca as well. Brian Wilson could be getting involved in just a second if we're lucky as well. This is turning into a fantastic battle. The leaders, in other news, have gone. They have put half a second, as I say, between themselves and the rest of the pack, and they are going to be trying to break away with might.
And there was a change for P5 as well. I think that was Brian Wilson getting past Nico Franca. They remain side by side on the exit of the corner as well. So it waits to be seen who is actually ahead in that fight, because they were side by side for a number of corners. I think Franca just about managed to hold on to 5th place after going side by side 2 or 3 times. Right, across the line, Chase Biscaglia leads at the end of 4 laps. We're now now on to lap number 5. Then we have Ricardo Tabut next. Daniel Hartley has dropped to P3 and has also dropped over a second back. We'll be trying to get after that top 2 once more. Chase Piscalia has set the fastest lap, and that has helped get this gap over the likes of Daniel Hartley and the rest of the field. Then we have Chase Gassio-Lee in 4th place, who is past Nico Frank, then Brian Wilson, then it's Phil Becker next along, a change for 10th further back as well. Antonio Martinez is past Josh Allen, more side by side going on for 5th place as well. Brian Wilson, I think that might have been taking 5th away from Nico Frank, out onto the back straight one more time. Here is your top 2. I imagine they will stay in formation through the final chicane, and indeed they do so, as they're going to go onto the penultimate lap, and Daniel Hartley now finds himself under a lot of pressure in P3.
He does, and just to point out a little bit further down the order, we've got Matteo Richter having made up 7 positions, started in 16th, now up to 9th, so a fantastic start to the race for the young American, as Chase Piscalia still leads, as we say, and 1.5 seconds between the top 2 and Daniel Hartley. Daniel Hartley seems to be losing his grip on the lead of this race. Increasingly, as the laps tick on, it's pretty much completely out of sight for him at this stage, having started so well, having started on pole, let's not forget. He's dropped down to P3 and just doesn't seem to have the pace to catch back up to the top 2, and now he might even fall into the clutches of the carts behind of Chase Gassio-Lee, Nico Frank, Brian Wilson and Jakob Josef Havel. As they come along the back straight, this could turn into a very, very interesting battle as they come on to the penultimate lap.
Out of the final chicane now, this will be penultimate lap complete. In fact, across the line there is Chase Piscalia looking over his shoulder. Ricardo Tabut now looks to the outside, only one more opportunity to pass at each corner. Daniel Hartley 1.5 seconds back, and with lots of pressure, and now with an attack for 3rd place. That was Chase Gassio-Lee going down the inside and getting past. Daniel Hartley has lost 3 places at turn 3, has dropped down the order down to P6. There you can see the 3 drivers that have all got past. Gassio-Lee, Frank and Brian Wilson as well. Top 2 coming to the braking zone of turn 7, and it is Ricardo Tabut looking to the outside of Chase Piscalia. Piscalia defending. Door is opened on the exit of 8, and Tabut has found a gap on the inside and sneaks through. So it is Ricardo Tabut who is in the lead coming down towards turn number 9. Are we going to see Chase Piscalia be able to get through into the braking zone or on the run down to the start finish straight? Here we go. Tries to set it up through the right hander, can't quite do it. It's going to be Ricardo Tabut who takes the win ahead of Chase Piscalia. In 3rd place will be Chase Gassio-Lee, having got past Daniel Hartley on that final lap, who managed to recoup a couple of places to finish P5. Nico Frank was P4. Then we had Brian Wilson in 6th place. Phil Becker was in 7th place. Then it was Jakob Josef Havel in 8th. Antonio Martinez was 9th. And Matteo Richter was in 10th place. Well, we're going to interrupt this before we go to the results to make a couple of paddock announcements. So, attention paddock, can we have mini category drivers number 112, Petra Milosavljevic, and 146, Tag Malone, to the steward's office, please. That's mini drivers number 112, Petra Milosavljevic, and number 146, Tag Malone. Can you please report to the steward's office immediately, please? Thank you. Okay, that is the drivers in the background coming into the pit lane. And this is your full result, and this is Simon Byford to talk you through it.
So Ricardo Tabut takes South Africa's first victory in the heats this year in front of Chase Piscalia and Chase Gassio-Lee. 2 chases, weren't able to chase fast enough and weren't able to catch the South African. Nico Franke finished in P4, just missing out on the podium. A bad day for Daniel Hartley, And he finished down in 5th position, saving 1 position at the end, but ultimately not able to make good on that pole that he started off of. He finished in front of Brian Wilson and Phil Becker. Then came Jakob Josef Havel, Antonio Martinez, Matteo Richter, and Josh Allen just missed out on the top 10. Richard Saker finished in P12 in front of Pri Trevino and Lachlan Shearsmiths, in front of William Omar, Mark Fleming, Kirill Mitrievs, and Juan Diego Perez. Edward Clark finished in P19 in front of Patricia Alcaraz, and Aston Sanchez rounded out the scoring for this, the first of the T4 Junior Heats. And next up we will have the second of the T4 Junior Heats, the final T4 Junior Heat of the day. There they are, all lined up and ready to go in the pre-grid area, utilising the umbrellas to try and keep cool. Obviously in those heavy race suits, well, they're not particularly heavy, but they are fireproof, which means that they're also windproof, which means that they do get very, very warm indeed. We can see there Amelie Ackett on the right of the picture, just about to get into her kart. Very quick so far today, Amelie Ackett's great to see, along with Cameron Reed, the arguably two of the girls who are in with the biggest chance of securing a podium this weekend in the finals that will be coming up tomorrow afternoon. And the rest of the events for today, we have only 4 more races left. We have 1 T4 Junior Heat, then we have the 2 Senior Heats, and then the Senior 165 Heat to round out the day. Now, thankfully for everyone, the heat of the day is starting to subside now, and the breeze is starting to cool everyone down. But as we said before, the heat this weekend predicted to get up to even possibly 29 degrees, so dehydration could be a very, very big issue. In fact, we saw last year some drivers who didn't manage their dehydration and then struggled hugely in the races, and some of them even failing to finish races thanks to struggling with the adverse heat that they encountered that they weren't used to. So it is a critical part of performance that one has to look out for. And I believe we're going to have Chris down in the pre-grid area, and Chris is now ready in the pre-grid area. So Chris, what can you tell us about this mini heat?
Cheers, Simon. Yep, down here on the grid we can see drivers getting ready to go. Some fantastic performances on the front. We spoke to these guys last time, likewise here as well. So we're going to move further down. We've got shade a little bit further back here. Here's the pink crash helmet that was being referenced before. I'm going to jump in here. Hello.
Hi.
How are we doing?
Not too good.
No?
No.
Why not?
Out in the last heat, so
Well, can we make it up this time?
we can. That's the aim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enjoying it so far though, the whole experience?
Such a good weekend.
Yeah. Good circuit?
Yeah, lovely.
What's the toughest corner? I've been asking a lot of drivers this.
Probably the last chicane. It's a lot happens there, or the first one either on the first lap. Always someone goes off.
If you can't send it, just go straight over it.
Exactly.
That's it. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Great to speak to some drivers. Let's go and speak to these two. Hello. Yeah? Or you? Or you?
I can't talk.
Oh, there we go. Hello, young man. How are we doing?
Great.
I'm going to come around here because the camera's over. Oh, there we've got loads of umbrellas up. So, introduce yourself to the microphone.
Sorry?
What's your name, young man?
Joey Carney from Ireland.
Good stuff. And how's it going so far, Joey?
It's going great so far. Yesterday we got off to a bit of a bad start, but we swapped out the engine there last night, so everything's going smoothly.
Going smoothly now, yeah?
And this is my first year karting, I started 12, so I'm quite happy with it.
Sounds like you're doing an amazing job.
Yeah, I'm happy with it.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Who's hiding under here? Let's try and find out. Hello. I'm gonna. Oh, that's good. You've got it all worked out here, Jorn. How are you doing so far?
Yeah, we got a bad quali, but first heat from 14 to 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, hopefully we can do it now another time.
14th to 6th, 5th, top 5 this time.
Yeah, for sure.
Good stuff. Best of luck. I'll let you tuck back in under that umbrella. Let's go over here now, shall we? I was going to speak to the driver, if that's okay.
Yes,
a few words in Spanish, maybe? Can I just get a few words in Spanish?
Okay.
Yeah, that would be good. Just a few words in Spanish would be fine.
Que respondas en español. Dice que si todo está bien.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, just a few words.
Que digas
Yeah.
algo en español, lo que tú quieras.
Hola. No sé qué decir.
He's a little bit nervous, so
That
he
was-
doesn't know
that-
what to say.
How's things going so far?
Huh?
How's things going so far?
He has said that hola, hello.
We'll leave it there. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Let's go over here. How are we doing over here? Good.
Yeah. Yeah, good.
Yeah. How'd the first race go?
Horrifically because I crashed.
Ah. Yeah. Whereabouts?
What?
Which corner?
I don't know which one, but
Right.
that's snake turn.
Oh, yeah. I think I know what you're on about. So this time, full recovery.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the track?
Not my favorite. But
Yeah. What's your favourite?
Latvian track Kandava.
Ah, nice. Yeah, it's a big karting scene there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, you guys have brought a lot of people. Good luck. Oh, tell you what, you can tell I'm aging. My knees are hurting. I think we spoke to Loretti last time. I'm going to try and speak to these two drivers here. We're full focus here. Hello there. How are you feeling ahead of the race? How are you feeling ahead of the... Excited?
Yeah, really excited.
Yeah. How did you get on in the first race?
What?
How did you get on in the first race?
To P12.
Yeah. Excited for this one?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Best of luck. Best of luck. And we spoke to this young man before as well, so I'm going to wander down. See if we spoke to the Latvian driver here. Let's see if we can maybe swing by a couple more drivers. Who have we got over? How long have we got? I think we got a couple more minutes. So I'm going to go and speak to these guys here, because this is a person who we spoke a lot about you in the first race. That was a good start to the weekend.
Yeah. It was a good race with last lap 3 wide, and I got hit on the inside, and then I was up in the American. So yeah.
Think we can get good result here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good race. So
good luck. Best of luck. Best of luck. I'm going to rotate round and speak to this young man here. Good pace so far. Very, very impressive.
yeah, it's not been too bad, so hopefully I can keep it up this run.
And what's the key for people looking to race in this category? What's the key to this class? Is it work together?
Yeah, it's all about working together, being smooth as they don't have much power, and just keeping the flow through the corners.
Thanks for the insight. Oh, there we go. My knees feel like they're going to fall off any second, honestly. My word. I'm going to speak to this young man over here, and I think I'll have to call it a day there. I'm going to come to you, sir, very quickly. How are you feeling ahead of the race?
I'm feeling very good, thank you.
Yeah, I'll leave you to get ready. 45 seconds. He's feeling very focused.
Yeah, he's in the zone.
Yeah.
He's right in the zone.
Going well so far?
Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle yesterday. We had a few little issues with the engine, but we're over that now. We're moving forward, so we'll try and repeat what we've just done. But you don't take anything for granted in motorsport.
Good luck. Good words, good words. And I think that is good words to I think leave it on. I'm going to escape, and I'm going to wish all the drivers very good luck. The whistle's going to get blown, and then they will fire up and get ready to go. So I'll leave you with the beautiful picture and the beautiful sound. Simon, back up to you.
Well, thank you very much for that. As ever, thank you to our drivers for their contribution to the broadcast, to the live stream, and hopefully anyone who's watching along at home, hopefully you get the chance to see your favourite driver being interviewed at some stage over the weekend. Make sure to stay tuned so you don't miss out on anything like that. And if you do miss out, remember you can always catch the stream on replay on YouTube. That's Tillotson Racing YouTube channel. Let's take you through the starting order, excuse me, for this, the T4 Junior qualifying heat AD. It is going to be Truly Adams, the reigning junior champion, who leads the pack down into turn number 1. He's got Amelie Ackertz alongside him and Shan Canivet just behind him. Then comes Eric Cuesto, another US driver, in front of Taman Witte, and Elias Fornes in front of Aaron Coogan, Matthias Glover, Martin Wright, Keith Burke, Tara Keneally and Joe Carney. Joey Carney, excuse me. Then comes Anastasia Jurasis and Jorn Helder in front of Jesus Asuncion and Daniels Petris Bazins in front of Victor Hampel, Brooke Loretti, Daniel Brunetsky and Warren Russell in front of Mika Sprentz, who rounds out the grid. Now let's hopefully get racing this time, the first time round, rather than doing 2 formation laps like the minis seem to enjoy doing. And Chris, you can have a drink of water. You're enjoying the cooling effect so much that you're just leaving it to sit in your mouth. It's perfectly understandable. It is absolutely boiling in here because the wind is coming from the east. You're hyperventilating now. That's never a good sign. The wind is coming from the east and we have a window on the west, so we are absolutely cooked. Now, anyways, here we go, getting ready for the start of the T4 Juniors. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. We're away, and it looks to be a good start by Amelie Ackett. She draws alongside Truly Adams, going down into turn 1. Can she make the move? No, she can't. Truly Adams with the slightly shorter line. Shan Canivet up into 2nd position. Amelie Ackett's falling down to 3rd. Eric Cuesto seems to have taken 3rd away from Amelie Ackett, who's now down to 4th, however. And no heroics through the chicane. That's good to see. No incidents thus far. But it is Truly Adams who leads the way from Shan Canivet, then Eric Cuesto, and then Amelie Ackett. Unfortunately, losing out on the start, 2nd to 4th, but that isn't uncommon. 2nd place is notoriously disadvantageous around the outside of the long right-hander as they come down into turn number 7. No moves as of yet. Remarkably calm, you have to say, from the T4 Juniors, and keeping things nice and civil as they make their way down the back straight into that heavy headwind. It's brilliant to have the flags on the opposite side of the track because you can see just the effect that the wind is having, how strong it's blowing and the direction that it's blowing as well. Unfortunately, it's not blowing in our window, but we won't worry about that as we come on to finish the final lap. As we say, Truly Adams leads the way from Shan Canivet, and then Taman Vitter has got up into 3rd place, not Eric Cuesto. Then it is Amelie Ackett, then Eric Cuesto, then Aaron Coogan, then Matthias Glover.
It looked like Joey Kearney had a poor start, didn't really seem to get going coming down the start-finish straight and had to move over in avoidance and has dropped down the order. I believe it might have been him, might have been another driver. Someone ran into big problems, might have been Mika Sprentz, in fact, who had that issue coming down the start-finish straight, but it was a problem coming down the start-finish straight, but no such problems for Truly Adams, who leads the way from Shan Canivet, and in 3rd place is Taman Vitter coming out of turn number 8 now, and now the run begins down to the chicane, and Shan Canivet gets his head down, pushing along Truly Adams. Fastest on that first lap was Taman Vitter as they head over the chicane. Amelie Ackett's in P4, Eric Cuesto in 4th place as they make their way across the line, as Amelie Ackett has dropped to 5th, and there comes a move from Shan Canivet. That is a change of lead. The Frenchman now leading the way as he gets past Truly Adams and takes with him Taman Vitter as well. So Truly Adams now down to P3, trying to fight back to take 2nd place, not quite able to get through. So Adams down to P3, Canivet your leader.
And this is not territory that Truly Adams is familiar with. He's so used to leading in these T4 Nations Cup races here in Valencia. You nearly think that when he is racing, he is meant to be leading. You'd nearly think that there's a rule stating it from the performances that we've seen so far from the young Californian. But nevertheless, he is in position number 3, still on the podium. Not that we do podiums for heats, but still on the podium, so to speak, in a way. But he is under a lot of pressure behind from Eric Cuesto, his fellow American, down into the final chicane. Cuesto doesn't do anything, but Truly Adams has taken a bit much curb on the apex there, and that could leave him vulnerable if he doesn't defend down into turn 1. Is Eric Cuesto going to go for the move? No, he doesn't look like he will, as there's a fly pestering me. Aaron Coogan is battling there with, I believe that's Martin Wright. Yes, it is Martin Wright and Aaron Coogan there. Coogan comes out on top in that duel.
Leaders coming into turn number 4. I don't know who won your duel, but I think you just about won it in the end. Don't see no fly anymore.
It was a close fight. It was a close fight.
It was a close fight. Truly Adams now losing a place there. A hand went up in apology, that looked like. So I don't know if there was some contact, but Cuesto, in fact, that second place, Vitter pointing forward. Cuesto is the one into third place, it seems now. Oh, I can see what you mean. Truly Adams into...
He's nasty, isn't he, that fly?
Yeah, I can see hands waving around beside me now. Sean Keneve, on more important business, is leading down towards turn number 9. Through they go and up to the final chicane, and heavy on the brakes. No need to take too much curb through there. Taman Vitter now gets his head down in P2. Truly Adams just putting his head up there, hand up there, and Amelie Ackitts is going to go through to take the lead. Martin Wright, we quickly spoke to him. He was getting himself in the zone on the grid. And I think we spoke to, that might have been his father, but the person who was down with him on the grid. Saying that it's been a great weekend for them so far. They're up 3 places in this race, so a good race for them so far. P6, fastest lap in this race, and part of this lead 6 who are split by around 2 or 3 seconds coming down to turn 7 as we have a change of lead.
We certainly do. Taman Vitter getting past Sean Keneve, and there's huge drama down the battle for P3. They're 3 wide. Look at this. It's Martin Wright, it's Amelie Ackitts, and it looks to be potentially Truly Adams as well in there. The battle for P3. Adams down to 4th, and Martin Wright has inherited a podium in that scuffle. But nevertheless, the fight doesn't seem to be over just yet, as I'm getting instructions to close the window from Chris, who's apparently sadistic because it's absolutely roasting in this commentary box. I don't care how many flies come in, I need to cool down. Look at this though, fantastic battle. That's Eric Cuesto getting past, I believe, Truly Adams perhaps, but I can't confirm that, or it might have been Ellis Fornes.
Taman Vitter defending from Sean Keneve in towards turn 4. Now we come in towards 5. Martin Wright doing a fantastic job in this race. Up 6. Can he possibly now gain 2 more? This is similar progress to what we saw last time. Vitter defends in towards the braking zone of 7. Keneve does not attack. Martin Wright right there in P3. Truly Adams is now up into 4th place past Cuesto. Then it is Amelie Ackitts in 6th. Fornes is 7th, Coogan is 8th, then Helder, then Burke. Kearney is in 10th place. Here we come, down to the chicane. Will there be an attack for anyone? Martin Wright, I thought, was going to make one there. Seemed tempted, but did not pull a move off in the end. Right across the line to start the final lap. Who's your money on out of this lot? Taman Vitter, understandably, getting straight on the defensive down towards the first corner, but has ran wide. That's opened a chance for Keneve there, but now in fact he's going to lose a place. Found himself on the outside. That's allowed Martin Wright to go through into 2nd place. Behind that, Adams fighting with Cuesto. He's lost 2 places. Cuesto's gone through to 4th. Ackitts was in 5th, but contact there with Adams. Sees Adams in 5th and Ackitts dropping down there, Simon.
And that could be crucial for Sean Keneve, that bit of contact into turn number 3. Now, if that was enough to displace the bumper, displace the front fairing, then that is a penalty, and it is not appealable. So that could be extremely significant for Sean Keneve, who currently sits in 3rd with that distinctive yellow helmet. But look at this, a move for the lead on the final lap. It's Taman Vitter versus Martin Wright, right up the inside. He takes the position coming into the final chicane. Can Taman Vitter do anything about it? It doesn't look like it. It's Martin Wright who wins this heat in front of Taman Vitter and Sean Keneve, in front of Eric Cuesto and Truly Adams. A bad heat for Truly Adams, falling from 1st to 5th, and he is going to be extremely disappointed with that. His final heat of the day, perhaps the temperature's just getting on top of him, but nevertheless he can very easily pull it back tomorrow, and it wouldn't be a bad bet to say that he probably will. But Martin Wright takes the victory, and I'm not sure, Chris, I think that might be the UK's first victory so far today, but I'm not sure. I will check on that.
I'll leave you to check on that, but that was a great drive from Martin Wright. Got to say, surprised Vitter didn't defend, but don't think he anticipated the pace that Martin Wright was going to have down that back straight. Was probably more anticipating a defence was needed into the final chicane, and that is why maybe the door was left open for Martin Wright. But these are still the heats, and lessons can be learned for the final. But Martin Wright will take that. It's a win in the bag for him, up 8 places. Here's the full result for you.
So it was, as we say, Martin Wright who took the flag, gaining 8 positions. A fantastic race by the young Briton in front of Taman Witte, securing that victory in the last sector of the last lap. Then came Sean Canivet in position number 3 in front of Eric Cuesto and Truly Adams in 5th, having lost 4 positions. Then came in P6 Elias Fornes and Amelie Ackett in 7th, having lost 5 positions. So a bad result for both Ackett and Adams, unfortunately, in this heat. Aaron Coogan lost 1 position, he finished down in 8th. And then Jorn Helder, well done to Jorn Helder, the Dutchman, gaining 5 positions up into P9, and Joey Carney finishing in 10th position. So a good heat, all things considered, from the young Irishman, finishing in front of Keith Burke, the fellow Irishman, and Daniels Peteris Bazins in 12th place. Matthias Glover finished in 13th, Tara Keneally in 14th, Brooke Loretti in 15th, Daniel Brunetsky and Warren Russell in front of Jesus Asuncion, Anastasia Jurasis, Mika Sprent and Victor Hampel. So a fantastic race, and more to come after this.
When everything hurts, you need relief that's deeper than ice. You need Tidal, the cryotherapy spray that goes beyond cold to take control of the pain.
This was just easy, and it felt so good.
I was like, wow, that actually smells good.
It's like penetrating into my skin, which I really love.
Tidal's powerful plant-based formulation was developed to help world-class athletes recover faster.
Tidal cryotherapy spray can contribute to total body recovery because it can alleviate muscle pain, joint pain, even back pain.
A 360-degree continuous spray relieves pain in even the hardest to reach areas, dries fast, and lasts.
When you get older, the joints start hurting. The spray is easy. You just bring it wherever you are, spray it, and it feels great within minutes.
It changes my life in a way that I can still be active and yet not feel aches and pains when I'm sitting there for long hours.
Tidal Cryotherapy, available at Walmart and these fine retailers. Visit Tidal.com for locations.
Ciao Gian, preparati che ho portato una cosa per te. Provala e fammi sapere.
Ok, mi filo il casco, andiamo?
Andiamo, subito.
Thanks very much, Simon. Back down here on the grid, a lot of empty karts, and that's because drivers are hiding in the shade over here. And I'm going to tactically do the same thing and walk over here and speak to some drivers in the shade. How are we doing over here? We'll come down the line. All good?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. How'd the first race go?
It was okay. Lacking a little bit of speed on the slow corners. Managed to get 5th in the end, so hopefully this one goes a bit better.
Decent start.
I suppose. Could be better though.
Can't complain with that. Can't complain with that. Let's keep going. Enjoying yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is, isn't it? It's too hot for us.
Too hot for us Irish people.
What's this all about? Hello.
Yeah,
Hello there.
too hot.
Too hot?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are we from?
Germany.
German.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. We're not used to this. And you got to wear all this nonsense.
Yeah. It's too hot. Yeah. But yeah, my tire pressures looks better now. I hope I can go to the front and not back. And yeah, we see.
So that was a problem in the first.
Yeah. Yeah. My tire pressures were too high and sliding everywhere. Yeah.
You make a big difference.
Yeah.
Big difference.
Exactly.
There we go. Good luck.
Thank
you for speaking to us. I'm gonna sit down. How we doing? Ooh.
Fine, thank you.
All good. Oh, that's what I needed. How'd the first heat go?
It wasn't what we expected, but hopefully we can bounce back in this next heat.
So dropping back a few places, I take it, was it, or?
Yeah, dropping back. And a poor start, and couldn't really build a momentum to get going again.
Where are we starting for this one?
P7 on the inside, so hopefully I should get a much better start than last heat.
Are you working with Billy?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair play. Yeah, I might come and speak to you. Oh. Come round. How are we doing?
Yeah, good.
I was going to say you've raced at the highest levels. Billy Albone, good to see you.
Yeah.
How you been?
Yeah, all good, mate. Yeah, keeping busy. You know, just working with Philip here this weekend, supporting the Nigerian nationality. So we'll see what we can do, mate. Like I say, a little bit up and down. Get a bit more consistency with him. I'm sure we can go away happy.
I think you've worked in every paddock. What do you think of this?
For me, it's good. For me, the material bit is equal as far as I can see. So for sure, yeah, it's good. Makes it down to the squishy bit in the middle, and whoever does the best job goes home with the biggest pot, don't they? So,
well, good to see your driver development stuff's coming.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
Well done. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, right. Oh, that was nice. That was nice. Good to see Billy again. Right, let's go down the line, shall we? Speak to some guys. Whoop. Speak to some guys down here. I'm going to speak to Matt. Hello there. How we doing?
Yeah, good, alright. Not having the best day, but...
How'd the first one go?
Terrible. Up in a lot of carnage and, yeah.
I didn't speak to you, did I?
No.
Oh, I might be bringing you luck.
Well, I hope so now, but it's terrible. Let's carry on.
Good luck. Right, next. Who have we got next? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, Calvin, yeah? Unless that's not your crash helmet. I said it's Calvin unless it's not your crash helmet. How are we doing?
Good, yeah, living the dream, karting in sunny Spain.
Yeah, it's lovely.
It is, yeah.
A bit too hot.
Not too hot, no.
Yeah. Enjoying the racing, it's close.
Yeah, it's tough, it's very close, it's very even. Hoping to get a bit more further up the grid.
Good stuff. Best of luck, my friend. Right, let's come over here. I'm going to speak to this young man first. Hello. Having a good time? Having a good time so far?
Yes.
Good. Sometimes that's all we need. And yourself? Enjoying it so far?
More or less. We got crushed in the first race.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I love the crash. I love the crash helmet. I love the crash helmet.
Oh, thank you.
It looks amazing.
Yeah, thank you. It's like a weird design, but yeah, thank you very much.
You deserve a trophy for that alone. And I loving the race suit.
Thank you.
Excellent. Good luck.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Good luck. I didn't have time to say much else. So there we go. We'll let them go. And that will be that. We will see the guys head out, and I'll hand back over to you.
Well, thank you again, Chris. That is Again, great to see so much interaction with the drivers. Thank you all to those of you who have been taking part in Chris's little interviews, and thank you to Chris for having the genius idea to open the commentary box door, because there was a lovely draft coming in, and I'd say the commentary box has cooled down by probably at least 5 degrees. Anyways, let's take you through the roster for this, the T4 Senior Qualifying Heat BC. It is Tim van Ellerswijk who leads off pole, and then it is Noah Rosser in second in front of Wesley Bowden and Jack Dillon. Christopher Zauner in front of Danny Krischer, Philip Ganna, Marco Aurelio, Jose Itabide, Jason Bradbury, Andres Klinkans, and Emilio Vasquez in front of Miguel Padaguede and Matt Willerman in front of Václav Stracati, Calvin Pratt, Santiago Garza Briseño, Jose Quesada, Mauro Camacho Balboa, Colin Munley, John Nuttall, Jared Forheis, Federico Peters, Francisco Gambin, Ellen Donnelly, Sebastian Alvarado, Aaron Doyle, and Joseph Garbo rounds out the grid. A very big grid, and it is great to see such a presence here at this Nations Cup. As we say, all of the categories have been sold out. It is absolutely brilliant to see, and we hope to see it continue long into the future. Now, unfortunately, I am going to have to stand in the sun while I commentate this, because otherwise the sun is on the screen and I can't see anything at all. So anyways, here they come around the final corner. Are we going to go racing? We look to be, and we're away now, and it seems to be a very good start off pole from Noah Rosser, who seems to be right in contention for the lead. Can he take the move around the outside? Oh, that is absolutely exceptionally done. He hasn't even managed to take the move, but even just not losing places up the inside into turn 3. Noah Rosser, can he do it? He's forced Tim van Ellerswijk to cut the track, and Tim van Ellerswijk maintains the position. Could there be a steward's investigation into that? I'm not too sure, but nevertheless, fantastic start by Noah Rosser, even just to maintain his position from second place on the grid. It's so easy to lose positions, but Noah Rosser managing to keep everything honest, and up the inside, there's the lead for Noah Rosser. There it is, up the inside of Tim van Ellerswijk on lap 1, turn number 7, and a fantastic move by the young American to bring more American success in this Nations Cup if he can just hang on to this position, but that will not be an easy thing to do with competition like van Ellerswijk. And as they come down into the final chicane, as we say, Noah Rosser leading, but only just. Look at how close they are, bump drafting down the start-finish straight. Is there going to be a move? I doubt it. I think the strategy from van Ellerswijk at this stage of the race is just going to be to try to break away. But already a 6/10 of a second gap between van Ellerswijk and Wesley Bowden in third place. That's a big gap considering it's only been pulled out over 1 lap. And up the inside there, that was Jack Dillon, I believe, overtaking Wesley Bowden. We wait for confirmation on that, but I do believe that that was the case, or it might have been the other way round. In fact, I think that's more likely what happened. It was the other way round. But nevertheless, a battle for P3, a battle for P1 that is extremely exciting, and plenty of battles up and down the field.
Really good battles, wasn't it? Really good start to the race. Rosser just ahead, and I mean just ahead. There's proof of it, of van Ellerswijk. Dillon then in third place ahead of Bowden in fourth, and a huge queue of karts behind that. Here they come into the final chicane. This is going to be the completion of lap number 2. Up to the line we go. Head down for Rosser as they head across the line. Van Ellerswijk is in second, Dillon in third, Bowden next, and Krischer in fifth. Itrabij is in 6th, and it's Kane in 7th place. Garner in 8th place, who we spoke to out there on the grid. Going along in 8th, Aurelio is 9th. Bradbury is in 10th, and a change there for P4. That was Krischer. Great move down the inside to get past Bowden. So a change for P4. It may not have been on screen, but I certainly saw it out the window, and Bowden is now up into 4th place out there.
Fantastic move by Wesley Bowden there to get past Danny Krischer, the German, who is, fair to say, having a decent time of things. Gained 1 position off the start, and has now been demoted down into position number 5, which is unfortunate for him, but it's still a respectable position. Plenty of time left in this race. Only about to enter lap 3 of 9 here. So, I mean, just look at the gap the leaders have pulled out there as they come across the line. We get the new delta times and a 1.5 second gap between Tim van Ellerswijk and Jack Dillon. That is absolutely exceptional. These guys are pushing like the hammers of hell, trying to break away, to give themselves more time at the end of the race to battle away hammer and tong and contest this win between the two of them and only the two of them. Oh, and we've got a spinner there. That looks to be, I think that's
Donnelly, I think that might be.
It is Ellen Donnelly. Yes, that is correct. And having struggled with the setup yesterday, spinning out and being demoted back down to the back of the grid, that is a very unfortunate turn of events for the young Irish lady racer. But nevertheless, it can be rescued tomorrow with enough hard work and enough smart thinking.
And change for 5th as well. Bowden, in fact, I think that's Iterbrid has gone through into 5th ahead of Bowden. So Bowden dropping down to P6 as they make their way down through the chicane to complete lap number 4. It is now across the line. The top 2 are over 2 seconds clear from the rest of the field. Jack Dillon is still there in P3. Jack has a gap of 0.4 of a second to Danny Krischer, and then this battle for P5 coming along next with the likes of Krischer involved. So a good battle going on there. Iterbid is in that one and has gained 4 places so far, so we will look out for Jose in the 311 car to possibly be trying to go through into P4 on this lap. The top 2 looking a little bit closer than usual, making their way out of turn 7 that time. I'm not sure if that was an ever so slight mistake from Rosser or an attempt from Van Elswyk, but on to turn 9 they come, and they are still as they were, almost side by side. So there is now some changes trying to be made. Dillon and Krischer, I think you can say the same for them as well. At the final corner and up to the start-finish line we go. They looked briefly side by side as well. So Krischer trying to get by Jack Dillon, having closed down what once was a 4/10 gap last time we checked in with it. That has now completely diminished, and then this battle for 5th, Simon, is up to around 7 cars now, goes out of the top 10. Plenty involved in it, and inside of it I think we have a change for what might be 9th place.
We certainly do. I think we can call time on the battle for 1st. They are just breaking away with more than 3 seconds to Jack Dillon in 3rd place, and then Jack battling away for 3rd potentially in the coming laps. But as we say, that battle for 5th is really where it's going to be hotting up in just a few moments' time. It's like the commentary box, it's getting ever hotter as the laps go on, and we really should open that window again, but we shan't, because we'll get engine noises through the microphones and that would destroy the stream quality. But as we come down onto the next lap, still no heroics really. The battle for 5th, I think we can almost call time on that as well, because everyone just seems to be tucking down behind the steering wheel and trying to make ground for the last couple of laps. However, we don't have too many laps left. We are, I believe, about to go on to the penultimate lap, in fact, next time round.
I don't know what happened to Iterbid, but the 311 car dropped to P9 last time around, and the battle for 5th is now becoming the battle for 3rd. They've chased down Wesley Bowden, has done a really good job to close down and change for the lead possibly. They were side by side. Rosser defending for the lead. You would have seen that on screen over Van Elswyk. This is lap number 7 of 9, but that battle for 3rd is now extending from 2 karts to 4 karts, possibly 6 or 9. That's how it could go in the next 2 laps as they come into the chicane. Here's your 2 leaders. We haven't had to see too much of them in this race, but that was cards shown for Van Elswyk. He did show his hand there, wants to get this lead, and turn 7 is a place that he's thinking of trying to make that move as they come out of turn number 1. In towards 3 we go for the penultimate time now and Van Elswyk trying to close in and goes down the inside. There comes the move for the lead. Van Elswyk hits the front of this senior heat.
And you have to say, given that we've only been going for 7 laps, the gap of more than 4 seconds to third position is absolutely titanic, as there's another move for the lead. Up the inside goes Noah Rosser, and he manages to take back the position off Tim van Ellerswijk, and this 4-second gap could very, very quickly start to diminish. Oh, and there's more drama down at turn 7. There's, I think, 3 drivers who have gone off there, yet to be seen who they are exactly. But we might be able to bring you, it's the 327 and the 323 machine, I do believe.
And the
so
3-2, and the 3, just those two actually.
So it's Andres Klinkans and Emilio Vasquez, we believe, involved in that collision.
3-2-1 was also involved as well. Matt Wildman, unfortunately, came through the split very slowly, as did the 3-2-3, who did eventually get going. But we are on to the last lap now, and Noah Rosser is back into the lead. It is very close between these two, isn't it? Tim van Ellerswijk and Noah Rosser have been fighting the entire race. It's a case of now who is going to take the win. This is one of the places we've seen them going side by side. Here they come down towards turn number 7 for the final time. Noah Rosser defending, Van Ellerswijk trying to set up a switchback move out of here, but Rosser wise to it, defending heavily out of that corner. Battle for third in the background is going on. Krischer has a bit of a gap over Bowden in 4th place. Here we go, side by side in towards turn number 9. Van Ellerswijk gets down the inside of Rosser, found a gap, but Rosser dives back round the outside on the brakes, can't quite get it stopped in time, and it's going to be Van Ellerswijk who takes the win in this senior heat ahead of Rosser in P2. Great battle, once again decided at the final corner.
It really doesn't get old, does it, seeing battles going until the last lap? That's great. A bit of camaraderie there between Van Ellerswijk and Rosser, giving each other the thumbs up, saying well done, that was a good battle that we had there. Pulling out more than 4 seconds of a gap in a 9-lap heat is absolutely exemplary from the two of them, and testament to their teamwork. And as we say, Tim van Ellerswijk takes the victory for the Netherlands and shows off his skills once again behind the wheel. Noah Rosser just missing out there at the final chicane, bouncing over the curbs and ultimately losing that crucial momentum that you need in 4 strokes in order to get a good run out of the corner. Not the same pull out of the corners as 2-stroke machinery. That was what some of our drivers noticed last year who were used to 2-stroke machines, is that they're very much dependent on momentum, these T4s, and a little bit less power but still plenty of fun for the money that you pay, which is arguably the best money that you can spend in motorsport. So here we are with the final classification. It was Tim van Ellerswijk who took the victory in front of the American Noah Rosser, and Danny Krischer, the German, rounds out the top 3. Wesley Bowden finished in 4th position in front of Christopher Sauner and Jack Dillon in P6. Calvin Pratt finished in 7th in front of Jason Bradbury. Philip Ganna and John Nuttall rounds out the top 10. Federico Peters finished in P11 in front of Jose Itabide, Marco Aurelio, Mauro Camacho Balboa, Colin Munley, Václav Stracati, Jose Quesada, Jarrett Foyes, Santiago Garza Briseño, Miguel Paraguede, Francisco Gambin, Matt Willerman, Aaron Doyle, Sebastian Alvarado, Joseph Gardo, Ellen Donnelly with that unfortunate collision, and then Andres Klinkans and Emilio Vasquez tangled up together as well. Well, that was a very, very interesting heat. Plenty of action up and down the field, some brilliant pace by the front runners, and a few collisions, but thankfully nothing too serious, nothing that can't be polished off ahead of tomorrow. And what remains is the second senior heat, I do believe, and that will again be 9 laps, and then followed by our final race of the day, the T4 Senior 165 race. That's the heat number 2, and then we'll be all done for Saturday, and half of this year's T4 Nations Cup will be completed. Of course, tomorrow is a different beast. Heats, super heats and finals, as well as the trophy giving. The next race coming up in 5 minutes and 20 seconds, so don't go anywhere at all. I believe that we're going to have some more interviews with Chris down in the pre-grid area, which will be fantastic to see, as they always are, with his abilities to just go up and talk to anyone and accept almost any answer that he is given with a smile on his face. It's brilliant to see, and it's certainly entertaining for all. Has to be said though, we haven't mentioned it so far today because we have been so busy talking about the racing. It is important to recognise those who have made this Nations Cup possible, so big thank you to all the sponsors that have supported this. Marline Fuels, IPK, PVL, Ceramic, Maxxis Tyres, RGMMC, RFEDA, the Cartodromo Internacional, Lucas Guerrero, and also Tidal Sport, who are all very devout supporters of the T4 Nations Cup and the project that Tillotson have in the T4 Nations Cup. It's brilliant to see so much support coming from all of the different organisations involved in the Nations Cup, and we sincerely hope to have their help continue long into the future in what we hope will be an incredibly fruitful partnership for all the parties involved. Only 2 more races then around this 1,495 metre track, which has seen so much action today, and in the heat of Shiva, I have to say the driving has lived exactly up to expectations for what we thought would happen, with action up and down the field in every single race so far. There is always something to look at with the T4s, there is always someone to cheer on, there's always an underdog, and there is always a battle on track to look at. So we do hope you've enjoyed the racing so far today. Make sure you stick with us for the final 2 races that we have coming up for you in just a few moments time. I believe that Chris is down in the pre-grid area and ready to talk to some more people. So Chris, let's go to you.
Thank you, Simon. I always forget to do that. Sorry, guys. Thank you very much. A lot more drivers out this time. Cameron Reid drove a fantastic race last time. Warren alongside. We've got Roberts speaking along. Here's some of the guys we spoke to. They're going to fire up now. I don't believe we spoke to this gentleman last time. How'd the first race go for yourself? Did it go well?
Yeah, it went really well. Finished P3. I'm looking to finish P1 now.
Can only go one better. Not many ahead, so pick them up one by one. And
yeah, it should be a good race. Should be a really good race.
Good stuff. Positive attitude. I like it. I liked it. Here we go. I want to speak to this person here. A driver from China. Hello there. How are we finding the event? All good? Enjoying the event?
I can't understand that. So,
That's okay. That's okay. Maybe another time. Maybe another time. They're getting the kart ready to go. They don't always go to plan. This gentleman I was speaking to. Hello there. We meet again. Yeah, you are having cool-down tactics before the start of the race.
Yeah, it's coming from the UK and that, you just overheat, so a bottle of water over the head just before you go out. It's nice.
Hopefully it's a bottle of champagne down the back tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I've got a little bit of work to do, but we'll see what we can do.
Good luck, best of luck, best of luck. Let's go and speak to some more drivers. I'm liking the race suit. How are we doing? I love the race suit, by the way.
yeah, it's from my team. It's from my team.
It looks absolutely amazing, and the gloves as well. Looking very good. We're looking good. How are we going out there, pace-wise?
At the moment we keep the pace. We are getting positions because we missed a little bit of qualifying. But at the moment it's looking good, and we're looking good for the tomorrow and for the finals.
Well, good luck, good luck. I'm liking it, I'm liking it. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, let's come to yourself next, very quickly. Enjoying the event so far?
Sorry?
Enjoying it so far?
Yeah, enjoying it so far. Let's have a good race now, without any incidents, so we can get closer up to the front guys in the final.
Sure you can do it. Good luck, mate, good luck. Right, I'm going to have to walk to the back. In fact, I'm going to walk to the front. I've got about 15 seconds. And then they're all going to fire up. I'm going to follow me, cameraman. Follow me. this man here, Ross, he's going to blow the whistle. There we go. And that means we're fired up. Let's go.
Well, thank you ever so much, Chris. And thank you to the boys who have brought myself and Chris 2 bottles of lovely cold water direct from the fridge. That is very good of you. Thank you ever so much for your help in this matter of hydration, which is obviously required in these heats. Now, let's take you through the grid for this, the qualifying heat AD for the seniors. It is Cameron Reid who starts on pole in front of Colin Warren in position number 2. Andre De Bayer starts in position number 3 in front of Owen Roberts, Tyler McIntyre, Santiago Hamida and James Tracy in front of Han Dong Huang and Yuri Bechtold. Omar Perez then lines up in front of Nicholas Stanev, Malk West, Davis Zalmans, James Andrus III, Bram Osavada, Elisabetta Johanna Sulz and Rudy Schussler from South Africa. Alexander Fleming comes next in front of Jason Herrera Silva, Hannah Fridberg. Ricardo Gasparini then lines up in front of Yanis Chudovs, Leo Geisler and Fabian Feliciano Rebello in front of Riley Jones-Rodway and Roisin Sweeney in front of Chan Anta and Jose Gomez. So it is set to be a fantastic affair here with the T4 Seniors, the final regular T4 Senior heat of the day and the second to last race of the day also. Everyone getting lined up. Now, thankfully, the heat of the day has pretty much passed at this stage, so the heat will be coming down. It won't be posing quite as much discomfort to the drivers, one would hope at least, particularly with that nice strong breeze that they have along the remarkably flat circuit Lucas Guerrero here in Valencia, which will be helping to cool them down as much as can be done as we get ready to go racing here for the final senior heat of the day. And we're away now, and it looks to be a very good start from the front row. Immediately coming over is Colin Warren, trying to get up to the inside. He can't make it do, though. He tries round the outside. Can he make it stick? It's going to be very difficult. He does lose out to Andre De Bayer, and oh, there's huge drama. There's someone gone off there. I'm trying to see. That's the 325 machine. That is, I'm trying to discover who that is on my timing screen. That is Elisabetta Johanna Sulz, the Latvian lady racer who has had a disastrous turn 1 there and seems to be stuck on the outside of the track, unable to restart and unfortunately out of the race before it's even really begun. That is an absolute disaster. Hello, Chris. Chris has brought even more water. Absolute legend. Fantastic stuff. So, as we come through turn number 8 and onto the back straight, it is, as they were, as far as I can see, at least I believe it is Cameron Reid who is still leading the race in that fantastic 319 machine, making the most of that advantageous pole position. Nice and simple through the final chicane and onto the second lap of the race. All line astern as they come down the start-finish straight into turn number 1. There is a yellow flag present, so no overtaking, unfortunately, for some. But nevertheless, the racing can be done at other points on the track. And you have to say Cameron Reid is being hunted down now by Andrea De Bayer, and also Colin Warren is going to start looking to see what he can do. And Cameron Reid only having a lap under her belt at this stage. Perhaps the tyre's not fully warmed up, or perhaps Andrea De Bayer just absolutely on fire. As look at this, bump drafting down into turn number 7. And he hasn't made a move there just yet, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if that's where he chooses to make a move in the future. That slipstream becoming increasingly powerful as he went down that middle straight there into turn number 7. Look at this, bump drafting all the way down the back straight through turn number 9. Into turn 10, still no heroics down into the final chicane. And the race settling down so far as they come on to lap 2 of 9. As there's an investigation for the number 383 machine. I'm going to try and find who that is. I'm not entirely sure who it is on my timing screen. It is Omar Perez who is under investigation, the Colombian racer who's currently down in 27th, dropped 17 positions from the start, so a disastrous start to the heat for Omar Perez. and he is going to be looking to clamber his way back up the order, but it will be difficult if he is under investigation to make any meaningful gains, really, it has to be said. So we make our way down into sector 3 of lap number 2. Still no change for the lead, still no battles really, and still the gap not really opening up, Chris.
No, unable to break away is Cameron Reid. We are almost 3 laps down into this race. On to the back straight we go. Head down for Cameron Reid. Debaya just in behind as they come down towards the final chicane. There we see Reid come into picture now, being chased down by Warren. Apologies. Debaya then in 3rd place. Then it is McIntyre, who we spoke to out there. Here comes an attack for the lead and a change for the lead. Warren is going to go through to take it. So Colin Warren, the American, hits the front. Plenty of American drivers within that top 10. There are 4 drivers in the top 6 places in total. They're having a really good start to this race. Nicholas Stanev has set the fastest lap, so it's Colin Warren leading the way from Cameron Reid. Debaya is 3rd, McIntyre 4th, Hamida is in 5th place, Bechtold is in 6th, Roberts is in 7th, then Ossiward is 8th, Stanev 9th, Tracy is in 10th place. We're watching the battle for the lead on what is now lap number 4 of the race. Fastest is Stanev, as we mentioned last time. Here come the top 2. What's going to be the approach now of Cameron Reid? Does it retake the lead or go with Colin Warren? It looked to be briefly that it was going to try and be retake the lead. They've got to be conscious of the fact that Debaya may not want to work with them either. But there are signs, I think, Simon, that they could be ever so slightly breaking away from the rest of the pack and maybe bringing Debaya with them. We've got a lead quartet now just beginning to break clear from the rest of the field. So 4 for the lead as we come through turn 4 on lap number 5.
Yes, I mean the top 4 starting to break away from Santiago Hamida, who is in P5 currently. And this could turn into a very interesting battle for P5 as there's 2, 4, 5, perhaps even 6 drivers in contention. There's a move for position number 3 there. It's Tyler McIntyre up the inside of Andrea Debaya, and he doesn't seem to... He has made the move stick. So Tyler McIntyre up into 3rd place, and that means that it is an American 1, 2, 3. And Santiago Hamida could make it a 1, 2, 3, 4 if he manages to catch up to Andrea Debaya, but that does look to be a rather tall ask for the American racer. There's hand signals from many a folk on the pit wall as the leaders still try and break away, roughly equidistant between 1st and 2nd, and then 3rd and 4th. There's roughly an 8/10 gap between each of the groups. There's a move down into turn 1. I'm not entirely sure who that is, down in the midfield, down in the mid-teens as far as positions are concerned. But up at the front, it's still no change from when they cross the line, although Tyler McIntyre is fast, having set the fastest first sector. He is really starting to chase down Cameron Reid, who is herself having set the fastest lap.
Yeah, it's really good battle going on. 2 groups of 2 out front. We're watching the 319, which is Cameron Reid. So the first of those 2 groups. A little bit further back, there is some battling going on. I think I see a change for what is P7. So that might be Roberts getting past Bechtold. Those 2 were side by side coming out of turn number 8. That is the first of the big battles. So there are the 2 groups of 2. There's P5, and then here is those changes that fell in behind. There's confirmation that Roberts did go past Bechtold. Stanev 9th, Tracy in 10th place. So a change in the top 10 that time. Believe me, there will be battles between the top 4 when we hit the last lap, if not the next lap. We're on lap 7 of 9, so when we get to the penultimate lap, that's usually the worldwide karting signal that the battle is on. Well and truly, it's time to go defensive. Although in this championship, it seems in the heats they're waiting for the very final lap. Out of turn number 8, we still remain with our 2 leaders, Colin Warren leading Cameron Reid. The gap between them and the chasing 2 behind is only 9/10 of a second, Simon. So if McIntyre and Dubai work together when these two inevitably battle, we could see fall for the lead very quickly.
We could, but it does come down to the question of, is the trend going to continue of leaving moves until the last sector of the last lap? Because that is what we've seen almost exclusively today, is moves being made for the lead in these heats on generally about turn 7 of the final lap, which is a very difficult thing as a huge train of karts heading down into turn number 1. A massive battle there, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 karts involved in that. That is absolutely brilliant. As we look at it on the live stream now, it is the battle for, I'm not sure, that is the 383. I'm not entirely sure what position this is for exactly. There are 2 very, very long trains of karts as we look to the leaders from the commentary box to see if anything's changed, and the answer is no, nothing has changed, except for the fact that we are about 2 sectors further on from where we were last time we checked in with them. Coming down into the final chicane, still nothing to be made by Cameron Reid, who's just biding her time, waiting for the inevitable. And I mean,
wow.
you have to say that's somewhat wishful thinking from Colin Warren of saying, let's work together on the final lap.
That said, Cameron Reid would remain the lead driver in terms of points if it remained as it is. She has 2 points, so does Colin Warren. Of course, you might be able to guess the lower amount of points you have, the better. So they would be first and third overall in terms of points at the end of today. So for both of them, really, they can stay where they are, and they would end the day first and third overall. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do actually follow each other home here. It's behind where we might see some fighting, because Dubai is currently in 7th overall, and a place here would help him quite significantly in terms of gaining some places. Let's see if this all changes. Down to the final corner. It's been follow each other around so far, and now I think that's going to remain the case. Well, good teamwork between the Americans. They come out the final corner. It's going to be Colin Warren who takes this victory, and a thumbs up and a handshake between Colin Warren and Cameron Reid. They both drove fantastic races. Colin Warren will be third, and as for Cameron Reid, she will be first in terms of the qualifying heats provisional classification when the points are all collated. Tyler McIntyre finished that one third, Andre Dubai fourth, and one of the standout performances definitely comes from Bran Osseward, up 10 places to 5th. Jose Gomez once again gained 22 places in Heat 1, gains 15 in that one. So what's that? 37 places gained in one day of racing. That's not bad going at all for Jose Gomez. Actually spoke to him whilst he was going down to the grid, just some sort of mechanical issue in qualifying, and now it's all about gaining those places back. So 15 in the bag that time, but a good race between Colin Warren and Cameron Reid. Very tactical awareness from the Americans there. I'll head down to the grid for the final time. Senior 165 is getting ready to go. Here's your result from Heat 4 of Seniors.
So it was Colin Warren who took the flag after fantastic teamwork with his American colleague Cameron Reid, and Tyler McIntyre made it a US 1-2-3. Then came Andre Dabaja in position number 4 and Bram Osseward in P5. Santiago Hermida finished in P6 in front of Owen Roberts, Yuri Bechtold and Nicholas Stanev in front of James Tracy, Rudy Schussler, Davis Salmons and Jose Gomez. Handong Huang finished in 14th place in front of Jason Herrera Silva, and Riccardo Gasparini, the Italian, finished in 16th place. Leo Geisler finished in 17th in front of Malk West and Yanis Chudovs in 19th, with Omar Perez rounding out the top 20. 21st place was occupied by James Andrus III in front of Chan Anta and Alexander Fleming in position 23. Riley Jones-Rodway finished in front of Roisin Sweeney, who finished in front of Hannah Fridberg, and Fabian Feliciano Ribello finished in 27th, with Elisabetta Johanna Sulz failing to finish after that collision on the first lap. Very unfortunate for the Latvian lady racer, who's been involved in her own Women in Motorsport initiatives back in Latvia. I believe it was Feminine and Strong was the translation of it into English. A promotional campaign and well, I suppose promotional campaign is probably a somewhat commercialised way of saying it. An initiative would be a better word for it, to get more women involved in motorsport in Latvia, using the T4s as an entry platform to catapult them into the driving seat. And I believe it was a huge success, which is fantastic to see, similar to Fabian Lance's girls camp. The women's ambassador this weekend, Fabian Lance, hosting her girls camp in South Africa in July of this year, and a fantastic success it was, with many of the girls racing here this weekend, including Brooke Loretti, Anastasia Jurasis, Hannah Fridberg, and I believe one or two others. So a fantastic opportunity that the T4s provide to make genuine social change in the motorsport world, and it's something that you love to see in a sport that can be so dominated by money sometimes. It's so good to see people making genuine social change and changing the landscape of motorsport that has been very samey for the last many years, and long may it continue, I'm sure, is the policy that many of us would take when approaching such issues. But a fantastic heat that we've just witnessed there. Next up will be the final heat of the day, the T4 Senior 165 heat number 2, and it is set to be an absolute corker. The temperatures are still apparently 24 degrees, although the wind is probably cooling that down slightly for anyone who isn't in the commentary box. But nevertheless, we shall persevere for another 9-lap sprint around this Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. Here is Chris with more input from the drivers. Chris, what do they have to say?
Thank you, Simon. Right, let's have, for the final time, a stroll down the pit lane. But before we do, thank you very much to all of you who've been watching in today, who've been supporting the stream. Your support very much appreciated by all of these guys, all the guys up there, all the guys watching up there as well. So on behalf of them, on behalf of everyone working here, thank you very much for tuning in today, and do tune in again tomorrow, because it's going to be lots of good fun. Right, for the final time, that board goes up, meaning engines get fired up, and I'm going to go and speak to some drivers, poke a microphone in their face, and see what they say. Let's have a little look. Let's have a look. Let's roll down. There's a problem going on here. Let's have a chat to... we spoke to you on the grid. How's it going so far? Going well? Good. We spoke to that gentleman on the grid. There's an American man here, Casey Cook. Casey Cook, you were setting some good laps in that first heat. How's it been? How'd the race go in the end for you?
It's gone good. Nothing bad, right? So we got a good finish in the first heat. I think getting through the first couple corners is the key, and you got to link up and we got to go to the front. Smart racing.
USA are doing so good, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to do better.
Good luck. Right, let's go to this man here. How are we doing? How's it going so far?
Yeah, it's great. Bad quality, but good races.
Very close.
Yeah, I'm 12, but I got 7 the first race. Now I'm gonna fight to get up, to get on the front.
Good luck, best of luck. Hello, and yourself? How's it going so far?
First one was a bit difficult for the first lap incident, but we came back. Made a lot of changes now, so I think I'm the only South African letting the side down, so I need to get my acting gear and get further up the front.
Well, best of luck for this one. Nice weather all day as well, eh?
Yeah, we're used to it from back home, so it's almost as good as what we've got.
Best of luck, best of luck. Thank you guys, thank you. Running away from the, running away from the camera. Who do we have here? How long we have? Let's speak to this guy. Hey, looking very good, very good. How are we enjoying the event so far?
Enjoying it very much. It's a huge experience to be part of this event, for sure.
We look fantastic, I have to say.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, it's unusual for this event, so thanks very much. Yeah. But it's easy to get 30, huh?
It's at least 2:10.
yes, I think so.
Good luck. Right. I don't think I'm going to go and speak to this man here. You're my final interview of the day, sir. So, how are we doing? Have we enjoyed it?
You've already interviewed me, but that's all right. Yeah, I'm late now.
We spoke to you earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
How are we feeling now?
Pretty exhausted.
Excited, nervous?
Yeah, getting excited for it. Yeah, it's good. Don't get too nervous, but I'm excited.
Good stuff. Good to see you now. Helmet on. Good luck. Good luck. I thought that was going to be my final interview. Looks like we've got a problem here. I thought at 40 minutes past, which was 17 seconds ago, but there seems to be an issue for Gabbiani and 477. So Team Latvia here are trying to help the Italian driver. And we've also got a problem for, Simon can make a note of this, 477 is the other driver, as we can see. So that's a real shame that we got 445 and 477 not firing up. And as someone who's raced, I can tell you from experience, it is the worst thing when you put all that hard work in and then the kart just does not fire up. It is a real shame. So gutted for the guys that this is happening. I think I'll leave them to it. We're going to be heading out very soon, I'm sure. Ross has the whistle in hand that we heard last time. We do have support running in, actually. We'll keep watching this. We'll see if they can get this one going. Let's see if we can get it going. We have some support headed in now. Let's see if we can get it going. So we got some. There we go. It's fired up. Engine's fired up. So good work there from the. Good work, guys. We're all okay now?
Yeah, all okay now.
Yeah.
Hopefully so.
What was the problem, do you know?
We think it's a clutch. Clutch.
It seemed like some help came in there from some of the other guys.
Thank God. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be going, but sure luck.
Good luck. Well, good luck. That was really great, and that's a part of it. Now we're all focused around this card over here. So, very quick how they could change that, actually. So we've got the same going on with 477, but the whistle's gone. That's a real shame. So the carts are going to go. I'll stay down here for a second and see. There go the carts. Let's see. Oh, you are an absolute angel, my friend. What is your name, sir?
Irishman blowing you away here.
There we go. What's your name, sir?
Sorry, Calvin. Calvin Pratt, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Senior 158 driver.
Just follow me around tomorrow, like.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll go back to commentary. Amazing.
Well, thank you very much for that insight there, Chris, once again. So it was the 445 of Gianmaria Gabbiani, the Italian driver, who is representing Marline Fuels, the official fuel sponsor of this year's T4 Nations Cup. And also Juan Pablo Glover in the 477 machine having issues there. And unfortunately, those issues arising right at the end of the day. They couldn't have happened after the race, could they? No, they had to happen just beforehand. But luckily, the issues seem to be sorted, at least for one of the competitors. So anyways, let's take you through the grid. It is Andreas Matisse in front of Anwar Beryl-Smith, Julian Granville. I'm going to have to fly through these to get through them before the lights. Julian Granville, Alessandro Marchini, Chris Alcock, Christoph Venska, Yanni Fokin, Jan Zastrau, Casey Cook, Kyle Lawrence, Phil Pignataro, Esteban Yanguas, Peter Janssen, Asbjorn Rolfing, Walter Kessler, Anthony Holland, Adan Enrico Ibarra Castro, Stefan Osman, Zachary Valvin, Daniel Bowden, Gil Andiano, and Dirk Proknov. And then in front of Manuel Gamez, Gianmaria Gabbiani, Juan Pablo Glover, who unfortunately isn't able to start the race, and then Harris Gladkins, Gert Lapskellens, Aaron Doyle, Fernando Wheeler, and Peter McBride in front of Rudolf Thomas Bazins, Peterbas, and we are about to go racing. No, we still have time to get this finished. Milan Milenkovic, Seamus Lawler and Harm Sherman round out the grid. We got there just in time to go green. And here we go racing straight away. Fantastic start there by Andreas Matisse. Anwar Beryl-Smith keeping him honest round the outside though, and it looks to be Julien Granvaux who is going to snatch that position off him. Yes, it is. Anwar Beryl-Smith falls down to third, as is predictable, starting on the outside, and now he's coming under pressure from Alessandro Marchini, who is, oh, and there's a driver off there at the chicane. I'm not entirely sure who that is, as Juan Pablo Glover has finally made it out of the pits. It's the 432 machine. Let's take a look at who that is. Oh, that's Manuel Gamez, who had the fastest sector 1, would you believe it, just before spinning out. That is a terrible shame. As we look back to the lead of the race, there's a move there for position number 4. I'm not entirely sure who that is at this stage, unfortunately, and that looks to be Juan Pablo Glover, perhaps, who is pushing his kart out of the way, unable to make the start, it turns out. Having been stuck in the pit lane, he is now out of the race in its entirety, as we see there. That is, I can't actually see the screen. This is a disaster. Oh no, as we see, it is nonetheless Andreas Matisse who still leads in front of Julien Granvaux, Anwar Beryl-Smith, Christoph Venska and Alessandro Marchini in front of Chris Alcock and Kyle Lawrence as they come down into turn number 1. It is still Andreas Matisse who leads, holding on to his position after that very unfortunate turn of events in the last race, as we see in front of our commentary box Juan Pablo Glover lifting his 477 kart onto a trolley and it being wheeled away. A look of great disappointment on his face. Not even able to start the heat is arguably worse than starting and failing to finish. As Julien Granvaux, oh my goodness me, I've missed that. Julien Granvaux has now taken the lead in front of Andreas Matisse, and Anwar Beryl-Smith is going to be licking his chops and thinking, what can I make of this? Well, it's a good question. With 8 laps still to go, 7 laps, excuse me, still left to go. It is a question that will be answered in the next 10 minutes, give or take.
Yeah, I was down watching JP Glover. Sorry, I was a little bit late up, and a lot of work went into try and getting him out, and he did make it as far as almost the exit of the pit lane, but great to see that at least we could get the other driver out. That did struggle. Okay, back to the racing. 2 laps are in the books now, and it's Julien Granvaux who leads the way ahead of Matisse and Beryl-Smith. Is there going to be a round 2 between those two as they make their way up towards turn number 4? Venska is in 4th place, Marchini next, with Chris Alcock just in behind, and I think that rounds out our top 6 who are escaping from the field. We have a gap of 6.5 tenths back to 7th place, which falls next as a change for 3rd place comes on screen. There it is. That's Venska trying to get down the inside of Beryl-Smith. Beryl-Smith holds on round the outside, and when you try and go forward, sometimes it can often lead you on the outside. Look at that, trying to go forward. Venska finds himself going back 2 places. Chris Alcock has gone, in fact that might have been Marchini, has now falling back 2 places, so a real shame there. Beryl-Smith holds on to position as they make their way over the chicane. Will confirm as they come across the line. It's Granvaux, Matisse, Beryl-Smith, Marchini in 4th place, then Alcock, and Venska was indeed the driver who did try and go through the 3rd place but dropped back to 6th in the process as we come in towards turn 3 for the 4th time.
And so Julien Granvaux, the only real winner there in the top 6, having gained 2 positions from where he started. All others have either dropped 1 or are racing where they started. There's a spinner there at the chicane. I'm not entirely sure who that is. As KC Cook, the 411 machine, KC Cook sets the fastest lap with a 1 minute 6.9. Times are starting to go back up again as there's a change for the lead there. That's Andreas Matisse back up the inside of Julien Granvaux, retakes the lead, and suddenly this has become a 5-kart battle for position number 1. This is remarkable. In the final race of the day, all our Christmases seem to have come at once. There's a seemingly a race-long 5, potentially even 9-kart battle about to emerge for the lead of the race. This is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, Lapskillens was the driver who spun sadly as across the line. As you said, there is our lead group. It goes back as, let's see, as far as Rolfing in 13th place. So it is a long queue out there. Rolfing, who we spoke to on the grid, looking to try and move forward, and a change for third place looked like, or in fact defensive driving, that may have been Marchini versus Beryl Smith was on once again. In fact, that is a change. That is Marchini past Beryl Smith. So Beryl Smith drops to 4th place and is now defending from the likes of Chris Alcock. Down they come in towards turn 7. Lots of side-by-side action going on, not between our top 3, but Marchini is up into P4 as they round turn 8 and make the run down towards turn 9 now. And there they go, jumping into the middle of the circuit. That was the line being taken in the opening race, very similar to what we saw in the opening race. Let's hope we get them all home in one piece this time. Mattis across the line he comes. He was our winner in the first heat. There is Grambo to the inside, finds a gap and goes through, takes with him, that is Marchini. So it's a change for the lead and second as well. Mattis dropping back a couple of places.
And you have to say that the strategy that has presented itself thus far of wait to the last lap and then go for the move, it doesn't seem to be being observed in this heat, and you have to say that that is absolutely brilliant to watch. As I'm going to count 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 carts in this train that's headed up by Julien Granvaux, who is currently leading but not for long, as Marchini goes up the inside at turn number 7 and takes the lead. And now this is going to put Julien Granvaux under serious pressure from Andrea Mattis behind as they come down the back straight. Is there going to be a move? Look at the first 4. They are all touching each other, all bump drafting. They break off coming through turn number 9. But then into turn number 10, a move there by Andrea Mattis, getting past Julien Granvaux, but Granvaux has a run down into turn 1. Can he get it done? Round the outside, it's going to be very difficult. Let's see what he can do. No, he gets hung out to dry and he loses 3 positions more, and that drops him down behind, I believe that's Chris Alcock. Disastrous Sector 1 so far for Julien Granvaux.
Yep, that's going to see Mattis now up into second, Beryl Smith into third. We have a spinner in this, I think that's the 491, and it is Walvin who is dropping down. Bowden was caught up in that as well in the 436, and as a Ben Axel will go no further in this race. So a shame for those two colliding coming into turn 3. The leader was ever so briefly away out front whilst that battling was going on for second, but the gap has shrunken very, very quickly now, and it is a battle for the lead once more. There is Bowden walking away from his kart, sadly. He's going to go no further in this race. Down come the leaders into the final chicane on lap number 7. There's our leader, Marchini. Mattis in behind, then Beryl Smith. Casey Cook looking very, very quick, making his way down towards turn number 1. He did say he was looking to get a few more places this time and a bit more pace. So far, he is doing a great job at that. Oh no, and a spinner there in turn number 3, unfortunately. Someone having a spin, and I think it was Pignataro, it was, who has spun. So one of the American drivers taking a spin from P8, but one of the other Americans trying to get in the top 3.
And Dirk Prochnov under investigation as well, the German. That's not how he wanted to end his day off, as we see the leaders still just following each other around. Still this massive long train as we're about to come on to the penultimate lap, or excuse me, the final lap even. And this is really going to hot up. And Marchini saying to people, let's work together. I don't think that's going to work, as there was someone going slowly.
That's a change for the lead, sorry. That's going to be Mattis getting past Marchini for the lead, Simon.
It is, and now Mattis is going to go defensive down into turn 1. Alessandro Marchini losing positions. He's probably going to end up down in P6 at the end of this. That's a disastrous couple of 100 meters for Alessandro Marchini, the only Brazilian in this competition. And Andreas Mattis is still there in the lead but only just. He's saying, come on, let's work together. It's not going to work, Andreas. You're racing these people for position. It's the final lap. It's the final 2 sectors. It doesn't work like this.
Well, Matisse has got a gap here on the final race of the day. Beryl Smith now has to defend in second place. Granvo in behind in third place. Casey Cook in third place, then Granvo as well as they make their way out of turn number 8 for the final time. We've got that battle for second with Beryl Smith, Granvo, Cook, all in that order. Who's going to finish in second out of those guys? Matisse will win this race, there's no doubt about that, but who will be second and who will be third? Beryl Smith defends into the final chicane, does a good job at it, and Matisse takes the checkered flag to win the final race of the day and the second heat for the Senior 165. It's a perfect day for Matisse ahead of Anwar Beryl Smith. That's a good recovery drive for Beryl Smith after a disastrous first heat colliding with Matisse. That's a good recovery, and Granvo ends a very good day with third place overall. But what a drive from Matisse. Has demonstrated a bit of everything. Had that drop off in the first heat and then recovered, and in that one had pressure all the way to the end, but was able to break away just before the last lap.
And you have to say the ability to bounce back from that collision in the earlier heat, in heat number 1, you have to say that really does say something about his mentality towards racing, to come back having had that incident, not only to climb back up the field in the previous heat, but also to come into heat number 2 and really, I'm not sure is it the right word, but I would say dominate, really. Even though he wasn't leading the entire time, it wasn't very long until he retook the lead. So here is the final result. It's Andreas Matisse who wins in front of Anwar Beryl Smith and Julian Granvo, and Casey Cook misses out on the podium, but only just, having gained 5 positions from where he started in 9th. Alessandro Marchini finished in 5th in front of Chris Alcott, Kyle Lawrence, Yanni Fokin, Peter Janssen, Jan Zastrow, Christoph Venska misses out on the top 10, but only just in front of Phil Pignataro, who had that spin, unfortunately. Anthony Holland, Dirk Proknov, and Asbjorn Rolfing in front of Stefan Osman, Gil Anguiano, Peter McBride, Bas Peters, Aaron Doyle, Fernando Wheeler, Milan Milenkovic, Rudolf Toms Bazins, Zachary Valvin, Manuel Gamez, Gert Lapskilns, and Harris Gladkins in 27th place. Then came Esteban Yanguas in front of Gian Maria Gabbiani, the Italian, and then Adan Enrique Ibarra Castro in front of Seamus Lawler, Walter Kessler, Daniel Bowden, and unfortunately Juan Pablo Glover not able to make it out of the pit lane, and Harm Sherman unable to start.
Well, there we go. Thanks for taking us through that result, Simon.
You're
There's
welcome.
our schedule for tomorrow. Mini qualifying heat 5. We have more of them to go through at 9:40. Then we'll be into heat number 6, and then the juniors will be out for heat 5 and 6. Seniors, their heat 5 will be at 11 o'clock local time here in Spain. Yes, that window can certainly open. 11:20 will be the final heat for seniors. Then we will have a heat 3 for senior 165. Then the super heat. We will have the minis group 1 out at 12:30. 12:50 will be group 2. Then the super heat for the T4 juniors will be at 1:10 local time. Lots riding on those super heats, so they will be very important races in terms of the weekends. T4 juniors will have their super heat for the group 2 at 1:30. Then T4 seniors group 1 will be at 1:50. Group 2 will be at 2:10 local time. And as for senior 165, it'll be 2:30. Then we will have a break before we go into the finals. The T4 mini final will be at 3:30 local time. That will be the first of our final, where we will crown the first of our T4 Nations Cup champions. Then we will crown our T4 Junior Nations Cup champions. They will kick their race off at 50 minutes past 3 local time. 4:10 will be the final for the seniors, and the last final of the day will be at 4:30 local time, the senior 165s. Seniors will be 4:10, senior 165 4:30, and given from what we just saw, I'd say we could be saving some of the best till last. Then the podium, as you saw, will follow shortly after that. It's been a great day, Simon. Quick final thoughts before we wrap it up.
Well, I mean, as you say, it's been a fantastic day one here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. It's all set to kick off even more tomorrow, though. There's set to be more racing, harder racing, and trophies to be won, which will certainly up the ante. So it will be like what we saw today, but more at stake, and more battles, more moves, more passion, more adrenaline, more of everything. So definitely make sure to subscribe to the Tillotson YouTube channel and follow us on all of our social media so you don't miss out on an ounce of it. And if you are here at the track, make sure to perch yourself along the pit wall or along the gantry, and make sure to have a watch of the race as well, because they are absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and you look like you need to go and put a bottle of water over your head. Well
Yes,
done for
yes,
your
I
efforts
do,
today. Thank you very much for tuning in. Join us from 9:35 local time tomorrow. Until then, from all of us here at Valencia, it's goodbye.
When everything hurts, you need relief that's deeper than ice. You need Tidal, the cryotherapy spray that goes beyond cold to take control of the pain.
This was just easy, and it felt so good.
I was like, wow, that actually smells good.
It's like penetrating into my skin, which I really love.
Tidal's powerful plant-based formulation was developed to help world-class athletes recover faster.
Tidal cryotherapy spray can contribute to total body recovery because it can alleviate muscle pain, joint pain, even back pain.
A 360-degree continuous spray relieves pain in even the hardest to reach areas, dries fast, and lasts.
When you get older, the joints start hurting. The spray is easy. You just bring it wherever you are, spray it, and it feels great within minutes.
It changes my life in a way that I can still be active and yet not feel aches and pains when I'm sitting there for long hours.
Tidal Cryotherapy, available at Walmart and these fine retailers. Visit Tidal.com for locations.
A posto. Ciao Gian, preparati che ho portato una cosa per te. Provala e fammi sapere.
Ok, mi infilo il casco, andiamo?
Andiamo, subito.